Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Rinaldo Ortiz Minaya. I'm a U.S. Fulbright Specialist and Scholar, and I'm also a professor at Harvard University in Washington, D.C. I have the esteemed pleasure to welcome you to this event that is looking at the issue of violence in the United States and in Jamaica. We have this morning an esteemed number of panelists, officials, academics, and citizens of both nations who are equally concerned for what is going on in Jamaica and the United States. Our intent today is to try to find possible ways forward, solutions to basically stop the hurting and the pain that is going on in Jamaica, in the United States, and the implications it also has for other territories in the world. That said, this is also being streamed in the United States as well as in Jamaica via Facebook. So please share that with your partners, networks, and colleagues. I'd like to begin by saying a very special thank you to our esteemed guest this morning, the U.S. Ambassador Nick Perry, British High Commissioner Madame Judith Slater, and Major General Tony Anderson. At this time, we're basically going to shift into panel 1, but I also would like to say that Major Tony Anderson is going to share some words, and then the U.S. Ambassador. Okay, so, Mr. Ambassador. Oh, excuse me, Major General Tony Anderson.
So, Your Excellency, Nicholas Perry, United States Ambassador to Jamaica, other members of the United States Embassy. We also have a number of friends from the U.S. And from the Chargé d'Affaires of the EU, and of course our own British High Commissioner, who's come to attend this, at least the opening. Hopefully you can stay with us for a while. We have persons out of Washington and New York who have come to join us at this event. And of course we have Dr. Peter Phillips, former Minister of National Security, and of other things, but I think in this context we'll stick to national security, and probably former Minister of Finance as the two that are most significant in this context. Other members of the diplomatic corps, other public officials, of course our moderators and panelists who are here with us today and will be sharing with us over the next couple of days, other specially invited guests, members of the media, and of course the persons who are joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone. I'm certainly happy to have this opportunity to share a few remarks and to sit on one of the panels to discuss this whole business of violence. And interestingly, the business of not just violent crime, but also criminal violence. It's interesting how that's phrased and framed. You can tell that there are some academics in the room and some thought that went behind that to craft these topics for the 9 panels that will be on over the next 2 days. And I think they address probably each aspect and every aspect of this whole business of crime and violence, both here and in the United States. And of course, there is a nexus between what happens here and there, because we have a large diaspora. And of course, for years, for many years, we've enjoyed a great partnership with U.S. law enforcement, from a law enforcement perspective, but of course, significant government to government relationships over that period. So this violence, and it's interesting, so there have been some discussions around the business of violence and violence being a sort of an epidemic here, and epidemiological view of violence has been raised as something that has been discussed many times. But I don't think the appreciation for what an epidemic is was as clearly appreciated 2 or 3 years ago as it is today, as the world went through the impact of a health pandemic or epidemic. So what this has done is given us an opportunity to move that idea of an epidemic or pandemic of violence into something very real for us. And so when we start to consider how you deal with one of those, then a number of things arise now that perhaps wouldn't have arisen before or even be considered palatable. But we did it around COVID-19. So that's just a thought that I'm going to leave out there. Obviously, the collection of persons who are going to be involved over the next 2 days and the different perspectives, looking through the panelists, we should get a really rich discourse around this business of violence, and hopefully, as Dr. Ronaldo had said, we will get some ideas of the way forward, but also a better sense of what is actually being done. And the idea that even when you come to the problem from different positions, different points of view, they're not mutually exclusive usually. And perhaps the solutions that we seek lie not in which one of these approaches we should take, but how do we combine these approaches to get the best possible outcome. Because there is really, and it's interesting when you've been in the business for a while, as I have been, I don't think there is an approach that somebody has come up with that they can't point to something and say, see, it worked. For a while. And we start to look at the analysis, and the capture of data allows us to analyze why it worked and why did it work for a time. And how do we join these things together in an effective way of ensuring that it works and works permanently. Now clearly, security and citizen security, national security is not just the business, especially when you start to talk about national security, is not just the business of a security ministry. And our safety and citizen security is not just the business of a police force, but the police force is a major actor in ensuring that that happens. And so we will have some more discussions about that, I'm sure, over the next couple of days. Obviously, as was said if you've looked at the programs in the foreword that was written by Dr. Ortiz, and they speak about some of the statistics around Jamaica being certainly at the moment the second highest rate of homicides in the world. I think we've been in the top 5 for the last 20 years or so. And it was interesting that, and reasonable, but broadly consistent with the trends of the past 5 years. I suggest that the trends we see have been those of the last 20 plus years. In 1997, we crossed the Rubicon of 1,000 of our citizens being killed intentionally in 1 year. And that does not include police or state shootings, just from criminal violence. And when you have a situation where 1,000 of when you cross that Rubicon, you set a new bar almost. Since then, we dipped below right afterwards, just for about a year or two, and then we've consistently, for 20 plus years, been above that level. but I don't know that we've ever really treated it as with the sort of concern that you should have for that level of violence. And so we have a chronic situation. Every now and again it seems to be acute, but once you look at history, once you look at time and what has happened, we've been consistently above for 20 years. We need to do something different. I come from the position of a practitioner in one sense, but also somebody who's done some studies in the field. As a practitioner, near 40 years ago, I was a young military officer going out on patrols to assist the police force. And interestingly enough, 40 years later, the youngster coming in, the young officer coming in, is on patrol, assisting the police in the same areas. Now, there's something, and I think everybody in the room, perhaps, and sorry if I'm only speaking about Jamaica, because I know we have US colleagues here, but our reality is that we can't afford, in my view, that 40 years hence, we are still having this conversation. We need to have a different one. We need some different threats, not the same old ones. Different challenges as a country, not the same old challenges. And so there are not many fora where we can have this kind of discussion. And so I'm certainly looking forward to having this discussion. And I want to thank Ambassador Perry for supporting this and creating, putting your weight behind having this who have just families, not just families here in Jamaica, but also in the Jamaican diaspora and others in the United States. We are very concerned about crime. It's especially criminal activity that contributes to a very high, more than alarming murder rate. Jamaica is a very solid, strong partner, and the U.S. Embassy has partnered with Jamaica throughout its 60 years of independence. The United States was one of the first countries to establish diplomatic ties with the government of Jamaica. Since then, we have supported and worked together on technical, bilateral, and global issues of mutual concern. The Fulbright program is one such way we collaborate with Jamaica. And today's symposium is a direct result of the Fulbright exchange program, as well as federal support of assistance for this event. As U.S. Ambassador to Jamaica, it is my pleasure to be here today. This symposium is the brainchild of U.S. Fulbright scholar Dr. Reynaldo Ortiz Minaya. Did I say that right? I'm working on my Spanish. Who is affiliated with the Institute of Criminology at the University of the West Indies, Mona. The concept of such a symposium was deemed timely to the policy discussions on the matter of security and crime experienced by both Jamaica and the United States. We thank each of you in advance as panelists, as attendees and participants, in whatever capacity, for your time and contributions in making this event successful. Security is a multifaceted area of concern. On this occasion, we are focused on the state agents of the state's interactions with average citizens and those institutions that provide checks and balances in the system. As a diplomatic mission, our efforts have been technical and resource-focused. For example, we have provided speedboats, lab equipment, and specialized training for investigators, prosecutors, and judges, to name a few of our direct collaborations. In the past year alone, our International Narcotics and Law Enforcement section has assisted the JCF to address police corruption through their anti-corruption policies and strategies. INL has supported the JCF Polygraph Unit since its inception in 2016 and has provided over $600,000 in support, to include the recent refurbishment of an office space to house that unit. And I was very pleased to have participated in the handover ceremony just a few weeks ago. Similarly, the JDF has partnered with the United States military and begun training exercises with the JDF Special Activities Regiment to ensure that the JDF has the capacity to conduct special operations to protect Jamaican citizens and keep Jamaica secure for American citizens who live here and who travel here to enjoy the great beaches and the warm climate. I understand that at least two very talented members of my embassy team, Dolan Greenidge from the Drug Enforcement Administration and Dominic Riley from the United States Postal Inspection Service will be participating in a panel today or tomorrow. And I'm looking forward to hearing very positive reports about the discussion that they will be involved in. Fundamentally, Jamaicans and Americans agree that security is not only a big deal, but it's big and broad. Let us explore ways to promote positive citizen experiences, effective operations, and solution-oriented policies during the 2 days we will be here. I'm sure that look forward to the benefits that we will obtain, and that your participation will help find a solution or point us towards the road to solving the problem of extremely high violence and death rate by murder and other criminal activity in this very normally peaceful island nation. Thank you, and enjoy the symposium.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your comments, and Major General Anderson as well. Before we proceed to panel 1, I'd like to also honor the presence of Ms. Deanna Logan, who represents the City of New York, the Department of Criminal Justice. At this moment, we're going to transition to panel 1. So I would like to invite the moderator, Ms. Joanna Callan, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask the first group of panelists, Major General Anthony Anderson, Dr. Honorable Peter Phillips, Dr. Jason Mackay, Lloyd Distance, and Alexander Coswell to join me on stage, please. Each panelist is going to have a 7 to 10 minute presentation, after which we will open up the floor for the question and answer session. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, we're doing panel 1, which is from crime to violence, from criminals to violence producers, the discursive and policy shift towards national and citizen security. I'm going to start on my left with Major General Anderson and just work the way down the line. So Major General Anderson, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Joanna, and good morning again to everyone. So, looking at the topic, there are a couple of aspects to it, and I'm going to just quickly run through perhaps 3 of them, and I'm going to start at the policy level. And since it spoke about a policy shift, and the nature of the policy shift, let me start there. So I think one of the largest shifts that I've seen in policy in recent times was the movement of security sort of from the periphery or from the margins to the center of government and government attention. And what I mean by that is, and I'll just carry back in a little bit of history quickly. In 2016, November, Jamaica entered an IMF standby agreement, which was a follow-on from a series of IMF support agreements that had taken place over the previous few years. So at that point in 2016, we moved to an IMF standby agreement. And for the first time, I think for the IMF and also for us, included in the benchmarks for this IMF agreement were actually citizen security benchmarks. Very unusual for what is largely a financial arrangement, and you're talking about debt to GDP, wage bills, and that sort of thing. But all of a sudden, we have security benchmarks in an IMF agreement. What that did, by putting it in there, was to recognize, even though it had been spoken about, but recognize in a tangible way that security is central to development and to meeting your development goals and your national goals. And that's a tangible response to that. Now, once you do that, then, and you've moved security to the center, it is no longer just the business of a minister who has a budget in national security to try and do and fix everything. It now moves from there to where it becomes a national and certainly a government responsibility. And so the interest in security changes. Now, once you start to look at it in that way, even though for years, as was discussed earlier, you have a human tragedy of people being killed and so on, and it impacts. But it also impacts a significant portion of your GDP. And what that means is that you move from the security as an expense to security as an investment. And that's a shift. So the security of people, not only do you get to address the human tragedy of insecurity, but you can start to address some of the economic and developmental concerns in the country. And I think that was a major shift. It meant that once you do that, all of a sudden, a number of things become fundable and become funded to start to build the capacity of not just law enforcement, but how you secure a country. And so you're talking about a multi-ministry approach, because you start to think about how you secure sectors and how you guard against shocks. And this was a discussion that was taking place without any thought of a COVID-19 pandemic. There was no thought of that. But right at that time, you're saying that it has to be broader. So what flowed from that was a plan called Plan Secure Jamaica. And Plan Secure Jamaica looked at those sectors that needed to be secure and allowed us to create a national plan that was in place and is in place. From that flows, as a subset of that now, is nested, of course, in the Ministry of National Security's plans, but also the other ministerial plans that are put together. Then if you keep going down the line, and then of course, then the national plan for the police has to now fit into a wider context. And because the strategic into 18, 19, and by early 2020 we were in a pandemic, and that kind of slowed things up a bit. So those from the law enforcement, and because here's where we start to get into impacts on crime and violence. And as I say, I have to be very quick. But I'm trying to show the nesting. So from the law enforcement perspective, of course, then the plans that we put in place for the policing plans that now go right down to the level of what happens at a division and at a station. And in the discussions, obviously coming down, and in the discussions, the whole idea of police reform that has been on the table for years, being discussed, is now in a position to be resourced. The nature of it, though, is that you're coming out of a hole, and you're building up, and then you're going to come out to the ground and start building the capacity. And largely we do it in three directions. One is how we deal with the law enforcement matters that face us today. And so you create greater agility and response, much greater use of science and technology in investigations, increasing your investigative capacity and so on, and you build out that. And then you have your whole transformation program, largely on 5 things. Your people, recruitment, training, continual training, and so on. Your structures, how the force is organized given current realities. Infrastructure, which is a key to delivering the kind of service you want to people. Then you're talking about our technology and our equipment and how that works together to deliver better outcomes. And of course is the business of service delivery and how we deliver better service. And so, for instance, pursuing ISO 9001 certification on service delivery and so on is just a part of it. Now, each one of these areas have specific plans that are being worked through as the capacity of the organization, its agility, and its ability to respond improves. However, one of the things that has been absent from most discussions about, and I'm coming down to the police level now, is what is the legitimate capacity of a police force. In other words, what is it that they are expected to do with the resources they have? Now, some of our academics who have studied this and have commented on it have said that you will find an investigator in Jamaica with 20 to 40 times the caseload of an investigator in some of the jurisdictions that we try to pattern ourselves off of. That has an impact. And the question is, and I'll probably stop here because I've been going on too long. The question is, if that is the case, do we build 20 times the capacity, or do we do other things to reduce the input? I'll just leave it here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peter Phillips.
Thank you very much. The starting point that I take is, I think that we have to recognize that increasing levels of crime and violence has been one of the major deficits in our experience as an independent country since some 60 years ago. And indeed, the continuation of current levels of criminal violence threatens to derail the entire independence project. It constitutes a major threat to our developmental capabilities. I shall try here to call both upon my past experience as would-be academic, I should say, some of which, for better or worse, was supported by Fulbright LASPA program, which would be probably before you were born. But appreciated nonetheless, and at UWI, and also try to call upon my practical encounters with the problem of national security during my stint as Minister of National Security. An important starting point, though often not accepted and grasped fully, is the fact that violence is in fact endemic to our national culture, has very deep roots in plantation slavery and the behavioral patterns which emerged from that. Throughout our history, I think one can say that almost all social relationships in all critical national institutions have been mediated by violence to a significant degree. At the workplace, the plantation, as all the literature tells us, Thistlewood Diaries and the like, was a place of unrelenting violence from sunup till sundown, imposed by those who were in control upon those who were the controlled. And that pattern of overarching violence also was present in the family, with a lot of child-rearing practices dominated by violence in schools. I think anybody who went to a school anywhere before 1980 can attest to that. Certainly where I went to school, I mean, caning and beating was a omnipresent reality. In the criminal justice system, punishments until probably the mid-70s included the application of lashes. And the only point I make is that it has created a society in which violent solutions to disputes and problems are accepted and indeed often commonplace. Interpersonal conflicts get resolved by violence, school infractions, the disciplining of children. It forms one might say, a substratum of the overall problem that we have, and implies that any solution is going to involve cultural transformation to a considerable degree. Over the past 60 years, violence and criminality has been transformed, one might say, from one of relatively low levels, certainly on par with the rest of the Caribbean and the rest of the region and the world, to one where our levels of violence and criminal violence have become among the highest in the world, certainly as measured by homicides, and where crime has become less a matter of one might say social dysfunctionality, individual dysfunctional behaviors, and more one where centered upon organized crime and criminal enterprise. That is to say, enterprise is driven by the need to accumulate profit like any other enterprise, yet their activities are fundamentally illegal activities. The activities that form the focus of these enterprises are essentially illegal activities. So I look at the post-independence period as consisting three main phases. The first, which extends, and I don't think one should take the timelines or the temporal distinctions as being precise or exact. There's overlap, of course, but a period of relatively low levels of homicides extending from where you had about 6 to 10 per 100,000, extending from around 1962 to the mid-70s, 64 thereabouts, where, as I said, crime was generally a matter of individual excess social dysfunctionality and social protest that occurred in the period. There were the so-called riots of 1965, the so-called anti-Chinese riots, the Black Power riots of 1968. There were bank robberies that were kind of organized in the name of social protest, really. And that phase, however, was overtaken in the mid-70s and a period extending through to the mid-80s by another pattern dominated by the gun at this point in time and dominated by political competition and social conflicts between communities falling within the ambit of different political parties. But the gun, while it emerged as the dominant weapon of criminal activity, used in criminal activity, was still not as generalized in its distribution as it is now. The third phase, extending from the end of the 80s to the present time, I think has become increasingly dominated by organized crime. And organized crime, which in reality, and one might almost say of necessity, has international dimensions to it, because it involves trading of commodities or services, and often with other jurisdictions, and the securing of resources, whether human or material, guns, ammunition, accounting services, and the like, from others, technical assistance in training of would-be militias and other criminals. The earlier phase was driven primarily by drug running, marijuana export, and cocaine transshipment. By about in the early part of the century, Jamaica, according to figures from the United Nations Drug Control Program, Jamaica was accounting for about 20% of all the cocaine transshipped from Colombia was transshipped through Jamaican waters or land territory. Efforts made by Jamaica and its international partners seriously reduced this, put a dent in that trade, and caused much of it to move offshore and into other nearby jurisdictions in Central America, Haiti, and elsewhere. But ironically, in a sense, it also generated an upsurge. The collapse of the cocaine generated an upsurge in criminal activity in Jamaica as the criminal organizations competed more emphatically for space and territory and income. And they branched out into other activities, other illicit activities, including murder for hire, extortion, scamming, and other dimensions of cybercrime, gun importation, and the like. The gun became the main instrument of violence, including machine guns, strangely because with the migrations as they continued to the United States in particular, you found this phenomenon where more and more gun running was not centrally controlled, but was more dispersed among all kinds of groups and widely distributed among communities. So some of the relevant features of this phase, which I am asserting is still typical of the current phase, is one, we need to grasp that the resources at play here are massive resources. I think oftentimes the country and many involved don't grasp how massive these resources are. And I am going back decades even, but we were able to trace millions of pounds coming into one community in Kingston because of from groups operating in the UK in collaboration with these groups. Those resources are used to purchase properties, purchase weapons, vehicles, and the like. But in turn, because of the massive resources, it helped reinforce a pattern of excessively violent behavior. And the reasons are not too complex to understand. Simply put, if you steal $2 million worth of cocaine from somebody, he can't go to the police and say, somebody has stolen my cocaine. So he has to impose his own deterrent. And that deterrent often involved not just identifying and killing those who stole the cocaine, but killing in order to deter anybody who had an idea, killing anybody associated with them. So you would see a murder somewhere up in the hills of Manchester of an old woman, but her only crime was that she was a relative of someone who was viewed by one of these criminals as having wronged them in some sort of way. So that pattern of excessive and demonstrative violence became even more embedded in this society. And this has generated and reinforced a culture of violence, which I think is at play now in many communities. And much of what the JCF has to deal with currently is this pattern more usually associated with scamming this time rather than drugs, where people feel the need to undertake excessive violence, not just against individuals, but against the community against which put up or from which their opponents come. The fourth point, I think, in this current phase that needs to be also understood is that these tremendous resources available to criminal enterprises have been widely used and continue to be widely used to corrupt officials and institutions. And a wide array of institutions and officials, from political parties, the churches, civil service institutions, security forces, court systems at various levels, and the like. So you now have, alongside a culture of violence, you have a mutually reinforcing culture of corruption, which has taken root in the country. Now, without going into any particular order of precedence, I think there are some signposts based upon experience as to how to get back to law-abiding civil society. I think we have to accept, and I want to reinforce a point made by Tony Anderson here, that we have to recognize that it will involve a whole of society effort. It's going to involve getting all the institutions of the society, the school system, court system, civil service, land titling, and all the rest of it to be joining in a united, coordinated effort. It's going to involve also a significant cultural revolution, an overused phrase and often with different kinds of meanings to different people. But it really will involve that. If you listen to a lot of what is portrayed in some of our music, and that is just sheer support for violence and violent behavior. And somehow we have to reverse those tendencies, because they encourage the view that says that even simple disputes within a family need to be resolved violently. So we're going to have to reorient these behaviors. It's going to involve our schools, family outreach. It is also going to involve straight community outreach. This is what was attempted with the Peace Management Initiative, to allow for some entity to reach directly to persons who are involved in much of this violence, personal violence. Not often convenient, wasn't at all viewed as convenient that the security forces should be leading this. But somehow you have to resolve some of these disputes other than by the sheer shedding of blood. And that means that there has to be some outreach. There needs also to be specific reform at the level of the security forces. Again, the Commissioner spoke to much of that. The culture of corruption has to be addressed. And let me say, probably shouldn't, but I say it anyway, that corruption doesn't affect only the junior ranks in the JDF and in the JCF. And unless the anti-corruption efforts are going to address the problem at all the levels, it won't have credibility, even in the force itself. And that's a problem that efforts have been made to address it in the past, but it needs to be much more sustained.
Sorry, Dr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to wrap up 30 seconds.
In less than 10. Competence in investigations and prosecutions, I think there has to be much closer integration between the prosecutorial elements and the investigative elements than is currently the case. It again was tried in some of the groups antecedent to MOCA. And again, we have to have an integration with all the other anti-corruption agencies, including MOCA, Integrity Commission, and the like. But there's much more, but most of all, it will require the engagement of all the institutions alongside the JCF in the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mackay.
Good morning.
Am I on now? All right, good morning, everybody. All right. Well, seeing as we have a very rigidly enforced 10-minute rule, and we're to spend less time explaining to you that we actually do have a significant increase in violence in an environment where there's a reduction in crime, because I think that is something that is understood by everybody. I think I had a slideshow here, but it's not there. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, my presentation is, why is there an increase of violent activity in an environment of reduced crime? And is there a short-term solution? Why and how? that we can change culture, although we have to. They want to hear that we have a short-term solution to be done now. Very impractical, but any short-term solution has to morph into a medium and long-term solution in some respects. And as it was previously, as has been said by this panel already, cultural change is important, and it doesn't happen in the short term. But I think right now we have to look on, can we find a short-term solution that at least starts the ball rolling to a medium and long-term solution. So, that being said, violence in Jamaica is to a large degree committed by gangs. Gangs that are financed by a number of areas, but to a large degree by persons who live overseas, who are sending down money, sending down resources, sending down guns, and sending down the stimulation to cause the conflicts. There is, of course, the extortion rackets that major gangs are involved in, but more minor gangs have started to be involved in. It used to be a Spanish town and downtown thing 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Now, it has become, it's developing into a thing that's happening into smaller districts within St. Catherine in particular. But you never really had that because these people who are operating these shops simply don't have the income to finance a true extortion racket. But that has now crept into the whole thing. But in essence, the murders are committed largely by this group. Now, it may seem like this group is not large, but if you think about custody of 4,000 people that largely are gang members and the active, and I've heard various figures knocked around, by me too, that we have about 10,000 active gang members around us. It's still a very large amount of people involved in gang activity. Now, am I gone again? All right. The gangs exist in Jamaica because of political history, poverty, and culture, among a few other factors. But these are the three areas that really make why our gangs are, I guess for want of a better word, more destructive, more dominant, and probably better at what they do than many other gangs. We have had a negative political history that I'd like to think is not really a big factor now. It has developed into culture, and this culture is become more of a culture of violence than a culture of crime, which is exactly what's happening here now. You have an environment where major crimes are reducing, but murder is increasing. The reality is that although we look on murder as our benchmark for almost everything, it has so much variables to it that it doesn't really make a lot of sense using murder in isolation. You see, when a violent, extremely violent act has been committed, there are so many factors that determine whether it ends in a homicide. It can largely be because of a good hospital service. It can be because of the ability to transport people for medical care. It can be that you have particularly skilled assassins or lousy. It depends on a number of factors. So using murder as the benchmark is one of the big blunders we make. I like to look at it more as an extreme violent event. And if we perhaps start to measure that statistic, then we could look on the impact of law enforcement better on how we are actually controlling crime. You don't look on the murder in isolation. Look on the shootings, look on the stabbings, look on the attempted murders, and then compile that figure as extreme violent events, and you can compare 1 year to that a little bit better. But most crimes are committed by gangs, and one would ask, why is it that while crime is reducing, murders are still going up? And it's actually a lot simpler than I think from a tactical or a less technical standpoint, for want of a better word. It's simply because the lack of police control over gang-dominated territories. It's really that simple. You see, for somebody within a garrison, for want of a better word, a squatter settlement, he doesn't have to go very far to commit murder or to commit a shooting or so. Now, if he's going to commit a crime, a robbery, he usually has to leave where he is to do it. So where the actual gangs are in residence, normally the police don't have that type of hour-to-hour control over it. No, so you'll have a strong police presence in halfway tree, and it in some ways may be able to reduce robberies. But then if you go into the parts of Maxfield Avenue, you don't and simply can't have the type of police presence in these communities that would stop a guy simply traversing a couple zinc fences and killing somebody else. It just doesn't exist. So to prevent this, you require the occupation of gang control zones, which cannot be provided by Jamaica's law enforcement apparatus at this point. We just don't have the numbers for it, and we simply can't afford it. Now, there is also a crisis in relation to labor generally now, and this is something that is new. But high school graduates are not available for recruitment into the JCF, the JDF, security companies in the way that they previously were because of the BPOs, call centers, and immigration, more university opportunities. A number of factors have made there a shortage of labor available to law enforcement agencies. So this is really where I want to morph into establishment of a JCF reserve, and this is my short-term solution that I alluded to earlier. I'd like it to be modeled off the JDF in respect of required training. There is reserves. JDF, as you know, has an active reserve, and there is no differentiation in any real way between the required training of a full-time JDF soldier to a reserve JDF soldier, nor is there any separation or distinction between the full-time and auxiliary in respect to recognition of ranks and so on. So what I'm looking on is a similar situation between the JCF, with the JCF that mirrors the JDF. If you don't have this occupation that I speak of, we could strategize all we want. It's that simple. If you don't have the men on the ground to stop very impractical and well-armed young men from crossing the road to kill somebody, then they're going to continue killing somebody. And in order to do that, we have to have a target size of about 20,000 persons who make themselves available 8 hours a week each, 14 days a year, and 1 weekend per month. If you look on this type of time outlay, then you're looking at what would basically convert to a full-time force, auxiliary force of about 5,000, but because it's 20,000 persons giving part-time, it gives the JCF on the ground about a capacity of about 5,000 more if you were to measure it against full-time. The training is the current 8 weeks training given to district constables in modules conducted over 6 months. So with remote education as we now have it and so on, a lot of the things that we have to teach at the training school, we can now teach remotely other than, fieldcraft, firearms and that type of thing. But currently, the district constables go through about 8 weeks of training. What we want is some way for that to become some degree of it to be remote and some degree of it to be within the training school. But this 8-week period is what would convert a citizen to a police officer. And really and truly, that's what divides the two. You go through your training, you swear an oath, and you are a police officer. This is why persons who work with MOCA, who may not be JCF members by the time the transformation is complete, are still very much law enforcement. And if you look on the United States models, you have various aspects of law enforcement that doesn't fall necessarily under a centralized police station, U.S. Marshals, Customs, Immigration. They're, in many ways, law enforcement is just the same. There's a legislative framework that is provided by the District Constables Act. It's already there and has been there for think about the early to mid 18th century. It exists now. Currently, the district constabulary employs about 2,000 full-time persons with 1 and 2 part-time, but really and truly it's a 40-hour-week job. It's now pensionable. However, there's some problems that came with that in the sense that once they made it a full-time organization, then you can have little or no auxiliary participation. The reality is that it doesn't pay very much, so it's going to be very difficult for you to get persons to give 40 hours a week who have a full-time, who are able to give you that in a full-time situation. Simply doesn't exist. So what you have done is effectively cut out the reserve, the auxiliary portion of the citizenry to get involved in policing. If the JDF did what was done by creating this to be a 40-hour mandatory, then what would have happened is that they would have no reserve. And the reserve is a very important part of the JDF's ability to respond. So this increase of numbers allows for occupation as part-time district constables. Basically, they can perform the duties currently being carried out by full-time members, making full-time members available for occupational duties, and they themselves can participate in the occupation themselves. The legal framework, as I said earlier, is already there. It doesn't require that much alteration. Other than a few years ago, the district constables started to fall under the Civil Servants Act. This was to allow for pensions. And this is very important because you have thousands of persons there working who need a pension and have worked hard for a pension. What I'm suggesting is that there could be some alteration that allows for part-time duties as it previously did, and this is how it worked for many years. So it has to be two-pronged. If it's single-pronged in any way, if it's single-pronged then it's only full-time, then it disallows participation from the majority of the country. If it only allows for part-time, then you cut persons who are no pensionable out of their pension. So this really is an adjustment of a law and a policy within the JCF to make this happen. Nothing else will result in a statistical reduction in murders. And in the short term, I mean, I'm a big proponent on social change and adapting culture by changes in the social structure of inner cities, in improving infrastructure. But I'm here to talk on a short-term solution. I can give you an extremely long presentation on a medium and a long-term solution too. But because this particular topic is dealing with short-term, I'm going to be quite frank with you. No matter what you do, even if we should increase the capacity of investigators by another 1,000, we're going to significantly impact the statistic. We're going to have persons in the space which are currently dominated by gangs.
Dr. Mack, I'm going to ask you to...
you see I was dead on. All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Mackay. Before we go any further, I'm just going to ask persons to put their cell phones on silent so they don't interrupt the panelists, please. Thank you. Mr. Distant.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. Fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And with all protocols being observed, I will just sort of talk through a couple of, share with you the thought process that went into the national consensus on crime. And the title that we're talking about this morning, Violent Crime, and difference between crime versus violence and criminals versus violence producers. As we discussed the primary driver, which was to get all of Jamaica, civil society, government, opposition, aligned on how we fight crime. In the course of the discussion, what came out from some of the academics that were within the group was, and as well as the other stakeholders in the group, was that in itself we have crime as one component, but there are bigger issues, or certainly more impactful issues, surrounding violence and corruption. And as we spoke about the target, which was about a sustainable reduction in crime, it became a sustainable reduction in crime, violence, and corruption. So violence and corruption are crimes within themselves, but we found it necessary and important to expand the focal point of the objective to identify violence and corruption as two components that we needed specific attention from all of Jamaica for us to attain that sustainable reduction that we wanted to achieve. The consensus itself and the thought behind it, and I smiled as Commissioner Anderson was making his earlier presentation this morning when he said national security is not for the Ministry of National Security to solve by itself. Citizen security is not a JCF issue to itself. There's a very clear requirement, objective understanding that all of Jamaica needed to rally behind a particular set of initiatives, programs, activities for us to attain this sustainable reduction. Just around that time, the former Minister of National Security, leader of opposition at the time, we'll all recall there were a lot of discussion around states of emergencies and those sorts. So this is 2018 going into 2019, going into 2020. And the discussion around the clear hold and build strategy came very much to the forefront of how does the police operate, the issue of capacity, the issue of utilization of the military. And again, one of the academics pointed out in the course of the discussions that do we realize that when you use the term clear in the context that we're using it, it's actually counter-insurgency language. Is that something that is sustainable? Well, we certainly don't believe it is, and I don't believe anybody believes that approach in itself is sustainable and will deliver for us a sustainable reduction in crime. We reverted to looking at Plan Secure Jamaica as well, and all the key and important elements, most of the key and important elements to achieve a reduction in crime were embodied in that document as well. But as we took a look at it, we believe that there are some important components that were not highlighted enough or pulled out in such a way that if we're going to get all of Jamaica on board, that people will actually jump and come together to make this reality. And the discourse that says most Jamaicans are just focused on what we see in the media, the number of murders, right? So it's about violence, that's what we see in the media, and we coin and contextualize that as being the problem, the embodiment of the crime problem in Jamaica. And if once you start to think like that, then the only thing that comes to your mind is a view that there's this criminal justice ecosystem, the responsibility of the Jamaica Constabulary Force to find persons and send them to the justice system, the responsibility of the justice system to incarcerate them, and the responsibility of the Department of Correctional Services to house and hold these criminals that we want to get out of society. And when you focus your thoughts along the lines of that criminal justice ecosystem, what you begin to lose is the fact that this does not solve the deeper issues, the longer-term issues that have become what I'd call what we all speak about in terms of the cultural, the social, the community, the urban blight. We have to think about what happens with the squatter communities and urban redevelopment that needs to take place. And, of course, this focal conversation that we eventually pulled out around victimization. When we look at crime, the two biggest buckets are gang on gang crime, or let me say gang on gang crime, probably about in the region of 76, 78%. I don't know what the exact figures are now. And then we have this whole statistic around domestic violence, and whether this is gender-based violence, violence against children, violence against the aged. So when we look at what drives that term victimization, again, gender-based and violence against children, this is not endemic to the gang operations themselves. This is largely a cultural issue. We say the way to discipline the child is, give him too big hit, but then when you hit that person, you yourself are producing violence. So I don't know if you start to call anybody, or certainly we should, consider anybody within the domestic violence context inflicting violence on another as a violence producer. But what they're also doing is reinforcing for that next generation that this is acceptable going forward. And so for us to get to that sustainable reduction, we all can envision, and certainly all have accepted, that getting that social, cultural, community transformation, how we engage, how we deal with parenting, how we as a community parent or become that village that we've all sought to be, or that we all speak about, becomes very important. So we take that transitional step that says, okay, we need to get all of Jamaica behind this. But for us to get all of Jamaica behind this, we all need to come to a common definition and common understanding of what the issue is and how we solve it. So it's very often, if you go out and ask a man in the street, you'll hear very different comments around what will solve this crime problem. I recall, and I'll call out the private sector, I'm from the private sector. I recall a private sector leader saying, forget everything else you're doing. If you deal with theft of electricity, we will solve this crime problem in Jamaica. And we laugh, it sounded ludicrous, but that was what is in that person's head, and he was very vociferous around that being the solution. Until we get all of Jamaica to rally together to provide a consistent view of these are the things that we're going to do. And even if it's about embracing the short term, whilst we enact some of the cultural, some of the social and community transformation activities, it's about understanding that this problem we have did not take place overnight. It's a 40, 50-year problem. It's going to take us some time. Some people say it's a generation or two to solve. Nobody wants to hear that either. But for us to actually begin the process, we've got to start somewhere. The government and the opposition, I believe, did a great service to Jamaica when they got together and said, here are the things that we're going to come together and agree to sustain over an extended period. And it's just for us as the citizenry to get behind it and to hold them accountable for delivering on these things. So, I will pause and sharing right there, and we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Distant. Mr. Coswell?
Sorry. As a crime of violence, as it's one. It's understandable because during that time, they were pretty, not the most tumultuous here Jamaica has seen, but pretty bad in terms of both category 1 crimes. Well, category 1 crimes include murders and shootings, but also burglaries, larcenies, a range of other phenomena. And in 2005, I think I recall that I think that says that Jamaica was number 3 in the world in terms of violent death. That year, the only countries that beat us was by a little bit El Salvador, because they had a particularly bad year, and Iraq, which was going through a war. And so it's understandable that during this period, and from before, people developed all these what I like to call folk theories about what the causes of both crime and violence in Jamaica. Lots of these folk theories include poor nutrition, a crisis of mental health across the country. My personal favorite is we descend from particularly rebellious or violent people, and that's what makes Jamaica stand out in terms of Africa. Also, things like lack of opportunity, inequality, a range of other things. I mean, lack of electricity is a new one. It's new too, but I put in the knowledge of some of my favorite folk theories. But with these, there's 3 main problems with this way of looking at with these folk theories and the way of looking at crime and violence together as one. One is that Jamaica, as I've pointed out, is an outlier in murder, and none of these folk theories explain why. because you can point to a whole lot of other countries that suffer from the same kind of problems and more, and are much poorer and have much worse mental health issues and have much poorer nutrition, and they do not have the same levels of murder that we experience.
Sorry, Alex, you can just move up closer to the mic, please. I think some of the members of the audience are having a problem hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another problem with which Dr. Mackay alluded to is the divergence in crime and violence that we've seen over the last 10 to 12 years. Now, I wish he had included, and if I had known, I would have included the graph to show you the Category 1 crimes since around 2010 to show you. It's actually pretty fascinating and striking, because all Category 1 crimes, except for murder and shooting, have trended downwards year upon year since about 2010. And murders and shootings, which you may categorize as violence, I like to use the term homicidal behavior, it has stayed almost constant with various dips and flows, but always above 1,000 murders per year. So placing crime and violence in one category does not make sense in that context. It does not explain that divergence. The third problem is a lot of these folk theories that have the underlying assumption of irrationality, that the murders are a result of people being hot-headed. They're not thinking about their decisions. They can't think of a better way to solve their disputes or problems. They're just reacting, and I don't think there's any evidence for that our murder problem is a result of broad irrationality. That view still holds in other places, and I think that's why you have a lot of social interventions over the past few decades have been geared towards trying to help people in particular violent communities to figure out a better way to solve their issues. A lot of people recommended cognitive behavioral therapy as a panacea to solve our violent problems, as if, again, the assumption is irrationality on behalf of murders. Now, I'd like to put it to you that our murder problem is not as a result of irrationality or any of these other folk issues. Murder, there's a logic to the violence in Jamaica. As Dr. Mackay pointed out again, we have a murder problem because we have a gang problem. I think the JCS statistics say about 80% of murders committed in Jamaica every year are committed by gangs. And they're not committed just out of gangs, just killing for the sake of it. Gangs have reasons that they commit it. They're trying to deter violence, they're trying to get revenge, which is just deterring future violence. They're trying to stop people informing. They're trying to scare people. They're trying to intimidate. They're trying to enforce control over territory in which they operate. This is what makes our gang problem like an insurgency problem. And I don't mean to be, I know some people say I'm being hyperbolic. I'm going to explain why I'm not being hyperbolic. I think people think I'm being hyperbolic because they have a skewed view of what an insurgency looks like. Most of the deaths when countries experience an insurgency or a civil war, most of the deaths in an insurgency are not due to one side shooting the other side. They're the result of insurgent groups and sometimes governments trying to maintain order within their own territory that they control. So a lot of the violent deaths in an insurgency looks a lot like murder, and just general straight up murder. And it's insurgent groups trying to maintain control of their territory, prevent defection to the other side, and just like maintain a sense of order so that they can carry out their operations. If you were to map a kind of graph, the ontology of violence and insurgency and the ontology of the violence as in a country without gangs, you'd see that they map on pretty similarly. And if you still don't believe me, overcrowding and lack of infrastructure in Kingston. Now, these communities have become safe havens for these gangs. Kilcullen refers to them as peri-urban because they're not a part of the life of the regular city. They exist in a kind of in-between state. And you and I experience this every day because I grew up in Jamaica and barely visited one of these communities. And honestly, I was involved in some kind of charity or work or something. You can spend your whole life in Jamaica and almost never visit one of these, in Kingston and never visit one of these communities. They're not a part of the life of the regular city. As Dr. Mutai pointed out, police don't have a lot of control over these areas. They're completely captive to criminal elements. Now, another reason why they're semi-isolated is because it's not just that they can't leave, people can't leave, it's that they don't leave as a matter of practicality. I mean, you have 7 generations of one family living in the same house, in the same community. Not at the same time, obviously, but over time. And can any of us imagine living in the same house as our great-great-great-great-grandmother? It's unusual. These populations are captive there, in effect. And the continuing existence of these communities and letting these populations remain captive is what allows these gangs to have these safe havens. And the amount of safe havens that exist across the island is what allows for the proliferation and the continued existence of these gangs. And as long as we have hospital environments for these gangs, we will have a murder problem because murders are the homicidal behavior was a function of the proliferation of gangs, and the proliferation of gangs is a function of the existence of these safe havens, these communities as safe havens. And so if you want to, I disagree with Dr. Malkyle and some of the people a bit, there is in fact a short-term solution to this. It is to undo or to break down the barriers that exist between that prevent these communities from integrating into the regular life of the city, the regular economy. And those barriers include things like lack of land tenure, and lack of infrastructure that makes you and I not want to buy into these communities or not able to buy into these communities because we couldn't get the title for the land down there. Break these abusive barriers, which are included as a part of the ZOZO program. And ZOZO, by the way, Claire Hona built, as my friend here pointed out, is also based on counterinsurgency theory for this reason, in recognition that our problem is like an insurgency. But if we break down these barriers, we can, in the short term, integrate these communities into the life of our regular socioeconomic life, and we'll deny these violent organizations safe havens from here on out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caldwell. We are going to go straight into the Q&A. Before I start asking my questions, I'm going to open up the floor, the audience, if anybody wants. I see one hand. There are mics to either side of the aisle behind you, Diana. Dr. Thorburn, you have the first question, please.
Okay, thank you. Diana Thorburn, Director of Research at the Caribbean Policy Research Institute. Quickly I want to congratulate Ronaldo on bringing this together. I think it's a really important discussion for us to be having, the symposium in general, and this in particular, because I think that for all of us operating in the citizen security space, for want of a better way of calling it, are trying to grapple with this distinction between what is crime and what is violence. And I think everybody here kind of talked towards it or around it. I heard Lloyd saying that in CMOC they were grappling with separating crime and violence and corruption. I heard Mr. Caldwell say that he wants to call it homicidal behavior, but I don't get the sense that we are really clear on where those lines are drawn and how do we use those lines in thinking about better policy programs, strategies, whether it's policing strategy or interventions targeting at-risk youth or urban design, if we're going to go along the lines of what Mr. Caldwell said. And so I wanted to hear from everybody really more about what that delineation actually means. We call it a discursive shift, but what it really means for policy. And I think we can all acknowledge that there has been a discursive shift. Everybody spoke to that. But what does it really mean? And just before I go, I have to say, Lloyd, this issue of electricity theft resolving that, is actually not a far-fetched idea and something Capri is working on right now.
Okay, I'm going to give each panelist 30 to 45 seconds to respond to Dr. Thorburns' questions so we can take some more questions from the audience.
All right, so yeah. I wonder if there's a politician in the room. Right. Okay. So that's a good point. Where does one end and where does the other one begin? So a feature of it and how it impacts what we do is that we know for sure that one of the biggest indicators of a murder that's going to take place or a shooting is that there's been a previous one. And the closer that is to somebody who is related to that person, most recently, we just had a problem in Spanish Town, and we have a situation there where gangs are fighting. Criminals are actually at war with each other. One of their mothers got killed. So another mother got killed. And then a cousin got killed. And a father got killed. And when that starts to happen, then you're in a situation where you're unlikely. So police action of the traditional sense, i.e. occupation, arrest, and so on, delays the follow-on act of violence. It usually doesn't prevent it. So what we do as a force is that we have a proactive violence interruption strategy. We have an early attribution strategy that indicates that as early as possible after the violent act has occurred, we want to know who did it, get a sense of why it happened, why the conflict is there. And we have persons who are violence interrupters and actually go into these situations to try and bring the temperature down. It also means that from time to time, it means that you'll have to do, and that's where you actually, the value of things like pre-charge detention and where things take place, cooling off people, because they will want to kill when certain things happen. So there are not only policies, but there is a recognition that this is how the violence works and how it will spin out if you don't interrupt it. Now, normally in a community, ultimately when there are no cameras, when there are no other people there, communities that are not part of the city, as was discussed earlier, we are there, the police are there. So we are the first responders, and we are the ones who respond. So we have to provide services that are not just traditional policing services, but we go into all the other services. So that's actually, it's that recognition, 76% gang, 14% interpersonal, 6% in pursuit of other crimes, 1% mob killings, and about 5 that usually remain undetermined. That's how it splits up. And obviously the responses has to interrupt that 76% first. The interpersonal, that is beyond just domestic, but interpersonal violence accounts for a big 14% chunk of that. It causes us to do things like put in domestic violence centers at our stations to deal with these things, train people on these things. So it's a comprehensive approach. So you have this broad comprehensive approach that was spoken about, but even within the organization, you have a comprehensive approach of doing things not in ors, but in ands.
I think we can properly distinguish the cultural drivers and separate that in defining the violence problem generally and finding solutions. I think that in terms of the crime problem, criminal violence problem, which is a particular subset, what I have found probably an oversimplification is two things. First of all, the designation of gangs and inter-gang often confuses in the mental picture that we create between what you might call primary group associations between individuals, groups in communities, and what is in effect organized criminal enterprise. Now, some of these enterprises are huge enterprises. We have some before the courts now, and we know of them in the past. And others are burgeoning, nascent enterprises, and often those in formation tend to be more violent because they are less established. But in both cases, I think we need to focus on the individual. The most effective deterrent that I have seen is identifying the person who is involved in the violence, mounting a proper investigation to be able to bring them before the criminal justice system, the courts, and taking them out of circulation and cutting off the income that keeps spawning these enterprises. Now, but there's another reason to look at the individuals, because some of the work that I have seen from Herbert Gale points out that you have a relatively small number of people that are responsible for multiple murders, and that implies some kind of psychological malfunction that is taking place. And he has identified some of the driving elements, the absence of a father figure in some of these, and more than that, the abandonment by mother, he says, is the critical factor in this. But you have individuals responsible for 10 and more murders. If you take them out, and the term is not meant to reflect bloodlust. It is really meant to take them out of circulation in normal society. If you do that, you are making a huge contribution. But even more, if you can identify those predisposed to that behavior before they, in fact, become involved in such behavior and have the mental health and other interventions in schools, then you can get ahead of the problem also. But identify those causing the problem. Modern policing is it was like a mantra. Modern policing is intelligence-driven policing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mackay.
If I'm to understand the question, it's really the separation between the analysis of violence versus crime in general. That was what I was getting from it. And how do they coexist with one reducing, one increasing? As I said earlier, it comes down to proximity and logics. You can secure a high traffic zone, a high commercial zone, create resources in that area, human and otherwise, that create some degree of barriers to crimes being committed. However, and you will find at that point a reduction in certain crimes, robberies and so on and so forth. You'll notice in COVID that there were drops in break-ins and sexual offences and so on also, simply because everybody was contained at home. So it's harder to rape in an environment like that because there's more persons collectively together, and as well as there's people home, so you're going to have less breaking. There's less people in public spaces, you're going to have less robberies. It didn't really help us that much in murders, largely because these guys don't have to kill very far from home, and the curfews in effect were arterial. They stopped movement on the roads and so on, so you found that persons leaving the community to commit crimes otherwise was restricted, but the ability for them to go over 3 or 4 zinc fences and attack a neighboring community or a neighboring lane, because they're very, very close, it really wasn't impacted by it. So again, yes, there is a big cultural issue that persons would choose violence as their primary control or their primary method to deal with conflicts, but it is also a logical issue as well. It's very easy to do. A lot of the victims are criminals themselves, and the average person is less likely to get involved in the judicial process if he thinks that the victim is somebody who had it coming, to put it quite loosely. So how you can divide it is you look on violent crime and look on how it takes place. So if you're having homicides that are taking place as a result of robbery, it's a different analysis than if you have homicides taking place as intra-gang conflicts and in very small zones. I hope that may answer your question in some way. Thanks.
I think, like Dr. Mackay, I tried to go through my mind to ensure let's go back through the question to ensure I understood what you were asking. And so for me, it actually started with coming to a common definition of violence. So crime is crime, and we can look at that in the broadest context. Not all corruption, not all robberies are necessarily violent. But by definition, we can say homicides, shootings, rapes, but then we now need to be able to start capturing data like a robbery that where the person utilized some type of violence, attempted murders as an example. So once you come to that common definition and are able to gather the data, then the targeting of the programs will become a lot easier. I would have to say, from what I have seen, there are very specific programs and activities across several organizations that are targeted at dealing with the issue of violence. The Commissioner mentioned a few, and I got to, having had many of these conversations with him and his team, I have to certainly commend the approaches that they're taking, because they're taking it from a number of different elements. As you get into the work of the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, when they're dealing with the National Strategic Action Plan against gender-based violence, they're very clear on the different types of, there's much clarity on the different types of interventions that are required. So from the perspective of the question, that common definition, the ability to gather the data and then to have targeted programs attending to it, and whether some of that is policy and legislative, and whether some of that is whether it's a non-governmental organization or the JCF or a ministry, just to ensure that they're very targeted in their approaches.
Sorry. So the discursive distinction between crime and violence is, I think it's very important, because it gets to the heart of what government is. You will always have crime, and crime will always evolve. Yesterday we had drug trafficking, tomorrow we have scamming. It's always have various people always find a way to subvert the law, all that kind of stuff. But violence gets to the core of what government is. As to borrow from my friend Max Weber, one of government's first duties is to establish the legitimate monopoly on violence. Government is violence. So when we talk about Jamaica has a violence problem, we're talking about We're talking about people competing and undermining the government's legitimate claims to the use on the monopoly on violence. It's a discussion above what run-of-the-mill criminology deals with. We're coming into the realm of strategy. How do we compete for space that is being claimed by illegitimate violence producers? We're talking about, we get into logic of deterrence, of denying the enemy comfort and resources. It's more of a strategic competition now, than just run-of-the-mill law enforcement. Run-of-the-mill law enforcement is not to underplay the importance of law enforcement, of course, but it's a level above that we talk, because strategy comes at the political level. So government has to decide now how they want to handle space that is being controlled by groups that are essentially trying to provide their own forms of government. And that's the conversation they have. And that is why the establishment of the Zozo law is a watershed moment, because now it kind of formalizes the military's role in dealing with this major problem by bringing them in a formal way, whereas before they were just supplying support to law enforcement. Now they're actively a part of dealing with these, how do you want to call it, rogue territories, or so that exists in our midst. That's what the distinction needs to be. But again, can I add on to that? Why, even though I said refer to sites available and governments being having a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence, I still prefer to use the term homicidal behavior, because using the term violence generally, I think it kind of, it doesn't capture instances of violence like, robbery to me is violence, rape is violence, and those things are trending downwards, and so it's me, and so more probably those in the realm of crime. So, but also it kind of, the use of violence kind of ends up supporting or seeming to support or allowing for one of these folk theories that about how low levels of violence lead to are the building blocks on which homicidal behavior is. Like, for example, so preventing boys from fighting each other in schools is somehow going to undermine a general culture of violence that's going to bring down the murder rates. Those are two different phenomena. They're not connected I've seen no indication they're connected in the slices. So yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you. Mr. Levy, you have a question?
I would like to thank Senor Reynaldo Ortiz very, very much. And so much richness to really make one want to comment on several issues. I'm going to concentrate just particularly on the last one by Alex Coswell, a very, very challenging comments of his. But I want to focus very briefly just on what the first panelist, Commissioner Tony Anderson, raised, because he brought forward an extremely important historical point, which is the introduction of security into the IMF's agreement with us. Because what that has led to, as he points out, is the importance, the central importance of the kind of security that we have focused on. And what this has meant is the shunting aside, the displacement and this is a key thing, of family security, food security, health security, educational security. These have all been replaced now by the physical security of what Lloyd has called the crime justice collection, where the police or the military arrest you, it goes to the courts, it goes to the correctional services, that whole set of things. Is this something we want? The source of it, one can inquire into, or the sources. Clearly, there's an international source, it's the IMF that brought it in, but there's more than that. That the wars which have preoccupied this century so much. We have one going on right now in Europe, but there are others preceding that in Afghanistan, Iraq, and so on. So wars have taken over, and violence of that sort, extremely important internationally. Is that what's the source of our preoccupation with the kind of security, the displacing security that we're focused on? I don't know, I raise it. I find it extremely undesirable to have security that displaces these other areas of family, health, education, and so on.
Sure, go ahead, Commissioner. You want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Levy. So, I mentioned about the policy shift that put security central as not only a driver of improved economic life, developmental life, and so on, but I made the point that what flowed from that was a plan called Plan Secure Jamaica, which actually seeks to protect all of the sectors that you just spoke about. So health security is one of them, the security of our financial sector, and therefore it starts to deal with matters like the cyber attacks and how you develop the resilience, the cyber resilience of a country. It talks about how you protect your blue economy and therefore the livelihood of your people. And it's a comprehensive view of security that now involves all ministries, not just as policing to target criminals, but as a broader sense of security. From that now flows the aspect of that comes under the Ministry of National Security, that has to respond to the actual deaths, and this is not the actual deaths of Jamaican citizens for the last decades who have died at the hands of particular people, murderers, who have been killing our people non-stop for over 1,000 a year, that need a certain amount of focus on them, or that killing will not stop. And so it is to actually defund or to remove or not fund law enforcement in that context would be a very big mistake, and it's a mistake that we have paid the price for over time, and a significant price in lives. And interesting, just quickly, a quick comment, and Alex spoke about the zone of special operations, and I'm going to briefly, just very quickly, talk about the state of public emergency, because that is a very topical thing. So what occurs in that, in real life, is that all violence goes down when you impose it. Not only criminal violence, but the violence of the police force or the military. All forms of violence reduce. And that is what the numbers say, that's what the statistics show. And it happened the first time one was imposed, we got a 72%, 240 less people died in St. James. These are the actual numbers. 240 less people died in St. James. And there was a 22% reduction overall in the country. this is what happened. So, and it happened in an environment where less violence occurred, less police shootings, and certainly less criminal shootings, and communities felt safer, and every survey that was done suggests that they wanted it.
Sorry, Ms. Lee. Go ahead.
What do you mean? The focus on security that we have is that security is offered by providers, by the community's involvement, the people's involvement in contributing to security. Contribution of other contributions are replaced by what the police can do, what the military can do, and they can't do all the things that are really needed to be done. And so there is and then when you look at the amount of finances, the increased budget to the Ministry of National Security compared to which has taken place over years, to the budget that should have been going into the courts and to the court system, into correctional services, into education, into improving family life. All these have suffered as a result of the heavy financing that's gone into one sector.
Well, I don't agree with that. They're ours. I think we need to do and to get this system going. Not only does that investment need to take place in there, but downstream, certainly in the courts, I agree with you, and in corrections, we need to reduce the recidivism of 40+% that we have now. Otherwise, the problem just keeps coming back on us. So I will agree with you that the expenditure needs to be broader, but when I speak about the expenditure on security, it can't just be on police. It is on the criminal justice system as one aspect of it. And of course, I mean, there's a lot of funding that goes into communities, but the idea of the community not being involved, and I think we have a panel coming up where I have Senior Superintendent Ellis, who's here, right there, and he did some really interesting things within the pandemic, but also as police and community that has spawned a lot of interest and support from the private sector across the country. So he'll be speaking about that when it comes to the community.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I am going to apologize to panel number 2. We are slightly running over due to the late start, so I am taking 5 extra minutes from your panel. As a moderator for that panel, I'm pulling moderator privileges and just stealing 5 minutes. I see Nadia is standing up. Nadia, you have a question?
It was a really quick question, but it's almost provocations to different points that were raised, so we don't have to cover it right now. Dr. Nadia Figueroa, thank you so much for the level of stimulation and thought that you've given us. I have things that were just buzzing around in the back of the mind that I wanted to throw out there. One would start actually with Peter Phillips, the cultural revolution that's required, and addressing corruption, the kind of campaign that's required to move the needle on corruption. Where do you see leadership and strategies for that sitting? I felt there were lots of nodding in the audience when you talked about the fact that there's something historically about how violence has played out in our culture as far as how we view ourselves, in our relationships, our power dynamics, and absolutely in our institutions, beginning with the political parties. Any kind of holistic response has to deal with that. But when you talk about culture and how diffuse it is, where is that being driven strategically but also people-wise? I think also Lloyd Distant would have fantastic kind of input on that. Mr. Carswell, I have to, on the the reference you made to what is the connection, there isn't much between maybe the intervention, say, with schools and young men and violent activity there, and then what we're seeing with gang criminality, and really needing to focus on deterrence and just being kind of focused on that. I guess my challenge is I can easily see a situation in which we get brilliant at deterrence, but if the conditions, if the factory that is producing the producers is still going strong, that are we in a constant cycle of becoming more and more excellent at deterrence, but not dealing with conditions. Which brings me back to Major General, because I think you said in your opening, I really felt that it's going to be a combinational response. And in Mr. Levy's kind of provocation, what I feel there is so much of when we talk about securitization, we have the whole stabilization of the economy moment, we're living it. Now we have the securitization of our society moment, we're living it. JCF, JDF, pivotal in that. Ministry of National Security, pivotal in that. It took the IMF to prod for us to put that into the higher level national thinking and planning. But as you have said, it is not the JCF alone. It is not a one ministry alone. How are we getting to the place where we're talking more about thriving communities, with security as we have more narrowly seen it being core to that, but all the other elements of security being essential? And when we talk about the trust, respect between police and community, we're making such progress, we have further to go. Where is that sitting? Where's the vision and the leadership for the joined up, holistic, all of society approach when we talk about thriving communities which do not have violence producers, but where there is the educational attainment, the health access, and I'm putting it to you because you've been put in this leadership position and you're saying it's not just the police. But there's a way in which it has been put on formal national security, when of course it's a bigger conversation. So I know we can't cover all of that, but it felt like those were really interesting provocations that came out. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are running a little over, so there's a lot of room for discussion. I think we could sit down here all day debating this issue. However, I am going to have to cut this short so that we can accommodate and make sure the rest of the panels go on time, because we are utilizing people's times and we don't want to assume that they're free after this. So I want to thank the panelists, Major General Anderson, Dr. Phillips, Dr. Mackay, Mr. Distance, and Mr. Coswell. I want to thank you for participating in this panel. And panelist number 2, I'm going to ask you to just stand by in the interim. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that there's a lot to discuss with so many stakeholders in the room. However, in respect for the second panel's time, I'm going to ask that everybody take their seats so that we can get started on the next panel, please. On this panel, we have Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Fitzbailey. Beside him is Ms. Venetia Phillips, Counselor for the Papine Division for the Kingston and St. Andrew Metropolitan. Mr. Milton Tomlinson is a Mediation and Intervention Specialist, formerly of the Peace Management Initiative. And Rear Admiral Hardley Lewin, former Commissioner of Police and retired Jamaica Defense Force. So again, I'm just going to remind the panelists, as much as possible, please stick to the 7 to 10-minute time limit so that we can accommodate a bit more questions from the audience this time around. And given that we're in Jamaica, we all know that lunch is a very important time. I don't want to infringe on anybody's lunch time. So I'm trying to make sure this panel ends on time. So Mr. Fitzbailey, you can go ahead with your 7 to 10-minute response first, please.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair and to the rest of panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be asked to participate in this discussion. To put things in context, I will begin with an evolution of the JCF. In 1617, I think, or 1716, we had the appointment of what you call watchmen to protect the plantation owners in the parish of Port Royal and St. Catherine. And then we had, after the Murray Bay Rebellion, and I'm not going to go into all of the details, in 1867, we had the establishment of a structured police force. And it was structured like the Irish Constabulary. And the members were given military training. The fact is that the force was established within that period as a repressive organization. And the objective was to repress those who objected to the plantocracy. When in 1973, I think, when the first Jamaican was appointed as Commissioner of Police, the shift was from the plantocracy to the political class. And the force generally was designed to protect the political class. After that period, in 1998, when we had the strategic reform, it was the very first time that the term customer service was ever used. And coming out of that experience, we had what you call a community safety branch that was established. And we developed and accepted a philosophy of community-based policing, where there was a reduction in the type of repressive policing, and we focus on partnership. And so we adopted the concept of community-based policing. And the objective of community-based policing is to create safe and confident communities through the delivery of professional, problem-solving and intelligence-driven partnership with the community. And that concept was promulgated right throughout the JCF. And every divisional commander was tasked to participate and engage with the community. And so we developed a manual supported by partners. And every member of the JCF was exposed to that. And what is the concept that we actually enunciated? We wanted to build and maintain local partnership with communities, collaborate with stakeholders to proactively identify problem and find solution, implement plan resources to issues, and when required, give reactive cover within their area, and fourthly, evaluate and measure outcome and report to the community and the JCF. We believe as a force that there are many tools in the toolbox that should be used. And one of those which is quite beneficial is that partnership with the public, understanding the environment in which we operate, understanding the concerns of the public, and develop policies and strategies to deal with those. So, within every divisional command, there was established a unit, the Community Safety and Security Branch, and their focus is to pay attention to issues that face the communities. The divisional commander was also tasked and is also tasked to engage with the citizens. And what are some of the activities that we do engage in? We engage in establishing of youth clubs, engage in the organizing of communities to ensure that some of the unorganized or disorganized communities are organized. So we engage in community meeting, widely publicized meeting, in which issues affecting the communities are addressed by key stakeholders within those communities. Then there was a period that we engaged in proximity policing, where the police actually stayed within the affected community and engaged in a partnership and provide the requisite services that were required. One can reflect on the Painland experience and the Trenchstone experience, which in essence is almost similar to the zones of special operation that we now have, although we never had the law. And the result was quite beneficial. And then we have activities like walk-through, where different groups within the communities, be it the church, be it the JPs, we walk through, we have discussion and engage the citizen. We believe that community-based policing is the platform from which we can build trust and confidence both internally and externally with our internal and external customers. We believe that the police must do their job by consent. We must know what the people want and create that understanding and design our program to meet the demands of the people. We have also established a protocol whereby whenever the each division is preparing their policing plan, they are required to engage the public to participate in the policing plan so that the policing plan can capture what the citizen need. So in terms of integration, there is, since 1998, we have evolved, and there is greater integration between the police and the various communities. One of the gaps that I have identified is because it's an organization where people are subject to transfer, and the consistency and the continuity that is lacking, because I believe that community police officers ought to spend time within the specific community so that it can build a greater relationship and bonding. So I think, give my 10 minutes is up.
60 seconds left.
So we embrace, and when you look at the JCF pillar, there are 5 pillars that we have set out, strategic priorities: law enforcement, force transformation, stakeholder engagement. And under stakeholder engagement, it involves engaging our community, and also it involves ensuring that the citizens are a part of what we do. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner Fitzpatrick. And Ms. Venetia Phillips, we open up the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Johanna. To the panelists, good morning. Members of the audience, good morning to you, and thanks for having me. So we're looking at integrating the JCF and the community. We're talking about trust capacity and how we deploy resources. But let us just use, let us replace integrating with uniting. So we're talking about uniting the JCF with the communities they serve. The fact is that the police force by itself is a community. The kind of integration that takes place within that organization will impact how the JCF relate to the communities they serve. I think we have to be mindful of something, that we're talking about 2 publics that are being served, and we're talking about 2 publics within the JCF that will be impacted. So in terms of the publics the JCF serves, we're talking about law-abiding citizens. And how we unite the JCF with law-abiding citizens is definitely not the same approach to be used with how we will treat with persons who are delinquents and persons who are violence producers. And so that has to be given primacy of place on any agenda when we're discussing the process of integration between the JCF and certainly the communities they serve. The level of integration with Group 2, which is that group of delinquents or violence producers within communities, requires just a little bit more than just boots on the ground and enforcement. It will require a particular training and skill set in our police officers, because they will then have to, as we have heard from panel 1, as the Commissioner of Police said, they will have to deal with the other social systems that are absent in community, and those impact, of course, just how citizens relate to the police. So I would like to bring our attention to the fact that in order for us to bring our police force to a place where we can build trust through this integration process, we have to prepare the police for the process of integration, because that is key to building the trust. Now let's talk about the 2 groups within the JCF. We're talking about the new recruits. So those who are preparing to take on the communities, their process of integration is very different, because at that embryonic stage, we have to make sure that they are equipped with the kind of social skills that will give them the opportunity to effectively manage what they will confront in communities. So we're talking about 18-year-olds at minimum.
going into an organization. We're sending them out into communities to deal with 18-year-olds and to deal with 90-year-olds. We're talking about violence producers. We're talking about domestic violence in communities. So their role is not just that of an enforcement officer, but they are also now counselors. They are also required to have balance. They have to have the kind of social maturity that will cause them not to stereotype the spaces they're operating in, so that they will be able to communicate freely with the publics they're serving. But then there's the other public within the JCF, and I believe that's the most difficult group, Mr. Bailey. Those are the seasoned police officers. There is a saying in Jamaica that, you can't bend a tree when it's old. And so, remember that the JCF have within it its own culture. And so, the people of Jamaica has for a very long time said that the police don't treat the two Jamaicas in the same way. Now, when the police are dealing with most of these communities where we would have violence producers, you often hear the cry that the attitude of the police is of a particular design. So that in and of itself, the retraining of that particular group, meaning the seasoned police officers, is key to the process of integration in order to allow them to effectively serve the public. So then, we are now putting on our police a very awesome responsibility, because we have to remember that as we touch on capacity, we have to be able to allow them to deal with social skills when we're talking about capacity building. There is the community policing aspect which Mr. Bailey spoke about, but then there's also enforcement. There is also conflict management, which I'm sure you will hear Milton speak about, since that is his purview. But I want to say something to us. Let me ask a question here. How do we enforce and build trust at the same time? When you're dealing with people dynamics in Jamaica, that's a very difficult process. So it means that the JCF has to build within its training program the kind of social intervention strategies and skill set that will allow them to be able to identify the situations, categorize those, and apply the kind of process that will allow for, limited hostility in terms of the reaction and feedback given. You also have to remember that our communities have their own cultures within it. The reality is that there is already a foregone conclusion that, the police are almost offensive to our different communities as they go in. They're seen in many cases as, coming in to oppress. When that is the case, that is a cultural issue that we have to deal with nationally. But when that is the case, how do our police respond to this in order to de-escalate any kind of tension that would emerge as a consequence of their mere presence, even before they have done anything? These are some of the realities that confront us. But as I said, there is no one-size-fits-all approach in terms of the prescription when we deal with the process of integration, because we have to deal with our two publics within the JCF, and then that is how we will tailor our approach to dealing with the two groups in the different communities we're dealing with. The truth be told is that there is also the false notion that when we're dealing with middle-class communities, that you will not have, standoff between the police and citizens. And I believe that we have enough history on our side to know that that is not the case. It may be fewer in instances, but they are still active cases. And so I believe the objective is how we get to that place where we can mitigate it right across the board, regardless of the communities we are, dealing with. So our approach must be a targeted one. Mr. Bailey mentioned, the police must do their job by consent. But I'll say to Commissioner Bailey that, our police require three things. They require judgment, they require balance, and they require knowledge of the very law that they are required to actually, be able to administer in our communities. There are many times that we would see that our system of justice would be impacted by the limiting factors that are ever present in terms of how our policemen are able to apply the law. in relation to the persons they're dealing with in communities. And so I just want to be able to get us into a mindset that the process of integration is going to actually take two approaches that should get us to the same place. So we have to separate our publics. We have to tailor our message, our lessons to those publics in order to get us to that place where we can enable trust, in order to build capacity. And that is then when we will be able to properly, apportion our resources so that we can get the best out of our citizens and out of the police. Essentially, what we're trying to do is reduce crime as much as possible, particularly violent crime. That will involve a lot of social intervention on the part of even our police force, but there has to be a balance between that and the level of enforcement that is required. And so I believe that even as we move into the discussion, we have to address the issue of culture, because it is culture that will get in the way of the process of integration. And so we're dealing with two types of culture. We're dealing with community culture, and we're dealing with the culture of the force. Is there an intersecting line within those two cultures? If there is, we need to find it. If they are completely divergent, then we need to understand how it is that we will have a meeting of the minds so that our police can do their policing effectively, and our citizens will be able to manage disputes in a way that will see us reducing violence. My suggestion will come later on in the discussion, no doubt, but I do believe that there are, again, two different approaches that we have to take. The approach to those who could potentially become violence producers, and the approach to be taken with those who are actively involved in acts of violence and are members of the gangs. Two different approaches, but I believe we have the perfect opportunity here today to get to the way forward in relation to those, and I look forward to that, contributing to that process.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, please put your cell phones on vibrate so that you do not disrupt the panelists when they're speaking. And I'm actually really liking this panel because they're actually monitoring their time. On that note, Mr. Tomlinson.
Pleasant morning, everyone. I'm going to take it much real, more practical, because first I want us to remember that policemen and women are citizens of the country or communities. They are from the very same communities they have the police in some cases, right? Ms. Phillips spoke to a number of things, and I would like to allude to one of them, that customer service is very important. How the police treat with the citizens speaks volume, and equally the citizens have a responsibility too. It is not just the police alone. For that relationship and that integration to take place, it is a two-pronged approach. The citizens and the police. All right. So I've seen where the police and citizens work wonders to bring community, warring community, the most politically vile community in Jamaica, that was at the time Mountain View, bring that community together, working as one until this day. And I'm talking about probably 10 to 15 years now. Don't quote me the numbers, but it has been a while. There's no fear of political violence whatsoever. What happened there is intra-gang violence. One, the police came into the community, met with the various stakeholders. We can't disregard the disruptors when we're trying to work. The police will not be able to achieve that objective if they isolate a section of the community in order to gain that objective. You will have to take a holistic approach and work with everyone in the community. So they brought the churches came together, civil society, the community rally around that bringing together and worked with the police, the Mountain View Police Station was created or was born out of that situation. Right? You talk about different courses at the Excelsior Community College that was introduced out of that intervention. So there are some examples of good integration, good work that the police have done in various communities. But I can't help but to make mention of the corruption as it relates to, I hear it earlier, the senior officers. You can't just look at the rank and file. Look on the corporals and these little ones in the force. You have to look on the head, You have to look on the superintendents, the inspectors. Because when a rookie comes to a station, that rookie is now put into a place where a culture is already instilled in that particular station. So every station has its culture. Right? So when you put a rookie in that station, no matter what kind of training him getting, he's going to be the only one. What is going to happen? He's going to fall to the rest. So it is not a quick fix thing as it relates to the whole integration where you find a younger 18-year-old, as Ms. Phillips said, come to a community, going to a community, look at a 60-year-old man, hey boy, come here. Those are some of the things that drive wedges between citizens and the police. And there's some simple things. It's not rocket science. It's some simple things, I believe, if addressed, you will see the Mountain View situation replicated all over, right? Just last week, Sunday, there was a church service at Winard Road, the East Kingston Police and the Justices of the Peace, the Custos, everybody was involved, most of the pastors from East Kingston, because we try to maintain in that side of town that level of relationship. If it is that the police find for whatever reason they are interested in somebody because of a report that they receive, they would call to one of the justices of the peace, they would call to a pastor, they would call to that influential person in the community to say, hey, this is what was said, this is what happened. And then that person, the police, will be probably the last one to see that person, because the pastor will go, the justice of the peace will go, or that influential person will go and find that person to try and deal with the situation. Yes, it's not all situations are easily dealt with. Yes, you have some individuals who the police will have to deal with. There's no two ways about that. No two ways about that. You have people inside the communities. You have crime producers. You have people in the community that the police will have to deal with. But as it relates to the integration and the relationship with the police and the citizen, it is not one of a rocket science. It is a simple thing with just a few things like the customer service training, the way how the police was introduced to the community, the level of stability, because when a police comes to an area and build that relationship, people start to trust in that police officer because of how he or she may operate, conduct themselves. In a few months, you know what happened? Transfer. Transfer. In a few months, transfer. Now, what should have happened? You put people inside that station. So that sergeant, that sergeant or that soup inspector, whoever was fostering those good work and building those relationships, give him a number of police, give him a number of boots, so he can train them, let them see how he operates, let them see how things happen. I can tell you, I remember in 2000 here, police walk in Mountain View without arms, no guns, bearing no arms, no guns. Just writing down meeting residents, writing down their names and stuff like that. The community-based organization, whenever they're having meetings, the police are invited to the meetings. Police play a part in the meetings. If we're having a football competition, whatever it may be, Police are invited to be a part of it. Police are even sometimes asked to sponsor something. You know what I mean? So it is the leadership, the lack of leadership, that creates most of the problems that we're having as it relates to the police and the residents. And you know, I'll just leave it at that. The lack of leadership. The state has a role to play in regards to how they train these police, how they deal with the community policing aspect as against the hardcore policing, because you can't have 5 police officers at this station who deals with this community in a particular way and have the trust of the community. They will get the information and stuff like that, but these police at the station will just get a phone call. Go on, no, we talk about this and we deal with this, but we see 5G come in and them start kick down people and box down people. At times, police, you hear a police don't know that other police coming in, and I've seen that. And that's a fact. I've seen that. And that is one of the biggest blunder. There needs to be a level of communication, right? A level of understanding as to how they're operating inside of a space. Yes, I know there are different units and there might be different interests and you might have persons of interest, but you have to nurture that relationship, you have to respect that relationship, and over time, the issues that you're having because of that relationship, it will work itself out. As a Justice of the Peace, working with the Peace Management Initiative in various communities, guys would call me, ask me to take them into the police because they hear that they're a man of interest and they want to go in to the police before the police find them. I mean, Horace Levy and myself, we have done a number of them from Kingston, Spanish Town, Clarendon, all over, right? Because once that relationship is established and nurtured, not just established, but nurtured in a particular way, then half of the problem is already solved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tomlinson. I think I mentioned this is my favorite panel so far because everybody is watching their time. And on that note, Rear Admiral Lewin, I'll open the floor to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to move at warp speed to try and get through my presentation. When we consider crime and criminal activity, we need to ask one question. Who's benefiting? Who's benefiting? If we don't know who's benefiting, stop trying to deal with it, because you don't know where to go. So let's ask and try and answer that question. How much of our economy is bolstered or supported by illicit activity? Maybe Capri can try and define that. It's very important. A lot of scamming. I had an experience when I was Commissioner of Police in Montego Bay. And that was early days. We had just set up JOLT. And we had a so-called town hall meeting. I hate that term. A community meeting. It's an import from the US, which I dislike. Because we're not even in town halls. We're in school or some community thing. Anyway, that meeting was going on question and answer for 1.5 hours, and not one person mentioned a lot of scamming. And I couldn't take any more. And I jumped in and I said, we've been here for 1.5 hours and not one of you mentioned a lot of scamming. Is it because you're all benefiting from it? The air thickened. You could hear a pin drop. Not a word was said. And after 15 seconds, I said, all right, moving right along. And we continued. Now, so we want the murders to go away, but we want to continue to have our benefits from whatever is coming. It can't be two ways. We've got to make up our minds. Okay? Murders. I heard from the first panel, and I hope I didn't hear correctly, but a kind of a little drum beat suggesting that how we look at how we're doing with crime and whether it's going up or down and so on. Murders is distorting the whole thing.
I hope I didn't hear quite correctly. Look, the numbers of murders are what they are. Just accept it. It is what it is. 2009, for the first 10 months of that year, I was Commissioner of Police. Probably our worst year. 1,680 murders. But I take paternity for the whole year. Most of the murders were being committed down south. Challenged inner city communities, inter-gang and intra-gang. But the country was not in an uproar. The fear of crime that we're having now is not here at a time when we're having hundreds less fewer murders. Why is that so? It is so because them who live up so didn't give a damn about them who live down so. As a matter of fact, among some police and many citizens, the attitude is, criminal, let them kill off one another, man. That was the attitude. Little did they know that it would migrate. It was bound to migrate. The people in Portland didn't give a damn about people killing themselves in Kingston. There's no uproar. There are no letters to the editor. The people in Montego Bay were quite happy. It's not happening here. We have demonstrated to be a selfish, spineless people, not caring for each other. Fellow Jamaicans, we have a problem. Okay? We have a problem. And now, fewer murders, but the country, the fear of crime and murder is 10 times what it was when we had greater number of murders. SOEs, I really didn't want to touch it, but the CP pulled my tongue. Because I think my position is well known, and I won't go there. But just work with me for a minute and imagine 18th of January 2018. We moved into that Montego Bay space where it was declared same number of soldiers, same number of police officers that we did, no declaration of a state of emergency, but move them in. Could we have established vehicle checkpoints? Yes. Could we have had roadblocks? Yes. Could we have had curfews? Yes. What is it that we couldn't do? That we could do under the state of emergency. One is the, I call it almost indiscriminate detention of people, young men, on a policy of preventive detention. Could you have detained people? Yes, we do it. Police do it all the time. But habeas corpus sets in, and you have to bring them before a court within a specified time. And the other thing you could do is that soldiers could operate independent of the police. But I ask the question, is that desirable? No. But it could happen because of the SOE. I posit the view that without the declaration and you doing everything else, the results would have been the same. In fact, the outcome might have been better because you wouldn't be tied up in court fighting some legal issues over detention. So, onto the panel. I think we've got to accept some truths, some facts. And if we don't accept them, then we're not getting anywhere. The police needs the community, and the community needs the police. There's an interdependence of both sides. Let's accept that. Let's accept that the police will rely on citizens, citizens will rely on the police. Fact. Police officer is one of the most powerful person in the country, having been endowed with the powers of a constable. But the police must understand that he did not get those powers to place himself as some overlord over the citizens. The motto says to protect and serve. Serve meaning servant, servant of the people. The powers you have clothed is there to enable you to do your job. It is not one that is meant to abuse. Now,
policing in our environment, and let's face it's another fact, in the environment where our police officers have to operate, requires extraordinary restraint. But that is why we invest in training of the police. The citizens don't, we know some of the homes we all come from without proper training and so on, but you spend money to train the police. And I think the onus has to be on those who have benefited from the training. It's the police. So you have to be able to keep your nerves, keep your hands steady, hold your position, know when to hold, know when to fold. Because sometimes you have to double back to deal with a situation. There's a maximum law in policing terms called no duty to retreat, which I don't think is well understood. It says a police officer in the lawful execution of his duties has no duty to retreat, but sometimes retreat is the best answer. So it was mentioned before, I think by Venetia, the police officer has to be such that he will assess the situation and realize that, no, let's me back out of this one. There's a perfect example of that. During the curfew, a police team was over in Hillshire, and there was this man who was carrying on in the most boisterous and disrespectful manner. The police officer in charge stood there, did not say a word. The man carried on, and they left. They went back, planned, and they got him sometime after, I don't know when. That is not normal. What is normal is that I have the power, you're going. A struggle would ensue, the man end up dead, policeman injured. For what? The question is the person posing a danger, immediate danger to you or to those who you are sworn to protect? Back off. Go back. Strategize. Don't let them get away. Go back and get them when you're proper. I'm sick and tired of seeing taxi stands, policemen wrestling with taximen. 2 police officers. People are going to get hurt. And I don't think it is necessary. Citizens have a duty to obey the law, but we have trained our officers. Now, I think there's 1 or 2 keywords or actions against which we have to frame this whole discussion about how do you fix this relationship. And it's just one word that comes to mind: respect. Mutual respect. There's nothing wrong, and it's not demeaning to say, sir, ma'am, please. It takes nothing off of you. As a matter of fact, it is most disarming when you address somebody who's behaving a particular way in a calm, firm, confident manner. It takes nothing off of them. But Mr. Bailey spoke about the history of the force and how the police used to operate. Mr. Bailey knows that things go on still. I saw a recent video with a policeman searching somebody on the street. And in the old days, way back, police were recruited for their brawn because you had to throw your hand in a man's waist and pull him up, drape him up, tiptoe him off to the station. And then the citizens would stand on the side and cheer on the police. My God, it had gone 180 degrees. Now the police trying to make an arrest is the citizens are holding on to the person and resisting the police in central Kingston. So I saw a search the other day, and the manner in which the officer was groping the person's crotch, I wonder if he was a pervert. You have to show if it's demeaning, it is humiliating, and there has to be a better approach. We need confidence-building measures. We need it. We have a culture of policing which is responsive. Take the recent Spanish Town incidents, because what we're suffering from here is a culture, what I call a crisis of confidence. Not just in the police. It goes well beyond the police. A crisis of confidence in our ability to get a grip of the situation. And it's not just the policing, other things too. So much so that we are as if we are despairing. Spanish Town incident recently. How long has extortion been taking place in Spanish Town? Years and years and years. But guess what? A couple of shooting murders take place, and we call in the cavalry. Because it cannot be tolerated. So what is the message? Look, man, you go on with a little scamming and so on, but do not kill nobody, man. Just hold it down, man. That has to be the message. So we will tolerate extortion, but don't go around shooting up one another and creating mayhem to scare people. It cannot work. The time police need to really be active is when nothing is happening. That is when you get to the ground with the citizens, this kind of thing Mr. Bailey speaks about. On the ground, and Mr. Bailey mentioned persons subject to transfer as if suggested it might have been an issue. But who's transferring them? The High Command. So that's something within the grasp. Mr. Bailey mentioned the Painland experience, 2003-2004. He remembers it well. He didn't mention Hannahtown and Denhamtown. But that's a precursor to Zoso. And let me credit former Commissioner Francis Forbes. It was his idea that he came to me and said, look, clear, hold, build, so on and so on. We discussed it and we said we're going to try it. And we did that pilot project. Never a word was said. Nothing public. We were rolling on that December in 2003. 7 or 9 months we spent in that space. Not one major crime. We learned valuable lessons. I will probably ask how much of the lessons we learned from that exercise, that pre-Zoso, that is being implemented now. And there are some critical ones. We can look at 1 or 2 of them.
Sorry, Rear Admiral, I'm going to ask you to take 30 seconds to wrap up so we can keep on track.
Dr. Mackay, short or immediate. Look, agreed with you, want boots on the ground and so on. I don't necessarily agree with your precise methodology of how we get the boots on the ground. First thing I want to do is fix the terms and conditions under which the police serve. It is scandalous as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, and it's not just money. It is many other things associated with the terms and things. Civilianization. There are many experienced police officers who are not out there where the rubber meets the road, on the street. They are doing things that a civilian can do. And when I've overbloated civil service, people can be moved in. I think we counted 800 at one time, and I believe there could be more too. Police lockups. Police should get out of the business of running police lockups. It's not your job. It's a correctional service. The police should only have a cell to hold somebody 24 hours who they're pulled in. After that, over to the correctional service. Get out of that, put the police out on the road. Rural police, I think, Dr. Mackay, that's where you're going, but I go there in a different mode. When you take a community, a station is here, but it has 20, 30, 40 communities around it, served by this one station. You go to the communities, you find 2, 3 people who are able, you train them properly as district constables. They live in the community. It has tremendous impact on predial larceny and other things within the community. Yeah? Traffic control. When I go around, I see 3 policemen. Look, a police officer is too valuable. It takes 2 years to train him. He's had so much experience, and you have him directing traffic. Where are the traffic wardens? Bring them back. They have to be supported by police. We know taxi drivers. But at least half of that police can go and do policing. Right? JCF Reserve, agreed. We had it. It was the ISCF. That was a police reserve. So if we want a reserve, let's get a proper reserve back. But not have something that's out full time, or it's going to have... We see the problems in the military with that. So it has to be reserve and not regular reserve. We have to be careful. I'm going to pause there.
Thank you very much. On that note, I am going to open up the floor to any questions. Anybody? Oh, Dr. Thorburn.
We are now. I hope I'm not misrepresenting the commissioner, but I've heard him say more than once that the support of the community and the how the community perceives the JCF is important in their ability to do their work. And I've also heard him say that has improving that community support, whether it's one community or the other, I've never heard that distinction, which I actually think is a very useful distinction, has been one of the objectives of his time as commissioner. So my question is more, to what extent has he achieved or had any success in that goal? And I'd like to ask all of you, because I'd like to hear the perspectives of everybody at the table, in the sense that has the public's perception of the police improved? And if it has that helped the police to do their work better? I'm talking about maybe the past 3 years, 5 years, just in the very recent past. And I'd love to hear why you think, whether yes or no.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thorburn. And that was actually one of the questions that I had, and it was based on the social media campaign that JCF has been embarking on. So I'm going to give each panelist 60 seconds to respond to Dr. Thorburn's question, please.
Based on surveys conducted, and we have done our internal survey, and it suggests that the perception is getting better. We have started, for example, ISO 9001 there are 2 pilot stations, one in Matiglascano Police, as well as Duane Park, and the sort of perception in terms of the relationship between the police have actually significantly increased, and the data is available.
It's quite interesting that, Joanna, you had it on your list. I have it on mine, and Dr. Thorburn asked it. But I wrote it a little different. I said we need to examine the PR strategy of the JCF in the now. I believe that I get the creative approach, but PR strategy must not just be there for the purpose of it. It must be relevant, and it must be more than cosmetic. I know that, the JCF gets a feel-good response, maybe by virtue of social media, but does that really translate into, the perception that, we trust you some more, or we have confidence in you? I don't think so. Because when you are talking to the ordinary man on the street, whether they be the taximan or they be middle-class Jamaica, it is that there's a deficit existing within the JCF. We can't really trust the police. Police biases are evident. And so, yes, we see the expenditure on PR, but I'm saying it has to be more than cosmetic. I had an interesting, expression when I heard Mr. Lewin, Redmond is saying that, when you implemented what you did with former Commissioner Francis Forbes, you did it without saying a word, because sometimes it is important to, put the tire to the road rather than to do it by virtue of the flamboyance, because, yes, the optics are good, but the reality is that what we want are results. And so if we have heavy expenditure just to create a perception, when the reality says something different, then we would have wasted our time. So I believe that it has not worked in that regard.
Thank you very much, Manisha. And just a note to the panelists, once you're finished speaking, just please turn off your mics. Only 2 mics can be on at any given time. Mr. Tomlinson, your response to Dr. Thorburn.
I've seen where it has improved. I mean, you have the various attempts by the JCF. When you look on the reality, it hasn't improved. But the present economic situation, probably in some quarters, it may worsen, because when you have police try to, in whatever way, solicit funds from criminals who they are supposed to distance themselves from. So it's like the police and the community eating from the same pot. So that in itself lends to no respect, disrespect, because the police should be seen on a different level from the community. And once you're not seen on a different level, you're not seen above ground, you're going to run in that problem. And the next issue is police get themselves involved in too much petty conflict, over girls and a number of stuff. People go to the station, make a report. A man, in a no time, a man get him bus up because, he's a nice girl and she went to report and a policeman like her. So that in itself again. So there's a number of issues, there's a number of things that needs to fix in reality to see that improvement that you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. Rear Admiral Loon, your 60-second response.
If we are to be honest, from where I sit, it's a mixed bag. I can give you tremendously great stories of encounters with police officers. It's like, you milk the cow and then next day you get a story that kicks over the tail of milk and so on. If one was to aggregate it, I think I see an approach, I would say in the aggregate there's a slight improvement. Now, I'm not a public relations person. I'm a public information person. Information that public needs must be given, but the public relations strategy, I'm not it. When I was commissioner, you want to make my day, meet me on the street and tell me you had a good encounter with a police officer. And it makes my day. And my view was that whatever must be demonstrated and not high gloss finish. I'm not into that. I have a distaste for it, actually.
Thank you, Rear Admiral. DCP Fitzbailey would like to say something, 30 seconds, and then I see Professor Harriott and Ms. Jones, so 30 seconds, please.
Okay, when you look at the oversight that are now in place for police, and I think the data can be had from those oversight bodies in terms of...
Bring the mic down. I don't think they're hearing you back.
Are you hearing me? So the oversight, if you go to Indicom and the other oversight body, you can get those data. The fact is also, never in the history of the JCF, we have had so many serious crime offenders, gang offenders and other serious crime offenders being arrested and placed before the court and are in prison. And this is that we may talk about the impact of technology and other things, but it's the support from the citizen that actually cause us to bring these people to justice. And to me, that is an example of the trust that is constantly being built between the citizen and the JCF.
Thank you very much, DCP Fitzbailey. Professor Harriott and then Ms. Jones, just give you questions one after the other so that we can answer them respectively.
Sure. Admiral Lewin asked a very important and somewhat difficult question. Difficult because it makes us a bit uncomfortable. And it was the question, who benefits from crime? Or, to use the words of another panelist, more visual, who eats from the crime pot? Very, very important question, because I believe if we were to answer this question, we would see a pathway to controlling the problem. That's why it is important. But as Admiral Lewin said, the last time he asked the question, it was greeted with silence. And I'm asking this question because I don't want it to be greeted with silence here. I want us to try to answer it and to push the analysis where the answer leads. Let me not get into a comment or too much of a comment, but just another 30 seconds on this chair. If the only beneficiaries of serious crimes in this country, the more extortion, crimes that turn a lot of money, drug trafficking and so forth. If the only beneficiaries were the carrier criminals, we wouldn't have a problem on the scale or with the level of difficulty that we have now. We wouldn't even perhaps be having this workshop or anything like that. The reason why the problem has been so intractable is because too many powerful and important people in important sections of different spheres of life in the country are eating from the crime pot. Make it concrete. When a big drug smuggler, that man was more than a $50 million trafficker, more than a $50 million per year trafficker, to my understanding. When he was arrested, citizen of Montego Bay, now in a prison in the U.S., when he was arrested, go in the newspapers and you can see the president of the Chamber of Commerce made a statement to say, you want to mash up our business. That was the response of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. All right. And it gets going to the communities, right? Go to the law school and ask the students how they pay their fees. If there's no untouched area to my limited experience. And Mr. Bailey, sorry to say it, but if some of the people who are responsible for fixing the problem are eating from the pot. So that's just a difficult reality that we have to confront and be less abstract when we talk about corruption and these things.
Thank you very much, Professor Harriet. Ms. Jones?
Yes, 3 quick questions. One, and I'm presuming this is a negative, dear DCP, are bars still allowed in police stations? Because when I was last working in Jonestown, which was some time ago, there was a bar in Admiraltown. So that's the first.
Sorry, he's asking what he didn't hear clearly.
Are bars selling alcoholic drinks still allowed in police stations? Because I know when I worked in Jonestown, which was several years ago, there was a bar. The second question is, and this is something I've heard from police, community relations and operations seem to work separately. Community relations, according to them, they're a smaller group, are looked on by operations as soft, as well as Mr. Tomlinson said, when operations come in, they often destroy some of the good relations that have been built up by community relations. And community relations police once said to me that when we go into a community, we look on the youth to see what they need, what are their issues. When operations goes into a community, they're looking for criminals, and they're looking at which of these youth are criminals. So they go in with a different approach. The third question is simply on has the policy of transfer been re-looked at? Because I've heard the same thing as Mr. Tomlinson, that really influential, good police are simply automatically transferred because there's this policy of transfer. And that the community often protests, and the community loses, because that good relationship which he keeps and which other police benefit from is lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. I'm going to ask the other 2 persons from the audience just hold on. Let the panelists answer a couple of those questions first. And DCP, I think most of them were directed at you.
Just want to make a comment on Professor's comment earlier on regarding who is benefit, and I think from crime. And I agree that there's a wide cross-section of people that are actually benefiting from crime. I think legislatively, within I believe there needs to be an amendment, because if we had under the legislation the issue of illicit enrichment and unexplained wealth, that would take us a very far way. We know some of those individuals who are benefiting significantly from illicit funds, but there are weaknesses within our legislation in treating with those individuals. I know that there is an effort to amend the law. I can point to work that we have done. We have identified significant amount of assets in the billions of dollars, but because of the weakness within the legislation, there's not much we can do. So that needs to be addressed, in my humble opinion. We look at the lottery scamming, which is one of the more significant drivers of violence in our society today. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is almost what I consider to be omnipresent everywhere across this nation. When you look around and you see the type of motor vehicles that are being driven by these young men, we can basically profile some of them, because we know once we see them, who are these people? The last operation we did an operation in St. Ann, where the age range is 17 to 21. 5 high-end vehicles were seized in the process. These individuals, not only are they involved in that type of illicit activity, but they also acquire a firearm and they use it to unleash wrath on the society. On the issue of transfer that was raised, it is something that is, when you look at the construct of the JCF, and for job enrichment, for promotion, and sometimes in the interests of the JCF and the country, there are some things that the public will not know when a person is transferred. But there are several reasons for a person to be transferred from a specific location to others. Sometimes it is driven by our own intelligence. Sometimes persons who are considered to be good community police officers are also involved in other activities. And there are times when the public will protest, not necessarily because the person is that excellent community police officer, but because that police officer is compromised and do support some of the illicit activities within that specific space. So there are many variables that really cause us to transfer a police officer. I said it in my opening remark that that's a gap that we must fix in terms of ensuring that persons who are engaged in community policing remain in their space, especially when that trust and confidence is built. But we have to create that balance in terms of dealing with that. The issue of the bars, yes, we still do have bars at police station. We still do have bars at police station.
Can I make a comment there? Mr. Bailey, you answered very directly.
Yes.
That question was put to me when I was commissioned. I just stepped out of the office. The cell phone rang, and it was somebody said, "Sir, I'm so-and-so from the Glen. I'm doing a story about rum bars at police stations." I said, "Yeah." He said, "Any comment?" Oh, I said, "I thought you had a question." Oh, okay. You want a comment from me? Yes, sir. Yes, what's your comment? I said, "Well, I don't know about any rum bars, but I can tell you most of the major stations have a canteen. Rum is served there because I go there myself. But I tell you one thing, I'd rather my officers go there and drink than in some of the hovels they go to in the street and get themselves in trouble and put themselves in danger." That was the end of that conversation. He was looking for a story to intimidate me, to deny it, because he had the story already. And he probably was in several of them. I went to Her Majesty's Customs Enforcement Branch on the Thames, and I learned the concept from there. After my official visit, I was invited upstairs to the loft. It is a well-appointed bar. And I said, Commissioner, how you do this? He said, same point I made. I'd rather my officers drink here than to go out in the street in some of the hovels they go to and get themselves in trouble. Now, of course, it can't be a free-for-all, and like everything else, needs to be managed.
Hold on 1 second, Benicio. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Right. Mr. Bailey said something that regarding transfers that really had me perplexed. Because, whereas in my mind I thought the transfer was a natural part of the system of the JCF, in listening to Mr. Bailey just now, I'm now seeing transfers almost like a weapon or, a disciplinary tool. And I would hate that that would be what would be conveyed to the public. Because one of the things I would think is that not in all cases, there may very well be some cases where officers will have to be moved from a jurisdiction because of, disciplinary reasons or in the best interest of the circumstances at the time. But certainly we have to be mindful that we not communicate to the public, especially since transfers are usually posted in the public, that, we don't affect the morale of the members of the JCF, especially those who are probably genuinely transferred because you are just engaging in movement of persons around in order to fill gaps. So we have to make that distinction when we do it. In relation to that very, perplexing question of who is benefiting from crime, I just wanted to add that we've had for a very long time an enabling culture when it comes to building criminal elements. Why do I say this? Because I always say, John, if you don't want frankness, then don't invite me to the table. Because none of us in this country wants to deal with the fact that there are many known criminal elements, convicted criminals, who have gone on to set up businesses that are recognized in this country and are given even government contracts. So we enable these persons, and so you have the younger guys who are members of gangs in communities who, when they look on and see the respect that is given by the system to those who were the dons before them, then what exactly do we expect? We are actually creating a factory for more criminals, but these are some of the unpleasantries that we don't want to talk about in our society. So now they are businessmen. So there has to be a question for the proceeds of crime, because you tell me now, some of them now have registered companies. Are we even going to look into the source of funds that set up these companies? It's a sore point because there are many beneficiaries. There are political beneficiaries. There are community beneficiaries. There are family members who are benefiting. So the beneficiaries are wide and varied. And it is just an ugly truth that as a people, we are not prepared to honestly confront.
Thank you very much, Benicio. These people, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. We have two persons waiting to ask questions, and because we're about to run into lunchtime, so quickly 30 seconds, please.
I just want to clarify. The statement I made was in relation to some transfer because the public is not aware, and we have a responsibility to protect the community as well as the organization. And if there are some issues that are not known, but we know, we are going to pull the individual. It's not used as a punishment, but in the interest of the JCF and the country on a whole, we have to move some people. The other thing regarding the illicit or the acquisition of illicit wealth, one of the things that we must understand that some of those persons who engage in this type of activity, they also provide some level of coverage by creating a structure whereby excessive violence is used against those who would like to support the formal system. And that is something that cannot be underestimated because of the power of their money and the support that is given to them to use violence.
Thank you very much, DCP Bailey. We have two last questions from the audience. I'm going to ask you to make your questions very pointed because we're running into lunchtime and I don't want to have the other panels start late. So please ask two very pointed questions, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Andrew Gohagan. I came a little bit late, so I missed some of the presentation. But I looked at two words, capacity and trust. And I have a serious concern relates to the police and to training at the community level as it relates to capacity. So I'm from Franklin Town. We have a good relationship with the police. However, it seems like Franklin Town, like many other communities, are served by different stations. So you have the station at the local level, the Franklin Town Police Station. Then you have Ellison Road, and then you have a special branch at Mobile Reserve. So what happens sometimes when we build trust at the community level, you have persons or personnel, police personnel from Ellison Road or from Mobile who will come in and say they are coming in special operation. And some of the time the person at the local level don't know, and it disrupts the relationship and causes chaos. We need to fix that. Also, we have a number of practitioners at the community level who have been working in violence interruption and working with the police for a number of years. But I honestly feel that forums like these, or fora like these, discussion has to come at the community level. Makes no sense we have forums like these, and at the community level we don't have a space to discuss and to plan for the intervention at the community level. Why? We are pressured because I myself is a person who I live amongst violent producers who are a part of our family members. We work as the interrupters, so we don't live in the Eiffel Tower. We don't go home. When we finish work, we go back in the same place. So we really have to fix this so it can make our work a little bit better at the community level.
Okay, thank you very much. Your question, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Charmaine Daniels, Counselor for the Almontown Division and also a Justice of the Peace. My question is, I do believe that community policing is the way forward for community partnership. However, one of my questions regarding transfer, but I already heard that, but I want to enforce it a bit. When you have a sub-officer who comes into a community, build all of that relationship, have consultation, engagement, and you have a crime plan that's inclusive of the community idea. And within that crime plan, they also, just giving an example, they have a plan that to have a building that is inclusive of the police work and the community. And the community would have put themselves on the back burner to say, look, we want to involve the police more because of building relationship. And when you have that going and everything is okay, because of no succession planning, when everything going well, crime down, bridges gap and all of that, then boop, that officer get transferred. Because there's no succession planning, when that officer leave that community, it go back to AY. So I'm just asking AC Bailey, during your workshop or settings with the force when you're having plans, think about that. Because you have good cop, bad cop, but when you have a succession planning, when that sub-officer get transferred and the other one come, they can actually use that plan.
Thank you very much, ma'am. DCP Bailey, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond because we are 10 minutes into lunchtime now.
One of the things that we are trying to get away from within the JCF is individualism and more structure, creating structure. And so, for each year, the divisional commander, along with his management team, are taken into headquarters and they have to present their plan that involve the community, etc. And within that main plan, there is the station plan, which is available to whoever takes over as the successor. We have recently started to, and we have engaged in courses that is geared towards station management. And so persons are now being trained to manage not just division, but stations. Sub-officers, sergeants, corporals, they are now being trained directly for that. Because we want to get away from the individualism and focus on structure.
Quickly, please.
No, it's going to be quick. I'm in support of what Mr. Bailey is saying. I know what it is like. You get used to this particular officer and so on. However, part of the structure that I think has to be addressed, Mr. Bailey, goes beyond the community. Every policeman and policewoman must see themselves as a community policing officer. And I don't think they grasp that. You have those guys there, the nice guys, and then you have the rest. How often have you been at a traffic stop and you've seen at the most egregious act? There's a police car over there, and you say, yes, I'm gone now. Gone. Nothing happens. Why? Because it's a police vehicle from the Marine Division. Or it's from Telecom. And so there has to be a concept that I'm a police officer first and foremost, but I serve at traffic. It's a force multiplier. And that affects also the community policing approach and concept. So it's a headspace that we need to be fixing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think like the first panel, if we wanted to, we could sit on here for quite a few hours discussing the various tenets of what we're here for today. The lunch area is to your left. Thank you very much to the panelists, DCP Bailey, Ms. Venetia, Milton, and Harley. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, feel free to interact with the panelists during lunch hour, but lunch is going to be served on the left-hand side. Thank you very much.
May I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for being here. We're going to restart our symposium. We're going to proceed on to panel number 3. So you can please kindly find your way back to your seating. I hope you are enjoying and taking in a lot of the thought-provoking discussions on citizen security in Jamaica and in the United States. And then hopefully this can continue for the rest of the afternoon as well as tomorrow. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Deanna Logan, Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice for New York City. Ms. Logan.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Oh my, you had too much food. That's what I was worried about with this panel. I was like, oh, being the next one up after lunch, everybody is going to have a little bit of a malaise. But I'm very hopeful that this panel will have a very lively discussion and you will all be awakened from the food coma that you are now in, from the lovely lunch that we were treated to. This panel this afternoon, we will be inviting up Mr. Omar Sweeney, Kelly Magnus, Horace Levy, Safri Brown, and Vernon Ellis to come up, please, and let's see what we're talking about when we're talking about social interventions and rehabilitation, the role and efficacy of non-policing measures, which is very different, Mr. Bailey, than what we were talking about earlier, huh? So I'm looking forward to you giving as good as you got. Presentations, but before we get started, just reminder gently of the ground rules, which are 7 to 10 minutes, and I'm charged with trying to keep us to that, given that we got started just a little bit later. Our first panelist is going to be Ms. Kelly Magnus, and I'll turn over to you. Does anyone know how I get this? Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kelly Magnus. I'm the Jamaica country lead for an NGO called Fight for Peace. We are a global NGO that focuses on youth violence prevention and have been doing this work for about 20 years, starting in a favela in Rio de Janeiro and then expanding to London and through an alliance of partners to about 25 different countries. We are a sport-based violence prevention NGO. Sport is central to our delivery. We see it as kind of a Trojan horse for getting into a community with high levels of violence and using it as the pivot to transition young people who are either involved in or certainly affected by violence into more positive paths. And our work over the last 20 years has really distilled into 3 pathways. One is our academies, which are like literally big blue boxes sited in communities with high levels of violence where young people can access a holistic set of services. It also serves as a beacon of peace in those communities. And over the years in both London and Rio, we've managed to negotiate relationships with the various more negative factions in those communities so that young people are allowed to step into the academy and access their services, usually without interruption. Then we expanded into an alliance, and that is a network of about 250 organizations around the world that are working in various ways in youth violence prevention. Many of them are sports entities or other youth development entities that have become aware of the limitations of a single strand approach. So they may have started off doing one thing, like a boxing gym or an employment program, and then realized that that approach can't really meet the diversity of needs that our young people have. And so we have trained them in the Fight for Peace 5-pillar methodology. And that has really created a lot of synergies and collaboration around the world, because we now have partners that are working on this issue of violence in communities of similar profile, but in many different parts of the world, and with many different areas of individual expertise. And so that creates a really rich network of subject matter experts that can lend their talents and their time to other partners' work across the alliance. And the third element is the collectives. And that started about 7 years ago, when we kind of were, the people who preceded me were wondering how much further were we going to go with this alliance thing, right? How bigger could it get? And then we were starting to notice some really interesting synergies when, instead of each partner trying to deliver a whole set of holistic programs, some interesting things were happening when partners started to work together. So I'm going to stick to my thing as boxing, but I'm going to partner with you as employment and see how far we get. And so that brought us to Jamaica, where we decided to experiment to see what would happen if you catalyze that kind of collaboration from the beginning. Like, could you get the same kind of results that you get out of an academy if you bring a network of partners to operate in spaces where they wouldn't operate without somebody holding them there, and keep them there long enough for it to make a difference? And we started that program in 2016. And it has 4 primary principles. So this is kind of a mini version of our theory of change. So the first box there is 5 pillars. We don't believe that you can take a one-size-fits-all approach to rehabilitation. Not every kid in Denham Town wants to learn to be a welder. Yeah, not every kid in Norbrook wants to learn to be a plumber. We would never go to a community with better socioeconomic indicators and assume that there's one program that's going to meet everybody's needs. So we try to program holistically. In our model, that has solidified into 5 pillars. A sport, we believe strongly in boxing and martial arts, and I can speak about that later if there's time. A sport, education support, employability, youth leadership, and psychosocial support. And that has been the glue that has given us those high results in Brazil and England, and that we're trying to deliver here. The second box represents the public health approach to violence prevention. We believe that if you're operating in a space with a high level of violence, you can't treat everybody there like they're at the same risk level. So you have to have programs for young people who are not involved but affected by violence, programs for young people who are at that bubbling secondary risk level, and then programs for people who are gang affiliated or recently incarcerated, who are the most likely to get involved in serious crime and violence. We think that the diversity of programming that those 2 first boxes require means that there's no way you can do it by yourself, right? So we believe in a network. We believe in pulling together the best-in-class providers of these services that our young people need and holding them in the space. And we use a framework called collective impact. And we play the role of the backbone organization, which means that we don't deliver any services ourselves. We just do all the dirty work that makes collaboration more than a cocktail party word, right? We do the fundraising, we do the monitoring and evaluation, we do the coordination, we do the transaction management, we do the financial reporting, we do the donor relations, we do everything that allows our various partners, our personal development trainers, our sport federations to just go in and do that thing that they're brilliant at. And then we pull it all together. And lastly, we believe that we need to have a 360 relationship with policy. So as a foreign NGO, we don't think it's our place to determine policy here. We try to follow the government's policy in the areas that we work in, and then report back to the government so that we can share what we're learning, where possible, influence further policy and program design. And that is what we have been tasked with for the last 6 years. We've been at this for about 6 years. How am I doing on time? So COVID was a nightmare. Pre-COVID, we were up to about 3,000 young people. It was brilliant. It was ticking over. We were co-delivering 70 sessions a week. It was gorgeous. And then COVID struck and it all went to hell. So we've clawed ourselves back to delivering about, we're reaching about 600 youth across the communities where we work. And over the last couple of years, we've drilled down really to focus on mental health and personal resilience indicators, because that is where we've seen the greatest risk. And our last impact survey, we're doing really well in terms of progressions on PD and psychosocial indicators. We measure young people regularly to see how well they're doing. And we believe that it is what is working in our program to give us these strong indicators is saturating our programming with psychosocial support. So where I just described our working with a network, that was the one place we broke the model. We didn't have enough partners to deliver psychosocial support at the frequency and in the way we felt our community beneficiaries needed. Not everybody wants to traipse to a posh New Kingston office that says psychologist on the front door. So we embed our psychologists and social workers in the sport sessions. When our young people interact with them first, they don't know. They're in the same t-shirt as the coach. They just know they're a youth worker and they're here to help you. And we found different ways to embed psychosocial support in all of our programming, most usefully through a program called Psychological First Aid, which one of our alliance partners in South Africa taught us, which is the mental health equivalent of first aid. So if you see a kid bleeding from the head, you don't have to be a doctor to realize, hey, that's a problem, and know that there's some immediate things you can do to stem the damage, and then urgently refer the kid to help. And so that's what we do with psychological first aid, is teach everybody who is in the space working with children in our name to recognize when there's trauma, to know what you can do, even though you're not a clinician, what you can do in the moment to not worsen the trauma, and most important, know that you need to urgently refer that person to help. And that the psychosocial support is the spackle in our program, right? It's what allows our beneficiaries to unpack the trauma that they're experiencing and be able to absorb the content from the other program areas. And so we're really happy with our continued progressions in this way. I will not talk about, well, so the role, what we think of the role of social interventions is basically to live out our theory of change. We believe that we are most useful when we co-design and co-deliver evidence-based programs that answer community needs and respond to the government's priorities. We are very clear that we are not a state actor. We are a CSO, and we need to make ourselves useful by doing things that the government will find value in. I will just go quickly to why we don't think that is working as well as it should. And there is a clear lack of coordination of social interventions on the ground that really, there are many, I'm sure you've heard this morning, many successful interventions doing just as well as ours, but we're not adding them up together, right? Nobody's playing traffic cop to say we need more of this, less of this. We need evidence on this. We need an intervention over here in this area of the community, not in that one. We operate in the zone of special operations, and it is often a bother to me that we are not being directed by what the security forces are learning from their intelligence work there. There is another pattern in the CSO landscape of just timelines and budgets that are not, that cannot produce the results that we want, right? The question of efficacy of social interventions is usually a question of how well are we doing with regard to the homicide rate. Yet no one will give us the budget or a timeline that is required to make a meaningful dent in the homicide rate. And I'm particularly going to flag the absence of social interventions targeting the youth most likely to get involved in crime and violence in the short term. There are enough security interventions, but not enough social interventions targeting that group. And then I will make my usual pitch for increased capacity support for monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and specifically for project design. There are too many entities nationally that are designing programs, spending a lot of money, that when you unpack the theory of change, they don't make no sense. Yeah? When you require the partner to walk you through what is this 2 times a week? Summer camps are very popular. So what is our plan for 2 times a week for 4 weeks in this one community with no follow-up and no referral? What is that going to achieve? But there's a lot of money being spent on these interventions that do not have their own intrinsic theory of change and are not tied into national priorities. And I will leave it there and turn it over to the rest of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have many questions, but I will make sure that everybody gets to go through their presentation. So I'm going to ask Mr. Horace Levy, Board of Stand Up for Jamaica.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Warn me when I still have 2 minutes to go. I want to make 3 points. The first one is a bit of history, and the longest. From the 1990s, under Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, something different happened. He turned for guidance. Crime was surging. He turned for guidance from attorneys, academics, and civil society. This was significant because earlier on, when crime first surged in the early 1970s, Michael Manley espoused the Suppression of Crimes Act, the gun court, and harsh penalties, essentially. The Suppression of Crimes Act encouraged very bad behavior among the police, repressive, hard policing, the wrong kind, and had to be revoked as unconstitutional some years later. So PJ's action in turning to civil society, academia, and attorneys at law was something quite unique, actually. It's the first time. It began with the Leslie Wolf Chief Justice Commission in the early 1990s. And he actually established 3 different national committees. Wolf's was the first one. And all 3, the last one being 2001 or 2002, 2001 I think it was, unanimously recommended 2 things: police reform and upliftment of deprived communities. And this was again the same 2 recommendations came out of the West Indies Commission of Inquiry that followed on the incursion into Tivoli. And that, its findings didn't come out until, weren't published until 2015, 2016. And those 2 findings have been on the whole, partially, but on the whole, ignored by subsequent administrations, all of them. The second point I want to make is that the social intervention that I have espoused over many years, largely through the Peace Management Initiative, the PMI, has emphasized 2 things. And in some of what I have to say here, you'll find that I harmonize with what Kelly has been talking about. It emphasized 2 things. One was the nature of social intervention. Social intervention is not a matter of paved roads or of retraining gullies or fixing the drainage or replacing zinc fencing with concrete fencing, all of which are fine things, excellent, and needed, and have social impacts, but they are not social intervention, right? They're going on in Augustown, for example, roads nicely paved, sections of African gardens that weren't before, and so on. But the murders still go on. Because social intervention has to do with what social really refers to, which is interaction between people. Relationships, youth and adults, adults and youth with the community, with the schools, with the police. It's those relationships which need to be targeted in social intervention. And that kind of intervention has largely been absent from the alleged. Omar on my left may contradict me shortly, I don't know. But my impression is that that has really not gone on. I say him because he's the one responsible for the social intervention. Right, Omar? So that was the first thing we targeted in the social intervention. The second thing was that it had to go on conjointly with community policing. And it did go on jointly, right? We kept our distance from the community police because we had to win. That is, I'm talking about the PMI. And I was active in the PMI, even though only on the board we had a very activist board, initially at least. And some of us still continued with it even after the majority didn't find it possible. Conjointly with the police. And we recognized at the time, very sharply recognized, that this was going to be a temporary reprieve until the state and the private sector could get involved, because we were not in a position to provide employment, for example, which would be crucial if the kind of cessation, the sympathetic one-on-one violence interruption that we were doing was not maintained. And the fact was that the PMI did not have the funding, was not provided with the funding to do it on a large enough scale. Contrary to what some was said earlier today on one of the first panels, the fact is that it did succeed in specific areas. And that's been documented. And documented up to 2 years ago by Herbert Gale, who is a well-known researcher and an extremely reliable researcher at that. Documented in the PMI in the West, documented in sections of that the PMI East, the one around Kingston and Spanish Town and Clarendon were working, in the St. Catherine area, documented in communities where for a year there was not a single murder, more than 1 year. This is not just Augustown by any means, right? All through this kind of violence interruption, this face-to-face dealing with individuals, and recognizing the fact that there are two kinds of gangs. And the gangs we were dealing with and have been dealing with and successfully are what you might call, incorrectly, the community gangs. Because there's a kind of gang of the Dudas variety, right? The Klansman variety, involved in the trading in guns, in drugs, in killings, targeted killings, and so on. That's one kind. And that has to be dealt with mainly by the police. We were dealing with the groupings of young people fighting one another over turf very often. In the beginning, exclusively over turf, because they were affiliated with different political parties, the two parties, right? And when we went in, I mean the board of PMI, went into the communities, we discovered these because we were novices at the time. This is back around 2003, 2002, 2004, right? So relationships was what we dealt with, right? And it worked. It succeeded, but in limited areas for limited periods of time, right? Because the funding was not there, the extension was not there, and these were needed. Which brings me to the third point.
Now you're at your 2-minute mark.
Oh, thank you very much. And this is the shortest, right? Because what this adds up to, and what it comes down to, in the end, is that what is needed is a holistic approach. We've never been saying, and from Bruce Golden's days when we wrote him a letter detailing the kinds of things we were doing in Franklin Town, right? Angela Gohagan is here, who is from Franklin Town, will testify to the way in which murders were brought down there and in Jonestown. In a matter of months in Jonestown, the murders were brought down, right? Brought down dramatically, sharply, right? Ending a 3 years war in Jonestown. It took a little longer in Franklin Town. Franklin Town was larger, more dispersed, and more difficult to deal with. But the need which has approached is a holistic one. Social intervention by itself would not work. Neither will policing work, right? Even the best and most diligent patrols by police, face to face, instead of going around in motor cars and so on, which they have done from time to time, right? And I've seen it done by them, and successfully, right? What has emerged is that you need a holistic, something which involves, and Lloyd Distant was saying it later on, right? Entire Jamaica behind. We've come to realize this in Jamaica more and more. The whole of Jamaica has to be behind it. So it has to be the government, it has to be civil society, it has to be the NGOs coordinating perhaps better, as Kelly is saying. It has to be the market, the business people, right? The progressive ones at least, because the business people, like the rest of Jamaica, is fractured. Jamaica is a very fractured and divided country. And it is until these divisions are overcome to some extent, and the whole, some sort of unity, some sort of coming together occurs, that we're able to solve this nagging crime and violence problem. Not an easy task at all. not given the way to which, as the last panel was pointing out, those who are benefiting are not just the ones who are being brought to justice, but many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so now I invite Managing Director Omar Sweeney of Jamaica Social Investment Fund.
Thank you. That's a lot to unpack, and certainly in my 7 minutes, I do think that we should be able to touch on a few things. I'm Omar Sweeney, Managing Director of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, and for the benefit of persons that may not know, JSIF is a government entity. Since 1996, we have been tasked with targeting the underserved and vulnerable communities across Jamaica. Your mic, yeah. And so since then, we list our direct and indirect beneficiaries at close to 2 million persons. And certainly through our multilateral partners and the government of Jamaica, we've addressed most aspects of poverty across the paradigm. And so since 2006, with crime being such a situation in the country, we've turned a lot of our focus towards social interventions within these vulnerable and volatile communities. And a big part of it, I would first say, would be around targeting. Okay, who do you target in terms of addressing some of the impacts that are caused by being vulnerable? And we have communities that I would say to you are significantly hotspots, police hotspots in terms of the crime figures. You have communities that are not hotspots but lack basic social amenities. And then, of course, there are knife-edge communities where, depending on what the investment is, the community could take a positive or a negative direction. And we try to encompass in our interventions all types of communities simply because it helps to form the database of information of how you continue to target and go forward. And with respect to these communities, more often than not, what you find is the absence of state services, the government. And you find decayed infrastructure, you find maladaptive social behavior, conflict, disputes, just about the whole gamut of issues, both socially and infrastructurally. And so the first thing that would happen in our approach is that we do look at the infrastructure and the physical aspects. And we have to look at it simply because the environment is important, right? We apply the international best practice known as CEPTED, crime prevention through environmental design. And we believe that if you're able to create the best environment, proper solid waste management, the removal of zinc fences, proper roads and drainage, you take away a lot of the vulnerabilities. And then you create the platform for what Mr. Levy is saying, where you can develop healthy relationships. You can't, in our estimation, have healthy relationships in an environment that is dysfunctional. There's no point in going in and talking about interventions for teenage pregnancies when 5 people are sleeping on the same bed, and there's no sanitation, and they're vulnerable to violence on the streets. There's when there's zinc fence and you can't walk safely from public transportation to your house because you don't know who is behind the zinc fence. These are vulnerabilities that persons begin to feel vulnerable. They lack trust. And then, of course, there's justice. I mean, if you believe that you will not get justice simply because there is no state actors, there's nobody to stand up for you, then you take justice into your own hands, and then you have a problem. You have conflict, you have reprisals. And so we spend a lot of our investments in looking at how you address some of those physical aspects. And sometimes it can be interpreted by our partners and by NGOs that we're only focusing on the physical. But the physical is necessary to ensure that the other expertise, the NGOs, like what Kelly does with Fight for Peace, that they can have area, what do you want to call it, a platform to carry out what they do best. And so there are many NGOs and social and government partners that come with programs that require the physical aspects to be done. Now, beyond that, you look at education and educational outcomes. It is important that in schools that the educational outcomes can be attained so that you don't create input for the gangs. You know, you have to ensure that boys in particular, which is a target, can stay in school so that and achieve their educational outcomes and be traced and attached, remain attached, especially youth can remain attached, whether boy or girls, to institution, right? Where every single morning someone knows where they are, right? That's how you keep track and, if you will, reduce the flow or the input into gangs rather than do it post. You know, rather than what we're doing now in Jamaica, we're doing a lot of post. You know, we're playing catch up in terms of now that there's a gang problem and there's all of this organized crime. And so a big part of our approach is to also integrate the partners and be able to facilitate. And so we work across the gamut with just about everyone I see here on the table we've worked with. And so we work with the partners to ensure that they're also able to roll out the programs. And so we do that having the community at the center. A big part of it is community governance, because at the end of the day, whether it's an NGO, a government partner, or JSIF, it is important to know that the community leadership are going to be the ones that are left within the community. They are the ones that will protect the space. And so when you use the term policing, you're saying, well, okay, so now I'm not just saying police, fire, ambulances. No, they have access to the community, right? The perception of safety is safer in the community when they know that outside services can come right in. That's one. The second thing is by having strong community groups, you know, neighborhood watches, curfew monitors, environmental wardens, by having active citizens engaged, which is a big part of our social intervention strategy, you create clusters of leadership within the community that have a strong stakeholder in the community. And what you anticipate is that this will be the force that counters, others that want to do or destroy the value in the community. And so, in effect, if you're able to do that and sustain it over time, sustain community leadership, have an environmental sustainability, and have the partners and the presence of the state agencies present in a sustainable way, then you should move towards communities owning their peace, is what we like to call it. And I like to use, if you take, for instance, in Jamaica we say uptown. In Jamaica we say uptown. If you get up and come out to your gate in the morning and you see a police car there, you want to know why, because that's not what you expect to see. And that's how our communities really should be, because we expect to have, if you have an expectation of a peaceful communities, then communities can be safe. And finally, I just want to take the point that, yes, coordination of social interventions is an issue. The targeting is an issue because you may have duplication and replication. And so those are some of the things that do work counter. So I do support that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Safri Brown, Project Director from Project STAR Foundation.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. Okay, lovely. Okay, so I know there's been a lot of talk today about crime and about violence. I don't really want to talk about crime or violence. I want to talk about transformation. I want to talk about social change. I want to talk about social indicators. I want to talk about protective factors and mechanisms. I want to talk about value systems. And I'm going to talk about that by talking about Project STAR. So Project STAR is really a social partnership, or a partnership for social transformation. And I want us to kind of look at the words very clearly and what we're really aiming to achieve. And really what it is that as one people, we are working together. We've spoken a lot about that today, and we've spoken about collaboration, coordination. And we need to transform ourselves. We've got to start with ourselves, right? This idea of who we are and what we mean within the space that is this society and this community called Jamaica and our communities. And we want to create a Jamaica where all are valued, right? And this is a big thing that we don't talk about. We don't talk about the value system that we place on our communities and on our people, so that all can thrive. And so I'm going to go into a little bit more detail. But as you can see, we're not here as a crime prevention initiative. We're not here on violence prevention. We're here as a value system organization looking to change the outcomes for our communities and for our children and for future generations. So the goal of STAR is really to facilitate a national collaborative evidence-based approach to improving social outcomes at the community level. And we talk a lot about targeting and evidence, and it really is using that evidence and that sort of data to drive and guide. We don't have immeasurable resources. We've got to be targeted, focused. We've got to improve our measurement. Nobody's going to disagree with that. Everybody said it countless times today. But there's certain core values under which we operate, such certain beliefs. And one is that we believe that all Jamaicans have great potential. We believe in the potential of all Jamaicans. We also believe that all communities can thrive. And I know that intellectually many of us may think they can thrive, but do we really believe? Because in our actions as a society, we don't operate under that premise. And so we have to question whether we really believe that communities can thrive. And that we believe that all of society must participate. And I've heard many people talk about that today. And I think we're in agreement that everybody has to be at the table and everybody has to be part of this movement. And so we're going to do this by looking at three kind of objectives, right? One is we want to mainstream approaches to community development, which are inclusive, rigorous, and integrated. So we haven't gone straight into, well, we're going to do this activity in the community and these are the interventions, this is how we're going to measure it. We're going to look at what is this methodology that we're talking about, what is this framework, and is everybody at the table? You know, is it evidence-based, data-driven? Have we tested all these different ideas? Are we sure that this is the right approach? And is it integrated? Also that Jamaica communities are safer and more resilient with improved social outcomes and reduced levels of violence. Absolutely, that is what we want. Right, we're going to be in the communities. That's the kind of programming we're going to be doing. But then the third one is that we want project-wide stakeholders to be more purposeful, to be better informed and better equipped for contributions to national transformational change. And so these are the kind of key tenets that we're looking at for Project STAR. Just some quick things. One is that it's actually now a 5-year program. We're looking to be in 10 to 20 communities, but we're really looking at this as a model project rather than it's only going to transform these communities. We're really looking at a framework nationally for social transformation. It is data-driven, and it's based off of the Cardiff model, which I'm sure many of you know, which is really about looking at data around not just crime data, but also violence-related data, because a lot of the violence-related data doesn't actually hit crime data. I know there are lots of conversations about, well, you know, major crimes are down or violence is down. Well, that's reported violence. And so we really have to talk about what's happening in the communities. And using the Cardiff model, we pick up both crime data, but we also work through the Jamaica Injury Surveillance System to get the violence-related injury data out of the hospitals. And only then do we have a clear sense of what's really happening in the community. You infuse that now with community knowledge. And when we talk about community knowledge, we talk about all the stakeholders in the community. We talk about community members, organizations. We talk about the state agencies working in communities. We talk about police, local schools. This is what we mean when we talk about the community within a space. And then that community really looks at what's happening. They're able to infuse the actual qualitative data and information on the quantitative to get a real sense of what's happening. And then we work through the community to develop what are the strategies and interventions. It's a partnership primarily between the PSOJ and the Jamaican Constabulary Force. The JCF has been very clear that they do a lot of work around the CLEAR clear and whole, and there's not enough work done around the building. And they really see this as an opportunity to look at social transformation, to support this sort of life cycle of how you really try to stabilize and then transform communities. And in terms of funding, we are looking at a mixed financing approach. It's about sort of 2 billion Jamaican. We're trying to speak in Jamaican, even though I'd rather speak in US because it's not so intimidating. But it's really 2 billion Jamaican that we're looking at. And we're looking at raising funds through Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, crowdfunding, in the diaspora, corporate Jamaica, and obviously multilaterals. I'll talk about that in a minute. In terms of the structure, we've created a really sort of robust structure. The Project STAR is chaired by Keith Duncan and Major General Anthony Anderson, and it has a number of areas and committees that are looking at different components of the project. Within this section, with regards to implementation, we have an implementation committee. Again, that one is chaired by Peter Melhado, and we've got great participants on there like Claudette Pius at the back of the room. And again, we'll talk a little bit in a second about really how we infuse learning within the program, but we have a technical stakeholder group which is made up of the state agencies that work in communities. So very much Ministry of National Security, PIOJ, JSIF, SDC, and then civil society as well. What we have to do is that coordinated approach really has to be addressed in a significant way moving forward. And then we have a sort of 2 working group pillars. One is economic transformation, and really looking at economic transformation within the context of how do you transform the economic outcomes in communities. A lot of times we do entrepreneurship programs, we focus on very specific populations, but we're looking at it from an individual perspective, not necessarily from a community-wide perspective, and we've got to figure out strategies for how we change the economic outcomes at the community level. And then obviously youth. So youth is actually very infused in the project. It's at the core of how the project is delivered. And then at the base of the project are the community transformation boards, and the community transformation boards are the vehicle in the project that really drive the strategies and identify the needs in terms of what needs to happen. I'm not going to go through this one in detail, but this really talks about what is the technical approach for Project STAR. And so there are a couple of areas. One, as I mentioned, is that it's locally driven development. I think that's important to know. It is very much primarily resourced locally and driven locally. We're using a lot of the expertise, community, academia, practitioners, and this means that there's a real understanding of the local context, and then how we make sure that that's fully infused within the sort of mechanics of the project is the understanding of the local context. And then it's anchored in community. So really kind of we invert the community development models where it's not top down, it's bottom up. Where as I indicated, it's the communities that determine the interventions based on the data, based on very much this analysis and understanding of what's happening. But it really is them identified driving, and therefore we know that they then own it more. It's been difficult for a lot of people to understand where we're coming from. They say, well, what exactly are you going to do? You know, is there going to be psychosocial programs? Are there going to be these sorts of programs and that sort of programs? And you say, well, yes, we can anticipate that, but we won't know until we're in a community exactly what is needed and what is provided. So again, we talk about duplication. When we're in communities, we're going to be working closely with everybody in the community. So if there's certain programs that are already happening, that's okay. We're going to look to do what are the other gaps. We're going to look to see where we can strengthen, where we can create linkages, where we can support with what's happening, strengthen and develop. So those are some of the key ones, and then obviously the youth-driven one is a key component, and I think it's important to know that that's really infused within the project, and that's not just in terms of how we deliver that project, but it's also in terms of how we, what kind of programming we do around entrepreneurship, job creation, economic development. I know we talk a lot about, well, we can't just give them carpentry and cake baking. We've got to look at what excites them. Why can't we excite them? Why can't we engage them in things that really matter to them? And develop that process. So that's really important. And then also learning is a core value of STAR. So again, we've got monitoring and evaluation, we've got a results-based framework, that's great. But then what do we do with that, right? How do we take everybody on the journey at the same time so that we're all learning, and not just from STAR, we're all learning from each other, and making sure that's fully infused throughout the duration of the project is that ongoing learning. And then what do you do with that learning, right? Where does it feed back into? What does it drive in terms of policy, in terms of resourcing, in terms of partnerships, in terms of accountability? How much longer? 30 seconds. 30, she didn't give me the 2 minutes. That's okay. All right, so as I mentioned, it is community informed. I'm going to just kind of go through that very quickly, and it very much is looking at that data. I won't go through that again. Evidence-based, we're really excited about this idea of making sure that we use evidence-based interventions. We don't need to create more interventions in Jamaica. We've got great interventions. We've got Fight for Peace. We've got Children First. We've got Child Resilience. We've got great interventions. What we need to do is target them, resource them, support them. And so what we want to do is make sure that we're supporting this development of this menu of interventions. We talk about the coordination, we talk about the targeting, the focusing, and make sure that becomes a key component of how we deliver the project. And also in terms of just how we selected our communities, making sure that we're data-driven and evidence-based. We really looked at crime and violence data. We put in some other indicators around communities that were ready for social transformation, and from that we're able to identify the communities we're going in. Again, it's not just sort of picking things out of the air. It very much is evidence-based and data-driven. In terms of engagement attitudes and norms, I know we talk a lot about this at the community level, right? We talk about other people's value systems. We never talk about our own, right? We never talk about our own prejudices and our own things that prevent us from creating an enabling environment that is inclusive and open and welcoming. Somebody mentioned earlier about these communities very much being something that you go into and that you come out of, and that they need to be integrated into Jamaica. Well, yes, but then there also needs to be a welcoming environment, an ecosystem that supports anybody from any background in any community becoming part of mainstream Jamaica. And, you know, part of that we talk about is issues around green spaces and recreation and access to services and clothing and all these kinds of things. And so the value system of what we're talking about has to be addressed if we're really going to be able to create a space that is for all Jamaicans where everyone is valued. I'm going to just go, and as I mentioned, learning is a core value, and what underpins the project is this whole idea of data, learning, and transformation, and it infuses in this sort of circular way around the entire project to make sure that it's fully integrated. In terms of how we're going to create sustained change, I know this is everybody's big question. Well, one of the biggest parts is through our own sort of mindset change and what we think about these communities and how we create value, because if we value these communities, then we no longer stand by and accept that this is the state that the communities have to stay in.
And Ms. Brown, I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
Community-informed solutions, again, we know this increases buy-in and ownership. We're not telling them what interventions need. We're not coming in and saying this is what you're doing. We're coming in and working with them for them to determine what needs to happen. It is responsive to local requirements. So again, it's not a project that's been designed and we're putting it in 10 communities. It is very much what that community needs, and therefore is responsive to what's going on there. Evidence-based, it's joint up, it's collaborative. We have economic transformation as a core pillar. We mentioned the youth infusion within the project. One of the key important components is the building of sustainable relationships with the JCF, with the Citizen Security and Safety Branch, working closely with them to create that change, and robust reporting and accountability. I think I can sort of finish there. I don't think you'll want to know the funding strategies. I will just go to the last slide.
Okay, and our last but not least panelist is Senior Superintendent of Police Vernon Ellis, Jamaica Constabulary Force.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Good afternoon to you all, and our listeners out there. I was going to give Safri 5 minutes out of my time. And when Omar and Safri presents, there's little or nothing left for me to say because they are sounding like police officers now. Both of them are right up that stream, you know, because
that was not what I was going for.
We're actually working so close. I'll say that violent crimes for us, especially out there where I am at in St. James, results from some social decay, disorder. There's a gun culture. Persons have a willingness to get involved in organized crime, drug trafficking, lottery scamming, and persons are unable to resolve their disputes without resorting to violence. I must say to you that while I'm presenting on social intervention, I was never a disciple of social intervention until 2018. All of you who are sitting at the table know I was never a partner for social intervention until we started to look at creating our divisional plans. We were all up there with the typical neighborhood watch, police youth club, community meetings, and you know the basic things that DCP Bailey would have mentioned in our community relations. But in 2018, Major General Anthony Anderson pointed us to using intervention as one of the options in our toolkit to support our divisional plans to reduce serious crimes. So one of the things that we did, and the STARS program would have been a bigger picture of what we did actually in St. James, Salt Spring to be exact. So quite a few of the areas that will come out will be what is to be replicated on a larger scale. We did our analysis. We realized that this community was one of the tougher communities. It had gangs, a lot of high-powered weapons, high levels of police criminal confrontation. The fear of crime was high, and there was a big threat based on the geographic location of where the Salt Spring space is. So those were some of the things that allowed us to select this community as part of the intervention. We started to meet with the citizens. We went out there, had discussion with them. I must tell you, one, they didn't trust us, the police. They never thought that we were humans. They frankly told us that they saw us as oppressors, and that our only aim was to enforce the law. So we looked at what was done in terms of social intervention, as mentioned by other panelists. A lot of different things have been done over the many years. Now, we checked on this investment, and I'll say to you that billions of dollars have been invested in this country in social intervention. One of the big challenges that we realized when we were doing our analysis is that the persons who are able to leverage the benefits of the social intervention was more so the police. And as Safri would have mentioned in the STARS program, the police is being pulled in at the forefront of a program like this. I'll say to you, when there is an upsurge of crime or something serious happening in any of these communities, the investors are unable to go inside there. And if you're unable to go in there, you're not able to, at that time when it's most important, to leverage the benefits of this type of social intervention. Most social intervention, when we did our assessment, they targeted age groups 18 to 27. We realized that most of these persons were already involved in crime. It's easy to say that it's difficult to bend a tree when it's that big. So we looked at those who we saw as most vulnerable, which were between the ages of 5 and 14. It was difficult to find some form of funding or support for a group like this because most of our agencies were already targeting the 18 to 27. So and one of the reasons for selecting this group is that they are the same groups that they are going to feed into gangs, they are going to become killers, they are going to become victims of crime, and we think that if we target this group, we could actually secure the future of our country in 5 years to come. So even if we're not seeing the immediate returns right now, 5 years down the road, we should be seeing that. Quite a few of these kids too, they are from some tough communities. They would have been exposed to adverse childhood experiences, and it kind of made them more perfect to go into what is creating the social disorder. So, we were encouraged by the commissioner and some stakeholders to build out this program. We started with a school feeding program that targeted the 2 schools with close to 250 students in this area. One of the things we realized from this program and the research that we did, most of the challenges kids face were actually getting to school, they were unable to find the first meal, and it was challenging. It made them add low attendance, etc. When we tried to hold meetings, a lot of persons wouldn't turn up. We realized that this established group of 5 to 14, they were always present and available to us. So we started to reach out to them through the schools. Invariably, what we did right after is we started to pull all the other agencies on board. And, I must say thanks to some of our partners, JSIF, the CMPSOJ, they stood closely with us. We were able to put in some basic things that were not in the community. What this partnership did is it blossomed into a tighter citizen-police relation. After a while, I heard a question earlier about the trust and confidence in the police. It built the trust and confidence because it's not really because they're thinking that the police is corrupt why they didn't trust the police. They just don't know you, and if somebody don't know you, they're not going to open up to you so frankly. It was evident too as our division spiked in the recovery of illegal firearms, and as Mr. Bailey said, we have made cases that persons were never willing to come to the police and give us a statement many years before. So, we've seen where that has resulted in us being able to remove even some of the high-level joint military assets from some of these communities. The citizens are now better able to resolve disputes. They are actually policing themselves. So for that year alone, we saw a 60% reduction in serious and violent crimes for that community alone. And, just to say, we were able to remove like maybe 30 of the police military assets to other places that were burning after we started this type of program. The community started to reject the gangsters inside there. As a matter of fact, when JSIF went in there, I am almost unable to recognize the community. After, there are a lot of development, safe school program, sidewalks are developed now. The kids from that community, they are transformed. People are coming there to look at what's happening. The overall culture of the people inside there over the past 3 years have changed. And when I say change, there was a bird shooting exercise taking place close to the community, and everybody was pretty upset. Now, this is a community that is used to guns being fired for the entire night. So after the lull, they are not accepting that anymore. I won't tell you what they call Mr. Sweeney inside of there, but they refer to the police officers as uncles and aunts, and there's a strong relationship between the police and the citizens in that Salt Spring area. Now, what we're seeing from all of this is that, invariably a lot of these communities, the broken window is there, and the leadership is what is absent in terms of some structures. Now, as police officers, we've taken on the role of social workers. At lunch, I was explaining to someone that pretty much I am a social worker. The only thing differentiates me from another social worker is that I have the powers of arrest. So we have transitioned a lot to using this intervention. The benefits of it is also great too, because the police who once saw that community as their enemy, because some of these tough communities with gangs, the police actually saw them as their enemies. Now the police is showing a human side, and the citizens are pretty much in full acceptance of the police department inside there. We're trying to replicate this across quite a few other areas because the benefits from it is significant, and we're continuing with it. Hopefully, Safri and Keith gets the support for us to roll it out across Jamaica. That's it from me.
Thank you, panelists. I think everybody here is hearing what the possibilities can be in this space. Do you have questions for the panelists? Because I'll open it up to the audience first.
Again. I also want to big up the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and the other organization as it relates to social intervention, but I have a problem. I think the creation of JCIF and CSJP have stagnated the social development at the community level. The reason why I say it is that I realize today that the Social Development Commission is not in the room. They're not on the panel. And SDC, who has the history and the pulse at the community level, have taken a back seat since the development of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and CSJP. And it has affected the community-based organization and civil society. So I think that while JCIF was thriving and CSJP was thriving, the Social Development Commission should have gotten the budget and should have gotten the development so that it could work hand in hand.
Okay. I'll open it up to the panelists. Do you think that there is, has there been some type of work among the panelist members with Social Development Commission? And B, do you think that there's room for more collaboration and work there? Who'd like to start? Safri? Mm-hmm.
So Andrew, I'm nodding away, right? Having been involved at the community level in community development work, I've seen it's been a really worrying trend over the last sort of 15 years, where you're seeing the community structures and the grassroots organizations kind of dwindling down, dying out, that kind of community activism and ownership not necessarily being supported. At the same time where you are seeing major interventions happening. I think that is something we have to look at. We have got to, and under STAR, we hope to do this, is to build back the community structures and to build back that ownership that exists in the communities. Because that's where we're going to create the change. That's where we're going to create the sustained change, was when it is community-owned, community-supported, community-led. I don't know if I have enough information about the sort of diversion of resourcing, but what I am clear about is that the support at the community level for community-owned and led and directed interventions is not what it was 15 years ago, and that is something that we have to address. Because right now we've already started doing mapping and looking at communities, and there's very little that's in the communities today. It's very different 10 years ago. And so when we talk about that process, it's not just supporting who's in there. We now have to figure out how can we engage, build back, build capacity, all that great work that SDC used to do. And many of us involved in social development in our younger years would have gone and learned how to do sort of community development work at SDC and how you do participatory planning and how you engage a community. I mean, really, really important work, but there is a disconnect today. And then there's also a disconnect between community-owned planning and actual resourcing behind that. And so again, SDC finds themselves in a position where very often they have to go and access funding, find funding, and so you've developed this great plan with the community, and then the resourcing needs are not necessarily behind that. And then obviously then has a knock-on effect to how the community feels when we do go in to do community planning work with them. They say, well, you know, what's the point?
Yeah. Mr. Levy, I'd give you an opportunity to address that question. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to agree with Andrew and Safri, there's a multitude of problems at the community level. The worst of which is just a lack of resources for real community work. SDC is grossly under-resourced. There is one liaison officer for I think 2 or 3 communities. They don't have the resources to maintain the kind of active community ownership that Safri is describing. There's also challenges in the budget for social interventions that there's sort of a trickle-down process where community-based organizations get the low end of the budget, and a lot of these calls for proposals and funding mechanisms are structured in ways that make most CBOs ineligible for them. And I think, you know, for every social intervention, the government's preferred model is that you partner with the Community Development Committee, which is the umbrella organization that represents the interests of community leaders. Those positions are volunteer. And so the idea of building multiple large multi-pronged components off the back of a 1 or 2 person entity staffed with volunteers is absurd. It doesn't work. So I think we need to think about the whole community development structure and funding if we want to have the kind of meaningful participation that Zafir describes.
Not through any fault of JSIF, because initially JSIF, Jamaica Social Investment Fund, and SDC coexisted, each in its own sphere. But Andrew is right that SDC involvement has gone down quite separately from JSIF's involvement. It's gone down for political reasons. Disagreement between the two parties. Viewing of the SDC as doing the work of one party rather than the other. And so they've been politically and therefore financially sidelined. And the communities have suffered as a result because the SDC was doing and is able to do good community work. It has done it, I've seen it. I've seen them weak in some communities too, but for the most part, I think their work has been positive and good. But this kind of political sidelining and political action is a large part of our problem. The third thing on which I had come down on in my intervention was for a holistic approach. And that holistic approach reached a zenith in the consensus, the crime consensus that Lloyd Distant is presently chairperson of, as we saw in the first panel. And there again, as Lloyd has pointed out, I think, or whether he did or not, the fact is that the consensus has not moved forward because there is no common understanding of what the problem is. No common understanding of what the crime problem is. And if there's no common understanding, how do you proceed? And the reason why there is no common understanding is that the understandings that there are divided, right? Politically divided. Again, it's the politics. And I have to, I'm sorry to say it, but the present administration wants to go it alone, and it wants to go it the state of emergency road. A state of emergency as a crime-fighting tool, which has been rejected as a crime-fighting tool, rather, by the courts. And it has been sticking to that, and the PNP has rejected it as a crime-fighting tool, something you can use on specific occasions when murder gets out of hand, but not on a regular basis. And so there's been a division as to how to understand and how to deal with crime. And without that common understanding, the crime census itself, which is something very positive, something I've supported, something every section supported, has been stalled and is not going forward. So until we get around this go it alone mentality, and there is some agreement between the parties, the political parties, over how to move forward, will not move. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Oh, sorry. May I add one last thing? Sorry.
May I ask you to hold your question for 1 second?
And that is that, you know, Senior Superintendent Ellis, with most respect, sir, that billions, because you're not the first person to say it, billions has been spent on social intervention. Have you experienced billions, Fight for Peace? I know PMI has not experienced any billions.
We raise our own money.
You raise your own money, which is a small amount relatively. PMI has not experienced any billions. The Violence Prevention Alliance has not. Children First, with whom I've interviewed Claudette Pius at least perhaps twice, they almost had to close down. They've not experienced the billions. The billions has gone into government social intervention, so-called, right? Into the kinds of things that JSIF and Omar Sweeney have been involved in, which are very good, and which have the impact, as he has shown out, a social impact, but are not social interventions. as such, right? That's where the billions have gone over the last few years. Billions of dollars have gone there, but not into the kinds of social interventions that any of us from the NGO or the CSO, the civil society organization, have experienced. So I just want to correct that mistake that a lot of money has been spent on social interventions. Give me a break. Sorry.
All right. Well, I was promised fireworks by you, Mr. Lee. You did not disappoint. I'm going to now turn to our next question.
Hi, good afternoon. So one of the things that has been happening based on research is that, and Kelly brought it up earlier, which is that a lot of social interventions program operate in silos of each other without the kind of collaboration and communication that is needed. A lot of it is ego-driven in some respect, which is that people want to be the one to solve the problem. They want their intervention to be the one to solve the problem. So how do we move beyond the ego to really and truly collaborate to do the kind of holistic intervention that Mr. Levy is is talking about, where we don't just target the actual perpetrators, but target family as a whole, as a holistic approach to breaking this cycle of violence that we're seeing?
Okay, that was a lot to unpack, right? So the first question that I heard was, how do we move beyond the kind of competition? But I think the premise was based on ego. I'd like to throw in there also the fact that the resources are limited, and whether or not it's a system that's set up that forces the social interventions to compete for the dollars that are there. And then the second question is targeting families as a whole, as opposed to just specifically one individual within the family to be able to really start to get into those roots of violence.
I'm happy to start. I mean, I think Joanna is right, and a lot of it is ego-driven. Ego not necessarily in a negative sense, but organizations deliver on their mandates, right? You deliver on what you are best at. A lot of it is driven by the international development partners. They have quite a lot of control in what gets designed because they are providing the bulk of the funds. What as an implementing NGO, what we have been looking for 7 years is a traffic cop, right? Is somebody who has responsibility for the national citizen security plan, has, as Horace has said, has facilitated the development of a consensus position on what is the problem, has brought us to consensus on the appropriate methodology to solve that problem. We don't reach there yet, right? And then is coordinating the design and implementation of an integrated set of activities to address those problems. I fully expect somebody to come along and say, Kelly, stop everything that you're doing over here and do these 7 things instead, because research has told us this is where the need is now, right? That doesn't happen. We design programs based on our community consultation and our consultation with state stakeholders, and in large part based on the agendas of whichever donor is funding us. And we try our best to massage those activities to meet those needs and then provide data that we can report on. But nobody is coordinating the whole shebang. We hope, my last slide was going to be 3 things that I think are hopeful. One is the National Commission on Violence Prevention has been tasked with developing that thought leadership, so we're hopeful that that will move us closer to that kind of consensus problem definition and methodology. The Citizen Security Secretariat seems to be taking the lead in taking a cohort-based approach to data gathering and analysis, and we are also hopeful that there will be some key evidence gaps that can be flagged so we can know where to put our efforts. And then lastly, there seems to be increasing collaboration, or at least communication between the larger IDPs now, to try to, if not streamline their activities, at least to lessen the friction and competition between the CSOs, to try to carve out clear paths so that interventions can be complementary rather than competitive.
I think Mr. Levy had his hand up next, and then you, Ms. Brown.
At the risk of being a one-man monopoly, even if not capitalist or transnational, certainly not, there's been very little. There's been some competition among NGOs for international funding, yes. Funding from the EU or the British or the Americans, yes. But I don't know that it's one that's led to any serious neglect. There's been a lot of collaboration between them. I never experienced any competition between PMI and Fight for the Peace. We've worked with Fight for the Peace, haven't we? Yes. We've worked with Rise Life. We've worked with Children First. We've worked with VPA. These organizations have collaborated. There's a lot of collaboration, for example, a couple of years ago, among all of them over a cockpit country issue. There's been networking, serious networking. There, a few years ago, and the network still continues from it, there was a civil society, Jamaica Civil Society organization led by Carol Narcisse. You remember that, some of you? It was active then, and it's come back again without the name in various forms. So there's networking among them. Collaboration in the form of becoming a single organization. It's just not possible in civil society. Civil society, by definition, is made up of different people doing various things, and the things having some form of, not organizational unity, but an organic collaboration or an organic complementarity, right? So what PMI was doing has been complementary or complemented by what Fight for Peace was doing and others. So to expect an organizational unity among civil society agencies is totally out of the question. Some collaboration, some agreement, yes. But to try and impose any organizational unity beyond a networking is unrealistic, to my mind. And to talk about the kind of holistic unity that I'm talking about is the unity between the segments of society, the markets, the economy in other words, which yesterday was promoting a book of mine which is largely about civil society organizing along with the markets and with the state. So the holistic thing that I'm talking about is the government working together with the business sector and with the civil society. The government has to take some initiative in it, right? Because unless they do it, then the others are not able. We can't force the government to do it. Civil society can't. Neither can the business sector, right? And the business sector, it's not the whole of the business sector. It's a more progressive element because there's one part of the business sector made up of big banks, which, and they have the government in their pocket already. Sorry.
Ms. Brown,
thank you.
Give you an opportunity and then
thank you.
Get to our next question.
Of course. So I actually think I have sort of 3 points. One is, I'm the chair of the Council of Voluntary Social Services and the umbrella organization for the voluntary sector. I think it comes down to something as basic as bandwidth, right? NGOs are flat out, organizations are flat out. And so they partner with who they naturally can partner with, where the partnership is easy and conducive to coordination and collaboration. Where it requires much greater resourcing and bandwidth, it can become difficult, but that's not because they're not willing, it's because they just don't have the resourcing. When we talk about these organizations, I don't see funders putting money in for them increasing their productivity through software and technology development or through organizational development. Funders focus on direct programmatic deliverables. And if you think about how much is spent in private sector and government to develop robust, strong organizations that can respond when somebody calls up and says, hey, we want to partner, and can you develop a framework with us, then great, but they don't have that. So I think we have to recognize that if we really want them to be able to collaborate on more complex issues and more difficult things, then we've got to support them in other ways. And it can't just be that they've got to figure out how to move away from their day-to-day programming to come and do this. And if they don't, it's because they're not willing. The second thing is that I did some research a couple years ago. Well, 2 things. One, I've never called an organization to do research that has said no, they're not willing to share their information. But secondly, they don't feel valued. right? Civil society does not feel valued in Jamaica. We hear it all the time in the way that people talk about civil society, social interventions, and all these sorts of things, but also they're not brought into the table from a strategic planning perspective. It's a service response to an issue, the same way that they dealt with PMI or children. Come in and deal with this problem. This is the problem we have, but help us solve it from a strategic national perspective. And so these are some of the issues that we found with civil society in terms of how they feel, in terms of feeling valued within this sort of really being solutions focused as a national approach. And then finally, Superintendent sort of is very clear. Safri, tell them that STAR is about the coordination, and it really is about how we look at that coordination. And that coordination isn't just among civil society. As Horace says, it's amongst everybody in the space. So civil society, state agencies have to coordinate as well. Private sector has to coordinate. Citizens, we all have to come together for a coordinated approach. And so I think that if we can look at it from that perspective and recognize that we all need to be at the table from strategic to operational, to planning, I mean, from all aspects. It's not one or the other for different parts. We've all got to be there for every stage. So,
thank you. We are coming to the close of. I know I'm going to get to him, but what I'm going to ask is just process-wise. I'm going to ask you to state your question, and then we're going to go take yours, Rear Admiral, and then your question, one after the other, so that the panelists can address them all in our last 10 minutes. Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys. Wonderful presentations from the panelists. In fact, what I got from the presentations were a lot of success stories of the different social intervention programs that have been initiated in the communities. But what I'm also seeing, and partially my question has been answered, as it relates to coordination, what exists at the national level for a registry for all social intervention programs to fall under some sort of list that would now identify all of the programs that are working in the communities, and then it would be probably better or easier to measure your successes or your KPIs. What exists at the national level? I know some time ago, I think it was PIOJ, under the CRP program, they had a registry, but I'm not sure what exists now. So my question is, what exists now? What can be done to create that registry where the coordination and the collaboration and fitting the pieces of the puzzles together at a national level could exist?
Okay, our second question.
Question first for Mr. Sweeney. It's a yes or no. You can elaborate. The billions I hear that's been invested, are we getting the banks for the bucks? Are we getting proper returns on that investment? And SSP Ellis, I commend you and the police for what you're doing. But it's not the police's core business. Are you happy with that status? Thank you.
And our last question for the panel.
Are you sure it's a question?
I'm hoping it's a question.
All right. 3 things. Quickly. It is very important. This forum, rich, and what Jamaica need now is actually coming out here. Simple things, SDC, self-esteem, spirit of community. We don't have a sense of community anymore since SDC is not properly funded and operational. We do not have a sense of community in Jamaica. One community is carved up into 5 different pieces. My avenue, my lane, my ends, my corner. One community. Who used to bring that community together? SDC. Who used to set up the community-based organization and the structures? SDC. Whenever you have the Grand Gala, for example, let's say a David Beckham coming to Jamaica, who used to go to the communities and give these youngsters ticket to go and see these people and talk with them and feel good about themselves? SDC. Who is doing that now? Politicians. You understand me? So, I mean, I just can't sit here and hear these things. Look here.
I'm hearing, but can I hear a question, please, so that we can give the panel?
All right, listen, man. Bruce Golding inherited a system that he tries to use Al Miller to carry on because it was a very good system from Portia Simpson Miller. We're talking about coordination. There was a time when all social, both governmental and non-governmental organizations
met at Jamaica House and discuss where we at, what we're doing, who can complement who can support what, and it was led by Patricia Balls. We seem to forget all of this. We know what is to be done, but we're not doing it. We're showing our good things and searching all over the place, but we're researching what? You know, I mean, it's just frustrating.
I hear you. So
every 90% of the social entity in Jamaica run competition to get food out of the same pot. And the same pot, you have to put on your document crime and violence. And the money come with stipulation, we are not going to trip over each other. I have to put in my report to get my money. If I don't put in my report, I can't get no more funding.
Agreed. So is your question, if I'm getting what you're getting to, is your question, how do we get back to a place where there is that coordination at the national level so that the...
But see, every time I have the answer. We need leadership. We need leadership.
So, okay, panelists, we got an answer, and now we have questions that we still need to give answers to. So, first and the first question that we have to get back to is registry, whether or not there is still a registry. If one exists, how do we make it known and build on it? And then, Mr. Ellis, the billions that you alluded to, are you getting the return on your investment? Oh, Mr. Sweeney, sorry.
I'll answer the question on the registry. It's still in development. The CRP under the PIOJ is still working on it. The data has not yet been shared with stakeholders who are designing and implementing programs in the community, much as we have asked for it. Many times there have been different versions of different registries have been created, but the point I really wanted to make about the coordination that is required is that coordination is more than everybody just telling everybody else what they're doing. The point I was making earlier, and I'm going to, for the first in my life, disagree with Mr. Levy. We've been at this for a long time and we're spending a lot of money. Yes, it might not be as much money as being spent on the security interventions, but there's a lot of money going through the country. And Michelle, my psychologist, always has to remind me not to discount beneficiary progressions, right? Because I said our goal is to build a model, and the inputs in our model are people, right? So beneficiary progressions are important. What is disturbing to me as a Jamaican is we're not learning anything from what we're doing. And we're doing a lot of things without being clear on why we're doing them. And yes, they work. The work that Claudette does is brilliant. RISE is brilliant. PMI is brilliant. But we are not learning anything, and we are not taking a sector-wide view to say, here is the most important thing we need to do with our limited resources, or even here is the most important thing we need to test. Yeah, so I have to disagree. We have to get, as CSOs, better organized. Example, we were doing a parenting intervention in Denhamtown last year. Luckily, the police held a consultation only to discover that there were 5 parenting interventions running in Denhamtown at the same time, not one talking to each other, right? And so when we don't plan, participants game the system. It's t-shirt bingo, right? Today I put on my t-shirt, tomorrow I put on JSIF t-shirt, whoever the donor is coming, I'm gonna put on your t-shirt that day. We are spending money, we are not adding evidence, and we are not changing the systems. We're making progressions in tiny cohorts of beneficiaries that cannot change the communities from which they live, unless somebody gives us 20 years to do it. So that's my comment on the ROI. And just to address the SDC, I am in favor of significant increases in the community development budget, both within the SDC, and there has to be paid community members attached to the community development committees to anchor the projects they are meant to support. We pay one in each community we work, but that is not enough to balance all of the interventions that they're meant to simultaneously manage. So just to support Milton's point. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, to answer your question, the short answer is yes. And if I were to be a little bit more specific, certainly on the infrastructure side, JSIF costs for infrastructure compare quite favorably with the current market. But also on the social services side, we monitor in detail the retention rates and things for skills training, the strike rate for their ability to get jobs, and we compare those with industry standards like the Hart Trust NTA. That's how we know whether we're getting the bang for the buck. And what we do know is that when we compare our costs, in some cases we're spending up to 3 times what other persons are paying. But it is more so the result or the outcome and the sustained outcome that determines the bang for the buck. And so I think it's been an interesting discussion simply because if you consolidate everything that has been said, we're not spending enough on social development in this country. And at JSIF, it can be perceived that JSIF has billions and is spending billions. Sometimes I myself feel like JSIF is doing 90% of the work. And when you look at our budget compared to the national budget, you can realize that for an agency that is doing so much, if I speak from our perspective, for an agency that is doing so much at the local and the community level, it is 2% or some crazy number. And in a country like Jamaica with so many social issues, you can't be spending such a low amount. Whether you distribute the money to CBOs, NGOs, government agencies, you can't be spending such a low percentage of resources on social development. Yesterday, I was on a forum on urban communities, and the Ministry of Housing stated that 54% of Jamaicans live in urban communities. No, there is no urban community in Jamaica that meets the ideals of an urban community. There's none, not even uptown. And so you think about that and you say, well, you know, how do we go back? How do we get back or even start creating the ideals? Because many times we immediately start to target downtown or inner cities, but if it's not good enough for one Jamaican, it's not good enough for another Jamaican. And so we do have to really look at what our spending is, what we spend for security, not only police, I'm saying just guards and security guards and all of these things that we're doing. We do have to look at the money that private sector is spending, public sector is spending, and see how some of those resources can be shifted into more social spending and better social spending. And I think if we do that, then we don't have to be here like saying why this is not happening or why, you know, and who is underfunded, because it is a fact that across the board, we're not spending enough to deliver social services in this country. And so that's something we're quite cognizant and aware of. And we join the call that we should improve and increase social spending. And with that, you'll get the coordination you need and the registry that you need and all the results that we know can be achieved. So I just thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Well, I think that is a very good point to wrap up our panel today. I want to thank all of our panelists for a very lively discussion, our audience members for a very lively discussion. Thank you. We're going to be moving to panel 4, so I give you 2 minutes to breathe, and then please come back to your seats, because I know the 4th panel is going to be equally interesting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your moderation.
Oh, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know there's a lot of post-discussion that needs to occur.
And mental health. Systemic challenges to curbing the proliferation of violence producers. After those horrific Cocoa Peace murders, there was a very interesting comment from the Minister of National Security, Horace Chang. He said, "This is not a matter for policing. This is much deeper. It is a psychosocial problem. And we have to seek out the vulnerable ones, find them, and try to do what we can to help them." So he, the Minister of National Security, and you know his emphasis, recognized that there are psychosocial problems that policing cannot deal with. And this panel today, I think, is going to go into some of those problems and how they have to be dealt with. And I suggest that until we do deal with those problems, we are never going to fully deal with our violence problem. I'm going to introduce each panelist as they present. And the first one is Dr. Kimbella Scott, otherwise Dr. Kim Scott. She's a medical doctor who completed her master's in public health, where she focused on behavioral and emotional health. She's worked in the field of health and development for over 3 decades, including discussing resiliency research and the writing and delivering of parent training and resiliency-based training curriculums. She currently offers training in building peace, resiliency, and wellness in the context of trauma to students at the International University of the Caribbean, IUC, the American University of Antigua, church leaders, and community leaders. She's also the founder and director of the Child Resiliency Program, an after-school mental health support initiative for children identified to be at risk from volatile, violent communities in Kingston. And this program has been monitored and evaluated and has definitely shown evidence of being very successful. So I'm going to turn you over to Kim.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay, getting right into the meat of the matter. In follow-on to, I'm just waiting on my presentation to come up. We have been offering at the Child Resiliency Program since 2006, as I wait on the PowerPoint to come up. We have been offering programs at the ground level in Kintyre, Augustown, out to Mount Salem, in St. James, Flankers, Granville, Saltmarsh, Denhamtown, Trenchtown. So I've been operating at the ground level for the last 16 years in running an after-school program for children at risk for violence. And when COVID hit, we found that our workload increased, tripled. So it's not that we crumbled, we had to pivot into a much more organized structure of food packages, of supporting staff, and continuing to run the program even in the absence of schools being open, and we didn't shut our doors even for a day. And what we found over the 2 years period is that we had a lot of burnout. Our staff became exhausted, I was exhausted. In general, we felt that we had to pivot into more supporting the mental health and the ability to cope for persons who are operating on the ground who are working with children in such high risk and traumatic experiences. because all of our children who are referred to the Child Resiliency Program are having adverse childhood experiences. So this is the focus of the next few minutes, that I'm going to just be speaking about the peace building, resiliency, and wellness training curriculum that was developed out of an outshoot of the pandemic in a mechanism to support the actual facilitators who are working on the ground for many, many, many years. Some have migrated by now. Some have left the job and gone into other fields that are less tiresome. And if we're expected to make a significant impact in our violence-prone communities, we have to be prepared to support the persons who are going to be carrying out this work. And again, the message that has come very clearly to me from Milton Tomlinson, who spoke about that business of trust, the words of relationships have come out. This is highly intensive, human resource intensive work, which requires a lot of support. So this presentation is really going to more focus on the idea of supporting the mental health of those persons who are actually going to be carrying out the work. So yes, so finally the presentation has come up. Okay. I just want to acknowledge before I get going that without the support of the Peace Institute at the International University of the Caribbean, for which we are now offering some of these courses, and the continued support of the Violence Prevention Alliance, along with my own personal team, our Managing and Evaluation, Mrs. Judith Taylor, Dr. Michelle Miller, Operations and Training, and our entire Child Resiliency Program implementation team on the ground, for instance, Mrs. Sheena Copeland, Mr. Delano Campbell, Mr. Paul Messam. These are the persons who you're not going to see at the podium, but are actually carrying out all of the work that is happening over the years. So our objectives, as I said, is to support the mental health of practitioners dealing with trauma. We're looking at building resiliency, wellness, and peace through the delivery of training of university students in the Bachelor of Education, Masters in Counseling and Psychology, and the Guidance and Counseling Curriculum and Community Development, and they are currently with practicum assignments at the Child Resiliency Program. Our second objective is not just building peace, resiliency, and wellness with the students, but just in training in general, church leaders, community leaders, and other interested groups. This was our original objective for the last 13 to 15 years, which is really building the resiliency by identifying, and we've been talking about the targeted approach since this afternoon. Not only do we have to target communities, but we do believe strongly in targeting actual children who have been identified by the teacher, by the guidance counselor, by the principal, to have had adverse childhood experiences. They might have had a history of sexual, physical, emotional abuse or neglect, history of parental death or incarceration, withdrawn, delinquent, depressed and anxious, displaying inappropriate behavior, and just generally reading poorly up to grade level. So once these children have been identified by the teacher or the guidance counselor, they come over to us in the afternoons. Our learning outcomes based on the curriculum that we're now offering at the university level is just basically explaining the concept and the interrelation between peace building, resiliency, and wellness. How do those two things all fit together? Being able to identify those characteristics and the protective factors that build resiliency in a child and adolescent. What exactly are those characteristics and how do we build them? Becoming familiar with the model as one example of a model for building resiliency in children and adolescents. We're looking at basic resiliency tools, simple things like awareness of the relationship between our thoughts and our feelings and our behaviors. Being able to understand the concept that even something like optimism is something that we can learn. How to continue expressing gratitude amongst the difficult circumstances. Building confidence and competencies, and just generally the use of appropriate coping strategies to build resilience. We're doing simple things like looking at individuals' wellness in all areas of dimensions, in all their dimensions, financial wellness, social, mental, emotional, occupational, spiritual, and the importance of looking at one's own wellness to be able to be empowered to do the work that is in front of us. And then finally, not finally, but we're also looking at just identifying the physical, emotional, and behavioral manifestations of stress and being able to learn appropriate strategies of managing stress. Further to this, more in terms of the peace-building activities, we're looking at really identifying the characteristics and benefits of healthy relationships and their application in promoting peace. The whole business of communication has come up again in the earlier discussions from Milton and others. Being able to understand the difference between demanding obedience and promoting cooperation to foster peace. Defining those same concepts of justice, safety, freedom, restorative justice, And then this whole business has come up over and over, and that sometimes simply persons just don't know how to resolve their conflict. So that's a big part of the training, negotiation, mediation, reconciliation. And then this business of just early identification and warning signs of those red flags when we're expecting a violent situation to emerge. Again, a very big piece of this whole pie is just understanding and supporting the process of grieving and understanding the signs and symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and being able to reframe that post-traumatic stress into one of post-traumatic growth. And I pause there just to say that so many of the persons who are working on the ground, we say it's finding the message in the mess. And it's the same thing that I think from a pastoral point of view when they talk about transferring your pain into a purpose. And that has been a big part of the journey of helping persons to use their trauma and divert it into something meaningful. So we've been doing a lot of this training virtually and some of it face-to-face over the last 2 years. And coming back to the core basis of the Child Resiliency Program, which is really that the life stories of resilient youth who have now grown into adulthood teach us that competence and confidence resulting in the highest levels of productivity can flourish even under adverse circumstances if, and I always put this slide here to remind us that if children make positive attachments, which comes back to the theme of the word for me for this afternoon has been that relationships, as Sarah spoke about. And if those attachments with resilient, well persons, allowing a secure basis for the development of their own resilient attributes. But that word is a very big word, if, because that means people have to be dead to form those attachments, to maintain their relationships, and that is very hard work, and which is why it's not a simple fix. And we have to be able to support those ifs. So it's a holistic intervention that is provided rather than a problematic piecemeal-based program. So all services offered are under the 3 pillars of resiliency, which are simple things: caring relationships, having high but realistic expectations of the youth, and providing opportunities for meaningful participation, all done within a context of setting some clear and consistent boundaries. Our theory of change over the years hasn't changed much, and I would disagree with Kelly in that we've not learned anything over the years. We have learned so much, and so has Kelly. We know the things that work, and we know the things that we need to abandon. And we have found some very simple things to work. And that is the sporting and the cultural arts to help to teach the life skills, having the parenting and family counseling in place, building on our academic support activities, making sure they have a food. You know, these are not, as anybody said, rocket science. I didn't have to go to medical school to figure this out. But the reality is that these are the things that have demonstrated over time to make the difference. So these are the things that we've been offering in small groups, again, just for that attachment process and fostering a sense of belonging. So if children and these parents are supported via these arms of the program and some community cohesiveness is fostered, then children and parents participating in the program will display an increase in resilient attributes, coping mechanisms, and life skills. And some of the things we're talking about are impulse control. They have better ability to resist engaging in conflict, the ability to express their emotions, both positive and negative, an increased sense of belonging. And I pause there because that belonging is very, very important. Improved self-esteem, greater confidence, an ability to engage in productive social interactions with each other and authority figures. And if children display an increase in these resilient attributes, they will have greater protection from and reduced risk of aggression and violent activity later on. This is the concept behind the program. Again, right now we're just operating in Boys Town. We have feeder schools from Denhamtown, Trenchtown, St. Andrew, St. Annie's, St. Albans. Again, the cultural arts is another important avenue for expression, whether it's the dance or the drumming, boxing, football, whatever is available in the particular community in which we work. This has been, managing and evaluation has been very rigorous over the years. We've had an external evaluator, I think it was 2020, and all of the data is available on our website. So I'm not going to get into it in detail, but we have been looking at academically the number of children showing an increase in literacy by 1 grade level, the children demonstrating an increased love for learning and reading, and the children, their general attendance at school. Indicators for the life skills area has just been the number of children who are less fighting, and there's been poor behavior at school or in the program. This one is very, very difficult to measure, but it's so important. And that's the extent to which the children feel safe and supported to express their emotions of grief, anger, sadness, and depression. The number of children who can identify someone who cares and they can go to for support. And just generally the number of children who demonstrate an increase in resilient attributes and pro-social behaviors. And then the final arm here, the parent training, is the number of parents who show an increased understanding in the importance of more involvement in their children's life, including supervising homework and interest in school activities. Parents who understand the difference between corporal punishment and just positive discipline. And then just an increase in communication between parent and child. Some simple indicators, but again, very, very important. Unlike measuring, as Kelly was pointing out, we're just measuring the homicide rates at the end of the day. We have to continue to build in those intermediary measures that are so very critical in the process. So the findings by outcome for the training, we've just been looking at an increased understanding of concepts of building resilient attributes, coping mechanisms, and the mental well-being of those persons trained, and just an increased understanding of what really means to build peace, resiliency, and wellness. And the outcomes from the child resiliency perspective is strengthened resilient attributes, coping mechanisms, and life skills in the program children, strengthened mental well-being in the children, increased engagement in educational activities, increased parent and family engagement, and just general reduced levels of aggression. And I think that's it. I end with this slide which speaks to hope is a passion for the possible. And I think as we continue to work together, particularly on the ground, is that we continue to provide avenues for hope. We will continue to see implemental changes. And I have to take the liberty to say I agree with Horace at this point that I don't think it's worth us trying to integrate all of our activities under one umbrella. I do believe we have to have an agreed sense of what are the exact indicators that we're trying to deliver and be speaking amongst each other in terms of delivering it. But we can't really all expect it to be, housed under one umbrella. I think that's going to be something that's going to be very difficult and might hold us back over time. So I stop there.
Thank you very much, Kim, for such a clear exposition of what you're doing and how you measure it. Very impressive. I'm going to introduce you now to Michelle from Fight for Peace. So we have a second representative here. And she's a psychologist with an MSc in clinical psychology from the University of the West Indies and an EDM. Is that a master's in prevention?
It's a master's in education.
Okay, right. In education, science, and practice. Risk and resiliency from Harvard University. And I just want to stop here. I'm going to say a bit more. That one of the things that Kelly really had an insight in when she started Fight for Peace is that she realized the need for psychosocial support, to have somebody to give this kind of support. And many NGOs have not done this and haven't recognized this. So I really pay tribute to Kelly on that insight of hers in terms of Fight for Peace. And I know that Fight for Peace could not manage without its psychologists and the psychosocial support that they give. She works with Fight for Peace, which is an international NGO, whose mission is to support young people to reach their full potential and promote peace in our communities. She's the psychologist in the Unity and Peace program, which comes out of Fight for Peace, and her primary responsibility is providing psychosocial support to young people and their families, which includes facilitating individual and group sessions, referring families for social welfare assistance, and supporting schools in facilitating and coordinating guidance sessions and workshops. She's also the lead trainer in psychological first aid, which I know she's delivered that training in corporate companies, in government ministries and so on, as well as on the ground, and with social workers and so on. And this supports the development of content and learning resources geared at building the capacity of partners at the community, CSO, and state levels. Over to you, Michelle.
All right, thanks, Jenny. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to be giving a very brief overview of our approach to psychosocial support in the UP Unity and Peace program. And I'll say that it is a team effort. So there's a psychologist and we have 2 social workers on the team working all together to provide the psychosocial support. I know many of you have already seen this graphic because my colleague Kelly just presented it, but I'll just quickly go through it because this theory of change is extremely important to us, and those 4 guiding principles also really guides our approach to psychosocial support. So the first principle is a holistic approach using the 5-pillar Fight for Peace methodology, which includes boxing and martial arts, education, employability, youth leadership, and support services. We also operate across all risk levels because it's important to note that to really impact violence rates and violence producers, you have to work across all risk levels because just living and working in these communities puts you at risk. So we work at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. We also work through a network of partners. This network is very important because it allows us to identify the best organizations and agencies, which ensures the highest level of programming that our young people are able to access. And finally, we are guided by policy. So we try to align our program with the priorities of the relevant state agencies in the sector. And because we're evidence-based, we share the results from our program with these agencies to help inform any changes to current policy, as well as to help make decisions about implementing new policies. When you put all 4 pieces together, we expect to see better outcomes for young people and a reduction in youth violence. And at the end of the day, you'll have a model that is sustainable and replicable. However, there is one area where we strayed from the collective impact model, and that is with the provision of psychosocial support. And the reason we strayed is because currently there's no partner who can really meet the need for psychosocial support in these communities. There's no one partner. So we provide that service in-house with a team of a psychologist and social workers. Why is this so important? As we know, in many communities, especially the communities we work in, there are high levels of violence, there is high levels of unemployment, there are financial challenges, there are poor educational outcomes, and there's stress and other negative emotions such as fear, anxiety, depression. All of these have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. To further exacerbate the problem is that there are challenges accessing the current services. And this is for a number of reasons. One of the biggest being the stigma associated with accessing psychosocial support. So I caught part of Kelly's presentation where she was talking about when you have a psychologist in an office in New Kingston that says psychologist, or you go into an office that says social worker, everybody knows. That is why you're there. In our program, we try to address that. How do I go back? I'll just keep going in the interest of time. In addition to the stigma, there is limited knowledge and understanding of the services and programs. So persons are not aware of all of the different programs. So even in a community like Denhamtown or Trenchtown or Parade Gardens where we work, there's several different programs taking place, but not everybody is aware of them. There's also very few no-cost or low-cost services and programs available. And when there's a cost and you have limited financial resources, you're less likely to access them. And finally, there's a long application and processing time. And so this further discourages persons to access these services. How do we address these challenges? We use an integrated approach, and there are different pieces to it. I'll start with community-based. We work right there in the community. So in any one of our sessions, there'll be a psychologist or a social worker, whether it be a sports session, a parenting session, a personal development, book club, we're there. We also dress just as a coach would, in a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. This makes us more approachable. We also lead with the point, and a number of persons have spoken about relationship building. We lead with why we're there, not the title. So they don't need to know I'm a psychologist. They don't need to know I'm a social worker. All they need to know is I'm a trusted adult working alongside the coach to help support them. Another thing is that we provide wraparound services. Dr. just mentioned about if a child is hungry, they're not going to be able to focus on anything else. So you have to provide wraparound services. Yes, we offer the traditional counseling, but we also, especially our social workers, focus on helping families to get relevant documentation. So something as simple as a TRN, a birth certificate, an NIS. So many documents are required to get something like a bank account, to get an ID. We help them get that because that builds an identity. They will also help with employment, getting a young person connected to a skills training program or a summer work program or a more long-term employment option. And they also support families to access the relevant services and programs that exist. So this may be PATH, it may be Poor Relief, it may be going to the Food for the Poor and Salvation Army. Just having someone there to walk you through the process helps them feel more comfortable. We're also child-centered. What that means is there's no one size that fits everybody. So some children will be more likely to communicate. They will do very well in the traditional talking therapy, but other children may not respond. They'll just shut down. They don't want to talk. They don't have the language. So we've been exploring alternative forms of psychosocial support, including sports-based psychosocial support, play-based psychosocial support, as well as trying to figure out other ways of providing psychosocial support. What that does is that it meets the young person where they are. Many of these young persons are very interested in sports and have a good relationship with a coach. By building the capacity of these persons, they're able to get the psychosocial support to meet an immediate need while we connect them to long-term services and supports. Oh. Whoops. The next thing is, it's a comprehensive approach. I've been speaking a lot about the young persons, but we also work with the parents because we realize these young persons live in a home with parents, other family members. So we work with the entire family unit. And we also work with the community, and we do this through capacity building. This could be through trainings, this could be through the development of content, this could be through the development of resources. And we currently work with community partners, we work with other civil society organizations, and we also work with state agencies, as Jenny shared, offering trainings in things like psychological first aid, which I'm the lead trainer on, collective impact, monitoring and evaluation, and so on. When you put all of those pieces together, we're building a community of care, which means there's a network of individuals, agencies, and organizations who are working to create a safe, supportive environment. So no matter who the young person interacts with, it's the same message, and it is, let us help you to achieve your full potential. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I was just going to do a Joanna Callan on you, but I didn't have to. You know, Michelle, I've had a little experience with Fight for Peace, and Michelle was the first person who said to me, part of psychosocial support is food. You know, I mean, a child diversion officer said to me, she gets a child in to interview for a child diversion program, which is a wonderful program, taking them out of the court system. She has to send for lunch sometimes. She said you can't interview a child when they're starving, hungry. And I mean, children do starve, you know that. They have great food needs. So, you know, it's very important part of. And the other thing is the sports. I'm sure some of you have seen the Samo Farah's recent divulging that he was trafficked to England, right? And that he actually found release in running, in sports. That was when he was able to get over all the adverse childhood experiences that he'd been through. Okay, so we move on to Claudette Pius Richardson. Richardson Pius, I think, actually is the name. Of course, Claudette has not given me anything to read about herself. But she is a veteran NGO leader who has vast experience, worked all over the country. She's Children First, has been in existence for 25 years. It's based in Spanish Town and Kingston. And I'm going to leave her to hopefully give us some insight into what she's been doing.
Thank you, Jenny. Greetings and salutation, everyone. I'm here with mixed feelings this evening because, you know, there have been many meetings and seminars and research and talks and conferences, and I could go on. But towards what end? I'm very uncomfortable because last night in my little quiet community, 2 taxi men were killed. 4 persons were injured between last night and this morning. You know, so the unrest and the violence is coming to you. So you need to now start be thinking, at one time it was them and us and them. It's a new dawn. I wish to openly declare that I can only share my experiences and speak my truth. Vulnerable moment, beg pardon. After visioning Children First, which was established 25 years ago, I have been trying with my team to maintain a Children First, which creates a Jamaica where children and youth are valued, their full potential recognized. Oh, I must do this. All right. All right. Their full potential recognized and respected whilst being provided with opportunities for holistic growth. That's our guiding principle. We need a Jamaica that really look at a whole person. No half person, no quarter person, a full person. When we think of youth, we tend to place them in various groupings based on different situations and different criteria. Yes, we package them and stigmatize them. They're attached, unattached, at risk, privilege, achievers, underachievers. But why are they underachievers, unattached, and at risk? Did we provide the right ecological environment? Did we take the time to explore alternatives to the education ladder where we just move them according to their age? Did we do the educational and psychosocial assessment early enough to help them in their development and find the treatment? Did we explore the educational learning curve for boys versus girls? Did we identify early the bully that we created and intervened to do some, some behavior modification without bullying the bully and making the situation worse, sometimes leading to violence? Are we seriously moving with the global trend as it relates to education, exploring the impact of the digital age? And I'm not talking about BPOs. Really looking at this positively and otherwise. Social media, what's the impact? Is social media schooling our children? More questions than answers. I can't say children first have all the answers, but I can say that the children first model, which allows for participation fully, otherwise called full participation, creates a space for the children and youth and their families to have a sense of hope, belonging, value, and worth. Our strategy continues to support practical education, including life skills based on simple market survey with input from the youths themselves. We provide short courses with income-generating opportunities: barbering, hairdressing, videography, photography, nail technology, and makeup artistry. And then the challenging areas of maths and English are related to the skills, so it's more engaging. So they need to learn how to spell the share, how to spell the products they're going to use, so it's all interconnected. Our life skill sessions are very much culturally appropriate, and we also use sports. The topics are selected by the youngsters themselves based on their realities. A facilitator is provided who basically helps the youngsters to work through the issues and come up with workable solutions. There is also the psychosocial assessment and support. In a lot of cases, we don't have major scientific tools, but we have simple tools that we use to assess. And in cases where we're not able to, the youngsters are referred and supported to go to whatever services is available, and there is the follow-up that we also support. There is a major engagement of their parents and caregivers. Now, in some cases it's mother only, in some cases it's grandmother, in some cases it's a older person in the community, or it might be a sibling. But it's really looking at how to help to support the families to be responsible. It might be just that they need to get a TRN, as Michelle said, or a birth certificate in order to access the COVID grant or whatever is available. They might just need a food package to tide them over a rough period. But it's really about supporting the family. It also might mean a counseling session with the parent and the child because they're having communication challenges. We also do parenting education, really helping them to understand the different developmental stages of the child and what is happening so they can know what to expect. We have something called Come Make We Reason, where parents come together with their children and they swap children in that session so they can understand that their child is not the devil. But this is, at this age, this is how children see things and this is how they operate. We also do a lot of work at the community level, helping the community to understand that they also have a role to play in terms of being responsible for the development and the empowerment of the youth. Food, food, food. The whole matter of food security is a big deal in the community, because when a youth is able to provide for himself, and more so provide for his siblings and his mother, in a lot of cases, it's a major accomplishment, especially if they have been able to get a skill and use that skill now to generate income and support their families. With an 82% success rate, our graduates are well placed. We have skills tradesmen, we have persons who are more academically inclined, who are teachers, police officers, social workers, and we have a big actor in Canada creating waves. When we look at these persons, they are really making major contribution at various levels of society. and in terms of nation building. And this have a lot to do with the fact that they receive that early groundings at Children First. But, you know, unfortunately, and I'm sorry, Reverend Twait's not coming. All right.
Unfortunately, Claudette, I have to stop you since you mentioned him, because I do apologize. I keep writing Ronnie Thwaites in front of me and then I forget about it. He sent his apologies. Reverend Ronnie Thwaites should have been on this panel and sent his apologies. And I thank you for, I would have said it at the end. I think I would have remembered, but since you referred to him, I do apologize.
Because, you know, unfortunately, a lot of these programs have scaled down. And how so? Because there is no resources, limited resources to do them. I think Children First is a magician, because we have done a lot with no resources, limited resources, begging goodwill, family, friends, and whosoever will may come. And that's how we exist to this day. So I was just going to say that in 2013, I had a fabulous meeting with the Reverend Twait. At the time, he was the education minister. And he told us that we had a best practice. And all we were asking for was 2 teachers to help us. And to this day. All right, so it's a new age, a new dawn, a new awakening. But the basic principle of how we operate remains the same. You need oncological security, which is a sense of hope that the other speakers spoke about. And the 4 major pillars are food, 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 food. A hungry youth is an angry youth. And it's even worse so when their mother is angry. I've had youngsters who come and say he would have killed to just get something to feed his mother. And that for me says a lot. When we think about the whole thing of safety, is the physical environment safe? Is it that there is some level of uncertainty in terms of the environment that they are? What is the fear factor? Are these youngsters always, you know, trying to decide what is safe and what isn't, and, you know, struggling and going through? We also have to look at the whole matter of gender-based violence and how that exists in the homes. And how is it treated, especially by our boys? I have had boys who say them just want to get big so them can kill them father man, and that's for real. And in some cases, they actually do. The whole matter of the fear of law enforcement and authority is another area of concern.
Claudette?
Time.
It's
all right. I'm coming down.
Okay, cool.
And then we have to look at the parents and the caregivers' support. And it's not just about the part check, but parenting support in a real way. We need to look at parenting and look at the fact that some parents are unreachable and unattached. And we need to be speaking with them instead of to them. We have to look at the skill training opportunities. Are they marketable and relevant? And let's face it, if these are not provided, what? The gang is the next lucrative alternative. Gangs and guns. And that will be their main source of hope. So when we look at peace and violence prevention, we need to look at it differently. We need to think about starting it from the womb. Because in a lot of cases, these children are born in homes where there is a lot of violence happening and there's gender-based violence. Another concern is the whole thing of mental health, and I'll skip that because Michelle did speak a lot about that. I'm just advocating still for community first responders, persons in the community to be trained to help to do the referral in cases where there is mental health issues. We also have to change that mindset. Mental health shouldn't be taboo. We still have persons who have children who they think operate a little differently, and they put them in the foul cub round the back. In some cases, we have to admit that the horse already gone through the gate, and not only gone through the gate, but winning, because the crime rate is out of whack. So we need to stop, reprogram, reset the focus in relation to violence prevention at all levels of society. Children live what they learn. What are we teaching them? We need to enable our children to become peace ambassadors. It's about how we apply the lessons that we have learned practically, moving them to actions and continuing to positively impact the youth with respect to their education and mental health. We also need to look at how do we support, thank you, Milton, civil society organizations like Children First. How do we connect the dots? How do we look on the ground what is happening and make a concerted effort to really look at action and change? It is not an overnight activity. It is a process that requires a lot of dialogue and feedback, but more importantly, action.
Is this the last slide?
Yes, final. It needs a targeted, holistic partnership approach with all hands on deck. Private, public sector, churches, other civic groups, and importantly, the children and youth, the parents, law enforcement, government, communities, and all other relevant stakeholders to move violence reduction to action and assist in reducing this public health epidemic. More talk. Hold on. More talk. Why, when, and where? Not at all. It's all about action. Let's do this. This is my humble offering.
Thank you very much to our entire panel. There's hope out there for our children. So over to you. Questions, comments, just as welcome as questions. Everybody tired?
Yes.
Say anything because I feel like it's just going to leave us more frustrated. But all that keeps coming to mind. Capri did a study on mental health services for youth, and we found that 8%, one number, 8, not 80 or 18, 8% of children's mental health needs are being met in Jamaica right now. The work that you're all doing is, it's not news to us that these issues are presenting themselves and need to be resolved, and you're kind of almost dealing with them after they've already manifested. My frustration is, how do we get to a point, Major General Anderson said that security was considered in the IMF agreement in 2016. Okay. What about investments in things like child mental health as a matter of national development, and also as almost as a prophylactic against issues that Kim is then having to deal with in her program, which is vastly under-resourced and needs to be across the entire island. So it's not a question, and it's a frustration that I have, that we know that these things are factors, they're costing us in every single way. And an investment in early intervention and prevention would save us, if even want to call it just money down the road, in every way, the economic growth that is thwarted by the security issues, the public health cost, all of it. So that's what I have to say.
Yes, thank you, Diane.
I'm going to respond there just so that we don't leave the room frustrated. is that I have come through a journey of 15 years of frustration, saying, why am I just running down funding to keep this program going and these ongoing children? And I think where I begin to find, as I grow older, find a little peace in the process, is trying to influence the minds of the students who are going to be the people who are leading the way in the education system, our guidance and counselors, our teachers, our pastors, our church minister leaders. In other words, I think, Claudette, the work that has been done over the 25 years that we have now learned so many valuable lessons as to these basic premises that need to be put in place, is that when we can begin to influence at the university levels and for the persons who are coming up in the system, is that we may not have to come up with all these new interventions. It might just be simply that once all of the teachers are on board and all of the guidance counselors know that coming through the system, these are some of the challenges that are going to emerge in the classroom. How are they able to cope with it? How are they able to treat with it? Are they able to integrate a little drumming into the process, a little sports into the process, have a counselor aside them? So I guess I just want to leave us with a point of hope in that as we continue to grapple with the issues, I think for me personally, it comes right back to also this business of work, which is not represented here, but I know we come from a faith-based island, and coming back to our national anthem as a prayer, and just to come back to seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. I genuinely feel that without the guidance of the Holy Spirit, we don't have a fighting chance, and we need to come back to our humility and our base in how we move forward through this very, very difficult pandemic of violence.
Sorry, Jenny, if I can just add, again, it's not a complete solution, but I think what I appreciate about the last few years, especially with the pandemic, is that we have to be creative, flexible, and adaptable in how we approach the problem. So we lost face-to-face, and we kind of pivoted to begin doing distributed content. So with support from all members of the team, we put together this play-at-home kit, which basically was kind of a kit that packaged the program that could then be distributed. So I think using our creativity, we're now exploring alternative ways of providing psychosocial support. It's not a complete fix, but it's hopeful. And Claudette mentioned about training community members. I'll just do a small plug for the psychological first aid training that I lead on. That's exactly what we do. It teaches anyone, community members, parents, teachers, a customer service rep, 3 things: how to recognize someone is in crisis, how to provide a response in that moment. Think of it like medical first aid in that moment, while emphasizing the referral to long-term interventions and supports. I know it's frustrating, I know it's a mountain to climb, but we're making strides in even these small steps, but they have big impact.
Thank you. I would appeal to Kim, to Michelle, and to Claudette to take these things to the teacher training colleges. The teachers need some of this material. They have very difficult time. Oh, we have a question. A comment, okay. Oh, well, I'm going to, but just to say that they have a very difficult time with dealing with children with behavioral problems, some of whom are crying out for help. And I think our teachers need a lot of support in that direction. Okay, ladies first.
Hi, so I'm just going to try and bring this all together. Youth mental health and education. So one of the things that has stood out for me is that, and it was based on my experience when I was doing my master's in New York, which is that we look at school discipline in terms of expulsion and suspension for students when they are displaying behavioral challenges in the school. And I'm glad Jenny brought up the issue of carrying it to the teachers training college, because my question is, how can we integrate these social programs in the schools, advocate for more holistic interventions, reduce suspension and expulsion of students when they're displaying behavioral problems, because many of them, when we suspend them and we're expelling them, the parents are not at home or don't have the support system to monitor them. We don't include the parents or parent or guardian into the intervention, if there is any intervention at all. And so the children are left to their own devices when they're suspended or expelled in the communities to then be drawn into negative social groups. So how do we take everything that is being done here today and try to integrate it into the teachers who are already overworked and dealing with challenges as it is, and incorporate it into a social approach to bringing all of this together, putting them together with social workers or social services that they might need to help the children and youth overcome any mental and behavioral challenges, and at the same time integrate the family into that.
Well, I think you've answered the question as you've questioned it. And it comes back to that integration and support. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said teachers themselves are just overwhelmed. And so sometimes when they make that suspension or expulsion, is that they're just at the end of their rope. So it's continued teacher training. You said at the teacher training college, it's continuing providing those support services and reminding the teacher that they're not alone in the process. So as you say, if we have that wraparound care that Michelle is speaking about at the school level, that there is some social worker, there is some psychologist, there is some coach that they know that they have that support system for the classroom, then we'll be able to, move a little further along.
All right. Again, thank you very much. I want to first say congratulations, Claudette, on 25 years of service. And one of the things that I've seen, again, a commonality, is food security for youth, hunger. And again, I saw it in Claudette's presentation and with the 4 pillars. And it reminded me of Maslow's hierarchy, that if my physiological needs are not met, you cannot motivate me beyond that. So it therefore appears that the takeaway from this is that food security among vulnerable and at-risk youth is the first thing that has to be met. And then it also, kind of puts me to the question I had asked the previous panel, about a registry. Because a social intervention program, for example, that focuses on psychosocial and mental health, cannot really achieve unless it can fulfill that basic physiological need. But then there are intervention programs that look at food. I remember there was this program in Trinidad. They had intervened in the community and created a green space where the community came together and really planted the green space. And it worked because the community, one, they felt some sense of responsibility, some sense of belonging, but there was also a physical product that you could get. So again, I hope that there can be some greater coordination of the services that all intervention programs provide, because I would hate to see an intervention program being stalled or not achieving the success that it could, simply because the persons attending are too hungry to focus or too hungry to be interested. That's my take.
Thank you. Critical point. So I think we've come to the end. It's been a pretty long day for people who've been here all the time. I think I should just add that I think the ministry, I know the Ministry of National Security is going to be focusing, giving some support to 25 schools in the Zozo areas, the original 5 Zozo areas. And what the Ministry of Education has identified is that, roughly speaking, 7% of children in a school, 90% are, regular within the normal spectrum. 7% need case management. In other words, they need psychosocial support. But it could be done in school if there are case managers and with social workers helping at the family level, because there's no point dealing with a child if you're not also dealing with a family. But there are 3% of children who need psychiatric services and quite possibly medication. And I can tell you that our child and adolescent mental health services are grossly underfunded, grossly. We have in Kingston, we do have the best situation. The child guidance clinics every day in 2 places, the Slight Pen Road Clinic Comprehensive and in Glen Vincent. In Montego Bay, it's like once a week. And it's all discombobulated now because of the Cornwall Regional Hospital. They're seen in a church hall with adults. It's just a very bad situation. And there's no real space for child and adolescent health. So that you see, and unless you have that, because that is where you have to send your children, that's the only public service for children who need medication. They need to be helped with medication. So just to add that the ministry is aware now that 3% of the children actually need mental health services from psychiatrists and psychologists. But where it's as I say, child and adolescent mental health is grossly underfunded. So I think we should end now. Thank you very much, audience, for staying. And
Okay. Yes, you may. About 1 second. You should grab a mic because it's being recorded.
Like, I think there's an energy in the audience because when you hear this incredible work that people are doing, and then you hear kind of a summation of there's an interest on the part of government to move some things. But then we are feeling very passionately is the learning from those who've been doing work on the ground, is that being integrated into how resources are being distributed and how approaches and methodologies of the government are then being rolled out. So I feel as though one of the things that no is not the time because we are exhausted, and Kim has said this to me before, because when I say to Kim, we just need to multiply, she said, Nadia, that is not my work. I'm on the ground doing this work and I am documenting the lessons and I'm doing excellent M&E. Some are gonna go do some advocacy and some activism and get it integrated into this is how we do what we do, not just NGO X or CBO Y, but this is how Jamaica does what it does based on the learnings of those who have been doing it. So that to me feels a little bit more like, I'm not sure if the right word is a political process, but what happens when you have the learnings, you're being told you need to be more rigorous on M&E and L. I mean, brilliant. I had to take a picture of all of your slides, Kim, the clarity around from the indicators to the outcomes, what you're looking to learn, what you're looking to impact, and how you're measuring it. Excellent. But when is that then? Where is the learning loop to the government that we would then hope through taxation is resourced to do the work in a centralized way? You know, what does that look like? And how do we need to have a process to get on with that? Because it just doesn't feel good, the gap between struggling to get it done, struggling to fundraise, having the impact, but then movements being made on a policy level. What is happening there? I don't want to speak into the gap because that's not me to speak into the gap. I almost wanted Kelly to stand up and say something, but we feel that gap, and I feel we need to get strategic about stepping into. Yes, Kelly, yes.
Say that Kim responded to earlier. It's not the individual NGOs that are not learning anything, right? You do brilliant work. I mean, Claudette is a hero, right? It's that the systems are not changing, and as Nadia said, they're not integrating the lessons. And so we are in this continuous loop, and if we don't change, we will be here 5 years from now having this same conversation. And each of us will have done beautiful work
with cohorts of beneficiaries, but the communities that we are working in will not have changed, and that is my fear. I've been in Denhamtown for 7 years now. Have we done brilliant work with the kids that we have served? Yes. Am I 100% convinced that every kid that we have had a frequency of touch of at least twice a week with an activity that they find engaging with an adult who trusts them, who they trust, is not going to move into crime and violence? Yes. Has that changed the community of Denhamtown? Not enough for me, and that's my frustration.
Thank you. So to close out our day one, we have Ms. Deanna Logan from the Director of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice in New York City, as well as Ms. Rainey Johnson, Program Analyst for the same office. Please, you have the floor. I would ask those of us here that are still left, do some mental push-ups, give me at least more, and half an hour more. I will confess, I'm in Jamaica, this is your house, but there was indeed a town hall I was planning for day one from 6:30 to 8:30. They told me, you're never gonna keep Jamaicans from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 at night. Okay, fair enough, but just please, if I can please ask you for some more time so we can listen to both Ms. Logan and Ms. Johnson in their intervention as to what is going on in New York City. I think this is going to be a really great contribution to our discussion. Thank you.
I turned on the mic, right? Good evening, good evening. Nice to speak to all of you diehards who have stayed to the last minute. And yes, I do know it was funny because they said, oh, you can close out and we expect an hour at 4:45 or 5 o'clock. And I said, really, in Jamaica? I'm not quite sure that that's going to work. But I prepared in case there was this fever for it. So Ms. Johnson, Rain Johnson here, who is the backbone and supports in this whole endeavor, I just need you all to know that, had heart failure when he said that, oh yeah, she's going to speak because Rain is not going to speak. Rain is the invisible hand that moves everything, but not necessarily one of our speakers. So I wanted to just give a little thank you to all for the honor of coming here and participating in this thought process with all of you. It's been immensely illuminating for me, but also a real honor having been born in Jamaica, gone to Helena Prep School myself, and then emigrated to the United States where I was raised and educated. It's been very interesting coming back as a professional. I normally come to visit family and to vacation, but coming back as a professional is a little sweeter, if that makes sense to you. So, Rain, I don't know if you have our slides. So, voila, okay. I'm going to make sure that I have it up here. We are not going to go through all of it. What we will do is make sure that it is available to you, because I can tell you that we went through and we created a ridiculous amount of slides. But I do want to get you to who we work for. So we work for Mayor Eric Adams, and we are his resource for doing a lot of the work that all of you talked about today, right? And when we sat here listening to you, it kind of was like, oh, these are our people. These are the people who do the things that we do. We do it on all sides of the spectrum. We think of the criminal justice system as a continuum of partnerships between a lot of different entities. So not only our lovely grassroots partners that deliver the services that are really important to our communities, but also the institutional stakeholders, NYPD, the DA's offices, the courts, everything that makes up that mosaic of criminal justice that we work with. So as the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, we advise the Mayor on all of the matters that are improvement and fair and equitable justice system. Our mission really is one of building healthy communities. So we come at public safety from a public health lens. How do you create healthy communities? Because when you create a healthy community, that is when you start to see safety, right? Next slide. But as you all talked about, in order to do that, you got to invest.
And so Mayor Adams has invested. Our little office, which is 130 people maybe total, approximately, is made up of this entire mosaic of individuals. We have professionals across the spectrum, and you would be incredibly surprised, as I am honored, to lead those professionals, because even though there are 130 of them, you need to know that New York City is 8.9 million people and multiple neighborhoods, 8 borough commands. Just the needs, the same way that you're talking about the resources, it's the personnel resources, it's the funds to be able to address and meet all of those needs. When we think about gun violence and we think about what it looked like in the United States, you know, this is our heat map. This is what violence looked like for us. We saw in America a huge rise in the number of guns, increase in the rate of gun violence. The total in 2020 looked like 45,220 people died from gun-related injuries in 2020. Now, the difference for us that I don't think all of you have here as much is that our numbers are pushed by gun suicide. So where we do see homicides, right, we have approximately 40% of the deaths are homicides, but you have 54% of gun deaths that are suicides. And so that is a tragedy that is a preventable tragedy, right? We know that that is something that we need to be working on. And we, as the US is highest, most developed country with gun violence, and we have the horrible honor of being a country that has more guns than it does people. And that is unfortunate. Next. So we too had a state of emergency for gun violence, and that is in effect that started with our former governor, is continued with our current governor. It allows for the flexibility that the state and the city don't necessarily normally see in terms of procurements and deploying resources. You can go to the next slide. New York City has seen a rise in gun violence, but again, in comparison to other places in the country and in our state, it is not what we have seen across the country, right? So if you're looking at our numbers back in 1993, you can see that we had significant number of homicides, and then coming down to 2015, 2016, when we started with our 2014 really is when we first founded our interruption services in earnest. But you see that our numbers went markedly down. And what happened was exactly what one of our panelists talked about, which is we started to see those numbers ticking up. And when those numbers started to tick up, people had memories of times that they'd never wanted to see again. And so we started again looking at what interventions we could deploy and where we needed to put our resources, our thoughts, our personnel, and just really dig down deep. So you can go to, oh, we lost, I'll talk to you while they catch us up on slides. But when we think about just how we're going to address gun violence and violence, we think about the mosaic that is our community, right? And we want to make sure that we're working in 3 spheres. We start with the environment, we work with community and the individual, and we don't put them in silos or buckets. They are parallel tracks of work that are across the continuum of safety. We're making sure that we invest in the environment while we invest in the community and while we invest in the individual. So in our office, we have a unit that is the Office of Neighborhood Safety. And that office is made up of 3 buckets. The first bucket is the mayor's action plan for neighborhood safety. The second bucket is our Office to Prevent Gun Violence. And the third bucket is Atlas. So the first 2 have acronyms. People will call them MAP for the mayor's action plan, and OPGV is the Office to Prevent Gun Violence. Atlas is not an acronym, and it confuses people all the time. Atlas is what you think it is. It is holding up the weight of the world on your shoulders. And that is the program that deals with very specific, very targeted interventions for the individuals that we know are at highest risk for gun violence, as well as the actual engagement in it, but potentially being the victim of it. right? And those 3 offices work in parallel, collaboratively, with all of the system stakeholders to make sure that we are putting in the investments. So I'm going to skip down so that we get you to how we targeted investments. So map, the same way that you talk about your infrastructure and the changes in infrastructure, we also do those. We, however, make sure that they're driven by the community that we are serving. So there are roundtables, discussions that we call neighborhood stats, where the residents of the most negatively impacted and most disinvested neighborhoods come together with government. So you have the police at the table, you have the Parks Department at the table, you have the Division of Youth and Child Services. All of the system actors come to the table, and the voices that lead are those of the community. Because the community is going to tell you what it needs. They are the best at knowing what they need in order to be healthier communities. And using that model, we then identify the projects that need to happen. And so here you'll see that there have been a number of projects where, whether it is a garden, whether it is lighting, whether it is just activities. And at the core of everything that we do is what you all talk about. It is trust. It is understanding that the government works for you, and that when you speak and you ask for something, it actually materializes. That the monetary resources are there to activate the spaces, to create what is needed in those spaces, that we make sure that there is food, there is employment opportunities, there's training, there's wraparound services. All of our programming includes therapeutic services for youth, for children. I'm going to move ahead. So this is design activation. I only had a room in the suitcase for one because I packed a little bag, but we will make sure that, as you see, it's online. This is, in fact, a blueprint. It walks you through. So you don't need tons of money to actually do the thing. We give you the outline for how to do the thing. We give you how you work with the residents in the community to actually start building, talking, and working out the blueprint for what it is that that community needs and how they achieve it. Ultimately, it's how you get to what we see as healthier communities. So we have seen in our NYCHA residences, which I don't know if you have been to the States, but there are these very big high-rise apartment buildings that are subsidized apartments that have had disinvestment for years, where residents had not participated. And we've seen those residents come out. 37,000 plus residents engaged in the activation of their spaces, building up the environment, investments of over $1.1 million, public services for seniors. During COVID, what we identified as one of the most important critical touch points of keeping individuals engaged was making sure that we not only got tablets to the senior residents of the disinvested communities, but also that we had individuals out there to train them. And similarly, the same way when we had our testing and our vaccines, a lot of it was scanning to be able to get tested, and we had individuals deployed that helped seniors who didn't have smartphones activate and do the things that they needed to do in order to make sure that they were engaged and that they were part of the solutions. We still have to make sure that there is accountability, but again, we're trying to make sure that we are safer, we are fairer, and we are not punitive, right? We know that what we have seen from a lot of our professionals. Dr. Rachel Bedard in our correctional health system identified that 13 and 14-year-olds who are now 50-year-olds are individuals in our society that require the highest amount of supportive housing, meaning that there are individuals that were subjected to very heavy-handed policing at young ages and then criminalized for behaviors that may have been not necessarily the types of criminal behavior that you would be thinking about, jumping the turnstiles, petty thefts, maybe some assaults, but getting introduced so early into the criminal justice system to the point where now we as a society are responsible for making sure that they have addiction services, that they have mental health services, and they are unable to function as you would think the adults need to be. And that predominantly for our communities has been our Black and brown men in communities that are disinvested. And so in order to not get there, we are making sure that our accountability is both, that we are targeting individuals that are the drivers of the most horrific types of violence, but then also using other tools to make sure that we are addressing problematic behavior, but not in the same punitive, heavy-handed manner that would essentially incapacitate yet another generation of our citizens, right? So in our office, we have the Office of Special Enforcement, and again, it's a multi-agency unit that again uses interventions on education, litigation on the civil side for fines for the actors, right? The people who own the buildings that do not do anything about the problematic behavior, as opposed to sending in police to actually try and clear some of the problems that, quite frankly, are not really in the purview of the police. We want our police force to be focused on the crimes that are actually the most violent, the most horrific level of crimes for which we all agree that at some point there needs to be some type of accountability and potentially jail. Jail is not our go-to for everything, but we do know that there is a segment of the population for which it is needed. And so our Office of Special Enforcement can work on multiple issues. Now, when we also talk about accountability, we too had to talk about how our police actually engage with our citizens. And in addition to our state of emergency for gun violence, we had an executive order that then Governor Cuomo issued to address how police engage with community. And it essentially required all the municipalities across the state of New York to reimagine what the community engagement of police looks like and how we are going to hold those actors in the police force that do not live up to the ideals that we expect them to. And Mayor Adams has been very, very clear that he absolutely supports our police force. However, those individuals within our police force that step outside of the oath that they took will be held accountable. Our office is responsible for overseeing the over 130 commitments that were passed into legislation by our city council for what needed to happen to reimagine and reform our police department. As we look at how our police engage with community, we're making sure that there are more positive ways for engaging. They also participate in our neighborhood stats and our center stats. They have been instrumental partners in reactivating spaces, whether it be through asset forfeiture money that they control to fund the changeover of places where children are allowed to play, or whether it be just actually being boots on the ground to play basketball on a Saturday night so that kids are not out on the street getting into trouble. When we move down into our community level of engagement and investment, our Office to Prevent Gun Violence is a core part of the crisis management system, and crisis management system is agency partners, community-based, providing crucial services and all of the resources that communities need. It's a workforce of multiple professionals. I know many people hear about our violence interrupters. Violence interrupters are an important part, but they are only one sliver of the work that happens there, right? We have Cure Violence in 31 sites, 28 precincts, but we also have individuals that respond to the hospitals to try and avert that retaliation. Right when things happen, they are meeting with the families who are the survivors of the violence, trying to make sure that they are provided with the services, the therapeutic needs, the burial services, all of the things that they need to get them focused on getting well, as opposed to focusing on how to get justice for what they perceived as a violence attack on their loved ones. We also make sure that all of our, that we balance the scales. So our partners in community make sure that they have legal aid services for individuals so that everybody understands their rights, they understand how to engage. We have Rikers Island, which is our correctional system, city correctional system, that we are working to close and build borough-based jails. We, however, as we're doing that, have many partners that are actually on Rikers Island working with and engaging with individuals who will be coming back to community, so that when they come back to community, much like our panelists before us, where you're making sure that people have birth certificates, all of the legal documentation that they need to be functioning members of society, because what we have found is that a lot of the people that find themselves in our criminal justice system don't have access to those records, and then therefore don't have access to moving forward with their lives, for being able to have jobs and to be able to actually reintegrate into the communities that they came from. Trying to make sure that I don't keep you all way too late here. Our Atlas program, where we're holding up our brother's keeper, is a program that actually focuses on those people that are at the highest risk. It works through cycles of violence, and for us, it is our newest program that really addresses a lot of what you all talked about here today, which is the family, right? Because we do know that that net, that safety net, is extremely important. When we look at our most affluent neighborhoods, what we see is we see kids that make the same types of mistakes as the kids that are actually in our disinvested neighborhoods. But what the main difference is what is that net? What is there to catch them? Affluent neighborhoods have a multitude of interventions and safeguards that catch those kids and help get them back on track. Our disinvested neighborhoods do not have that net. And so what Atlas seeks to do is to make sure that it is addressing and focusing on those individuals, the 18 to 24, 27 range, that don't have that social net, and how do we provide it? How do we make sure that they're getting all of those wraparound services, but through family functional therapy, also making sure that their families are involved? And our crisis management violence interrupters do the same thing. So Life Camp in Queens has therapeutic services, and I know that they had a young man who had been given to them by the courts because he was found in a stolen car with a loaded gun at the age of 12. And he had no desire to be with them. He cleared his body language, everything that was in him said, I don't want to be here. And they met him where he was. They said, you know what? He came in with his mom, and they said, hey mom, we understand that neither you nor your son want to be here, but the court says that you have to be here. And you both have to work with us, because this is how we will go back to the court and let them know that you're making progress. And so they said, here are the suite of things that we do. And on that suite of things was nothing that you would think about. It wasn't saying you have to sit with this psychiatrist. It isn't saying that you must show up every day at this. It said, here's gardening. Here is basket weaving. Here is meditation. What of this suite of things would you think that you would be interested in doing? And the mom picked gardening. And the son said, I don't know. But he went with her to the gardening. And slowly but surely, they started planting vegetables, watching it grow, interacting as a family, starting to talk through what they needed to talk through, thinking about what possibilities were for the future. And then the mom said, wait,
You need to go over there. This is my time. I'm going to do this. But either way, they were all engaged. They were thinking about different ways of being in their community and different ways that they could be part of community and what their community should look like. And those are the things that we need to do. We need to make sure that we provide those services and those supports so that people can actually build the safe places that we all want to live in. And you know what? I'm doing a lot of talking, so feel free to raise hands if you have questions on anything that I say, because we want to make sure that you understand where we are. And again, we make sure that there is accountability. So our office also has the Office of Crime Victim Services Supports. That office is made up of what we call CVAP, and those are individuals, social workers that are actually at precincts. They are focused a lot on domestic violence. However, they will provide any supports necessary. They are kind of like resource coordinators for survivors of crime. And within that program, next slide, we also have been able to partner with the federal government on a firearms trafficking technical assistance project. And that came about because of what we were seeing as it related to guns and gender-based violence. Within our most disinvested communities, what we saw is the proliferation of guns, but the access to guns in a way that was different, right? Because when we think about possession, everybody's like, yeah, this one has a gun, that one has a gun. The difference here was the community gun, right? So you had crews and gangs that not one individual member actually has the gun, but they have access to the gun. And that access bled into very violent interpersonal relationships, because we were seeing survivors of domestic violence who were going into our social workers and our partners, and their fear was not necessarily that the gun was in the home. One of our checklist questions when we're talking about doing safety planning for survivors is there a gun in the home? But then the answer became sorta. Well, what does sorta mean? Is the gun in the home or it's not in the home? And that's when we started to learn. And this is why listening to your community members and letting them drive the conversation is important. Because we framed the question in the framework that we thought it made sense, right? But in actuality, the reality of what was going on was very different. It was the community gun, meaning that they were involved in an intimate relationship with somebody who ran with a crew. And so even though he may not have that gun in the house every single day, he or she had access to that gun, which changed the level of the safety planning that needed to happen for those survivors. This program works on specifically thinking about how we address that. What does our safety planning look like, and what types of resources we need to be deploying if this is the reality that we're seeing. The other part of it is, in our safety planning, how do we move people? We know that one of the best interventions for violence is just literally taking people out of the situation, right? And in New York City, it's as simple as taking you out of the borough that you live in. Because what we have found is that individuals in the most disinvested neighborhoods don't leave the four corners of their street a lot of times. They're not going to look for the person that they're having beef with. Usually it is a crime of opportunity. It's because there's proximity. And given that proximity, it is easier to act upon the anger, the frustration, the beef. The ability to say to a person, please pack your bags, take your daughter, take your son, take your grandma, because we know that it is a multi-family, multi-generational household, and move here quickly is one of the best tools that we have for interrupting violence. It is, however, the hardest tool. And I can tell you that that has been the major tool that we are looking to change. Because housing, you were talking about Maslow's pillars, that's exactly where we are. Housing, being able to actually say, this is where I lay my head and it is a safe place, is one of the biggest challenges that we too face in terms of making sure that we are giving the services, but then able to consistently continue the services, right? We had, unfortunately, a large population of people who were living on our subway system. How do you, as one of our trusted partners, make sure that you are giving and ensuring that people are getting their medication, their therapy, if their home is the A train? You don't. And so what we are working on is making sure that there is, in fact, a way for us to do safety moves where there is a very clear present danger that for retaliation, and that those moves encompass the entire family, because if it's simply taking the individual out of the situation, we know oftentimes that they won't go, and that, quite frankly, that you haven't really changed the equation, because the retaliation will be meted out against the family. Mr. Levy.
And Ms. Johnson, I do, on my own part, and I suspect others, thank you for your very illuminating presentation, which really shows us a parallel and what can be done and how you've been able to bring down police violence. I think leaving that book with us might enable us to follow the rest of it without your having to go through every detail. As you
We definitely don't want to do that to you,
Yes.
Mr. Levy. I
Yeah.
just want to leave you with one point of last accountability, but if you have a question for me, I'm happy to take it.
No, it's just a comment.
Please.
And well, the question is whether you're going to leave the book here for.
It is here for your taking, along with the website, so that you can all go and download and print your own copies as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
So lastly, I want to let you know that our office, along with all of the resources, is in fact the coordinator, right? So what I heard a lot about today was, how do you make sure that you coordinate across the systems? Not only making sure that all of the great ideas, the great work that's being done in community can actually, bubble up into a formal plan. Well, that is part of what we at the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, which we refer to as MOCJ, do. We bring together those stakeholders. So some of you may have heard that there was a huge reform on bail for us, right? And we know that bail is really not the answer when you're trying to think about what has to happen. We provide suites of services for pretrial release so that people can be in community while they're waiting for their charges. But it's also about making sure that all of the system players actually work together. And that is the hardest part of bringing everybody to the table. So right now, we are moving to have our gun violence task force that the mayor has set up, with our deputy mayor and one of our crisis management teams being the chair of that task force. I actually missed the second convening to be here with you all, because I thought it was important for us to make sure that we're here and we're part of this really important conversation. But there is hope, and that's what I want you to all, I want to take away, that making sure that you get everybody to the table, which is the hardest part, is just trying to get them to the table. So selecting that entity, for us it's MOCJ, right? Selecting that entity that is I know I'm going to say it, the invisible hand. The one that doesn't have to be the sexy agency that everybody knows about, but is the one that actually has the resources, the conversation, the Rolodex to just say, hi, here's the issue, here's the convening, here's the work plan, here are the stakeholders. We take all of the information from the stakeholders, we put it together, we create a plan, and then we walk through how that gets operationalized.
Imagine fulfilling this role if you weren't government. like in a very kind of warped way, you'd be our equivalent of local government to some extent. No, a state government is like big government for us, GOJ. But
No,
just
well,
very
no,
quickly,
we're local. We're
Yeah,
local.
yep.
We're the city. So here's what I have to say. I think it is possible to not be government to do it. I think it is easier when you're government to do it, right? There is a level of accountability that you bring as government, because then you set the table, but then you got to make sure everybody can eat, right? So you're the funding source. You're the ones who actually make sure that that action plan comes together. I do think that that is the role of government because we serve our citizenry. And so making sure that our citizens have what they need, and if the only way to do that is to bring all of the stakeholders to the table to map out what that looks like, that's our responsibility, and we accept that. Thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The way the office is structured, it's related to the mayor's office, which gives it the profile, which gives it the convening power, and which is probably what is missing in our system. I know other jurisdictions have had various violence units to certainly undertake this kind of intervention. My question for you is whether those services that are provided and that you're coordinated, are they provided by public facilities or state facilities, or are they provided, is this coordination in relation to private entities like or NGOs here, or are the delivery agents mainly the government?
So it actually is a combination, right? The delivery agents, at least for us at MOCJ, there are very few programs that we physically are the deliverers on the ground. We contract, our budget, we control about over $900 million in contracting funds that are spread across various not-for-profits. We provide indigent defense services. That's a biggest chunk of our budget, over $340 million. We provide the crisis intervention system. We have the partners that are doing the therapeutic services. And then we work with our city agencies that do provide. So our Department of Housing Services, undomiciled services, all of those partners will also deliver services. It is across the spectrum of providers and city agency partners to make sure that we do that. So the question was roughly what is the division like? And I wish I could say off the top of my head whether it was 50-50 or if it was 40-60. If I were guessing, I would say that the actual service provision, in order to make sure that it is credible, is more 60% for the individuals that are not-for-profits, that are community partners, providing those services as contracted partners with the city. Wow, you guys have been fabulous, and I have to say, being the diehards to stay with me here all this time warms the cockles of my heart. So thank you all very much and have a great evening. Look forward to some more interesting panels tomorrow.
Okay, so here we are. I'd like to actually share a few words. First and foremost, a few announcements. We reconvene tomorrow. Breakfast is going to be served at 7:30. Secondly, I also want you to think about the thought processes that might go through your head this evening while you're at a red light, while you're eating dinner or drinking coffee, or thinking if you're going to come back tomorrow or not. But that said, I really want there to be some genuine and organic dialogue internally about how to move forward. That said, I want to personally thank each of you. But I will say, please get your rest. Tomorrow's even longer. Yes, okay. So that closes out today. But before then, I've been told that there are about 20 lunches left over that have been boxed for individuals that may want to take them. One's vegan, and about 5 fishes and about 20 chickens. Okay, but that said, I thank you and see you tomorrow. Thank you. In case. Yeah, they're coming up right now. Look.